Hello there, everyone. Xantop here with Select Star Gaming, and welcome to a bonus video for what's really the entire Danganronpa franchise as of this moment. That said, it's only going to be in the playlist for Danganronpa V3 because, well, spoilers. So, yeah. So what we're doing here today, as we mentioned in the previous episode, we are doing both a Hunger Games simulator and a tier list ranking of all of the student characters from the three main games. So it'll have all the cast of DR 1, 2, and V3. So Mukuro and Junko will both be there. No Monokuma, no Monokids, no Despair Girls characters, no anime characters. Although I did kind of think in my head where some of them would be placed if I were to rank them. Mm-hmm. All the Monokubs are probably in D tier. Mm-hmm.
Except Monodam.
Monodam is probably in B. Monotaro has a shot at C.
Really?
But Monophony and Monokid are just I mean, I kind of like Monosuke. Okay. Actually, no, Monosuke will probably be the one that's in C, and Monotaro can stay in B.
Okay.
I like Monosuke. He's a little bit funny. But, pretty all the other Monokuma units, the extra Monokuma units, oh god. Haiji is in the D tier. Fucking Christ. Komaru is probably an A. I like Komaru.
Komaru's definitely A, yeah.
I think Yukizomi is an S.
Yukizomi I could see being real up there. It's wild considering that one.
Oh yeah, she's great. Mm-hmm. I don't want to fully go into that, but
right,
I could if I wanted to.
We could.
One other character I will mention is that sometimes it's a matter of I don't like you, but I feel really bad for you. So I would not be able to put Kotoko in D. Just I feel bad for what they did to you.
Yeah, exactly.
She would probably be a B tier. Just because I can't put you much higher, but God, what did they do to you?
Exactly.
You poor thing.
I think what's wild, and what's the wildest things to the character for her, are there moments where, because she's always so bubbly, the moments where she's deadpan, one tone lines. Yeah. Oh my god, that's ooh, I see you.
Each of those 5 characters are traumatized, but she and Yotaro are the worst in their trauma. I think she's worst off for sure, but Yotaro comes in pretty solid second.
Who?
The mask guy. Mask kid.
Oh,
I think that's his name wrong?
I think that's Jotaro.
Jotaro. Okay, I was assuming it was pronounced differently.
I might be wrong.
I mean, it's it's Mask Kid.
Mask Kid.
There you go.
Lil Ultimate Art.
Lil Ultimate, he thinks he's ugly as sin. Because his mom is a terrible person. Mm-hmm. Anywho.
Anyway, yes.
This is how this is going to go down. I'm going to be, as we're going through the games, first we're going to be revealing all the districts, and I'll go over my philosophy on why everybody is paired up in certain ways, because I did do some thinking on it. As we go through, when we hit the transition from day to night, that's when the Hunger Games Simulator, because we're using Brantsteele's Hunger Games Simulator. That's what I always use whenever we're doing the shovel play at the end of every year for whatever's happened in games the past year. During the day to night part, they do the cannon shots, showing here's our tribute to the people who have died. At that point, I'm going to jump to the tier list, and I'm going to reveal in order those characters on where they are on the tier list and my thoughts on them. And Curb here has his own opinions on these characters as well, because he also made a tier list. Unfortunately, I cannot throw up his tier list as an image here in the video, but he's going to be sending me an image of his that I can attach in the description of the video, so if you want to take a look at that, you can.
And then I never send it and I make you a liar.
I'll just, do you want to die?
Do you want to die?
And then the other thing is when we go from night to day, we're going to do like we've done before at the end of the other 2 Danganronpa games, where Curb will be asking questions, and we'll both be coming up with our answers for them. Pretty much the only thing we won't be answering is, hey, do you like, in this category of characters, who do you like more? Who's your favorite protagonist? Well, we're doing that in the tier list, so...
Exactly.
It's kind of dumb to ask. So that's what we're going to be doing here. So, Curb, are you ready to reveal our districts?
I am as ready as I'll ever be.
Alright, with that, let's pull the camera on down just a little bit. We have Danganronpa Special Hunger Games Edition! I wanted to call it Danganronpa Infinity, but apparently they won't take that as a character in Brantsteele, so I was like, aw man. Because, like, they all have their numbers, so I wanted to give it a special number.
Endgame. Oh, the symbol.
Yeah.
I was like, why wouldn't they let you spell out infinity?
That's
what
true.
I thought.
That's true. I could have done the word. Fuck. Danganronpa Infinite Special Hunger Games Edition. That's what we're calling it.
V Infinite. V Infinite.
Well, why not just have it be V8 then?
Because then you could have had one. I don't know.
Yeah, could have.
Could have had a V8.
So, District 1, the way I paired up all these districts, does it matter? No, but am I talking about it? Yes. I looked at it purely based off of, 90% based off of what their ultimate talent is, as opposed to my personal thoughts on them, or how they are as characters, or their role in the story.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you can tell here are all of our musical people. And I also gave each district a name because it amused me. So, District 1 here, we like to move it. Because it's all the music people, and I just love that. So we got Sayaka, our pop star sensation. We got Ibuki, musician. Hiyoko, traditional dancer. And Kaede, our pianist. So, all music crew. District 2, we've also got our game masters over there to the left and right.
Yep.
Gotta have something there. District 2, we've got Yasuhiro Hagakure, Gundam Tanaka, Mikan Sumuki, and Kirumi Tojo. With their district being, to live is to serve is to live. Because, for the most part, these people are all about, serving people and help making lives and health better. Because, we got a nurse, we got an animal breeder, we got a maid, and then there's Hero.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I know it's a stretch, but I didn't know where else to put Hero, and it would make sense with everything else. And I was thinking, you know what, here's the way I'm argumenting it. Hey, people go to psychics to help get, a little bit of mental security. So I'm thinking, hey, it's loosely. Not everything's a winner. District 3, we have picked first for the dodgeball team. It's our sporty types, Asahina, Leon, Akane, and Ryoma. Swimming, baseball, gymnasts, and, tennis. There's others that could have fit here, but we'll see them. We'll see them. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, so now I can actually scroll.
Yay!
District 4, we have Why Socialize When I Can Play With My Toys? Chiguro, the programmer. Chiaki, the gamer. Kazuichi, the
mechanic.
I was figuring, like, wait, is it mechanic or engineer? I can't remember.
Right.
And then, obviously, Mew, the inventor. They're not the greatest socially, but when you give them their machines, it's like a whole nother person. So District 5 will take a little bit of explaining. I call this one, Who You Gonna Call? Not the Ghostbusters, but somebody competent, for the most part. So we got Taka, moral compass. People can look up to that. Somebody who's gonna be an upstanding moral center. Kyoko, our detective. Shuichi, our not as good detective. And Rantaro is a little bit loose here. He's our ultimate adventurer, but, if you kind of think of it in an Indiana Jones-like way, you can save people when you're on an adventure. Like, you're the hero that comes in and it's like, hey, why is this guy swinging a sword while I'm on the bridge? I'm just going to shoot him. It's like, okay, we can move on with the story now.
I mean, he is trying to save multiple sisters right now, so it's kind of like, he's kind of called.
Yeah. So for District 6, this district is the entire reason why any district has a name, because I thought of this and was like, this is too fucking brilliant. I have to do this. District 6. Maybe I'm born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Byakuya, the imposter, Fuyuhiko, and Sonya, because they were all born for their roles. Now, don't let Byakuya hear me say that, because he will fucking kill me. But, I think this is just perfect. You've got, because, these are also people who are just like, really? Being a princess is a talent? Are you fucking shitting me? You could argue, where's Kibo? It's like, that's a fair argument. It's a fair argument. We'll get there.
Yeah, we will.
7.
But that's the best one.
Yeah. District 7, we got another reference name. Strike first. Strike hard. No mercy. Gotta throw in some Cobra Kai. Because, of course, we got our martial types. Sakura, ultimate martial artist. Mondo, biker, but, he can throw a punch, too. Nekamaru, sure, he's the team manager, but he can also, kill somebody just with his chest.
Just the chest.
Yeah, it's like he slammed you into it head first, and it's like steel. And then Tenko, Aikido master, of course. Just makes sense. District 8, the hopelessly average committee. So, Here we have Makoto and Hajime, our two first game protagonists. Nagito, the other lucky kid, and then Kibo, the robot. And it's like, but he's not an average person. Well,
he's a robot.
He's a robot, yes, but he's also referred to several times as not a very good robot. And he has the strength of a senior citizen, so,
yeah.
you know.
Poor eyesight.
I also didn't know where to put him. There's a few people who's like, okay, I got a group of 3 that work really well, but they need a 4th. Shit. District 9.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. District 9, we've got the Arts and Crafts Showcase. So Hifumi, you know, he's a manga artist. They call him the fanfiction creator, but to me, fanfiction is writing, and apparently in Danganronpa it means like fan comics. So found that out. Mahiru, our photographer. Teru, you know, hey, cooking is an art. It absolutely can be an art. Have you not seen those chocolate sculpture competitions, people? Come on. Plus MasterChef and all that crap. And the artist. Hello, it's in the name.
Can I just say how much Mahiru probably hates her group?
Oh god, she can't stand the District at all. It's also funny because you can think about it, and like you were imagining, like in a real Hunger Games scenario, some of these groups a lot better off than the others, assuming they would work together. Like District 3, they're all physical, like they're gonna be able to be a strong group of people. District 5 is all intelligent people. District 6 as well, I would say, are all fucking imposter, can just imposter things.
Right.
District 7 will beat the shit out of people.
You got a lot of intelligence in District 4 too. I mean, remove Kazuichi, you got 3 people who are all thinking about different kinds of opportunities and different ways to do things.
I don't know that Chihiro... I mean, Chihiro intelligent, yes, but I don't think Chihiro would do well in Hunger Games at all.
Watch,
Chihiro is the Rue.
Watch, they're gonna win. Watch this happen.
I mean, it could happen. I've seen weirder shit, and then, you know, District 8, you cannot count against their luck. You can't. You cannot count out the luck people. But then we have District 10 that I call the scientific method. It's all our science types, which are, funnily enough, all from V3. Kaito, astronaut, you know, space. Gonta, entomology, bugs. Kurekyo, anthropology, human traditions of the past. Himiko is loose. But the way I argue is like, okay, well, for magic, you gotta do a lot of study, right? You could argue illusions and tricks are a sort of science, right?
What if studying's a pain?
Well, then you can go join Hifumi. Too bad. Next up, District 11. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. It's the murderers. Oh, what the fuck? Come on. Now, granted, Toko technically shouldn't be here because she's the ultimate writing prodigy, but there's also Genocide Jack, the ultimate murderous fiend. It works. Just get off my goddamn back. And obviously, Mukuro, Peko, and Maki are all there, which leaves District 12, who I thought of this name in a stroke of genius. Because I wasn't sure how I wanted to like classify all 4 of them. I just knew they had to all be together for reasons. But District 12 was Poker Face. Because they gotta keep one for their talents. You have the fashionista, even not taking into account her evilness. You know, you're playing a role when you're getting pictures taken. You gotta act a certain way, you gotta stand a certain way. Celeste, gambling, poker face.
Yeah.
Hi. Kokichi, ultimate supreme leader. I mean, he's gotta keep a lid on that. You don't want people thinking that you're running an entire agency of 1,000 members, or was it 10 members?
9 apparently.
9. Well, no, he has 9 subordinates. He's
it said he had. The game said he had 10 loyal goons.
But the picture had 9 people.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he's the 10th.
Oh, he's his own loyal goon.
Well, yeah. Also, I have something else to talk about with him, and we'll get there. And then finally, Sumugi, cosplayer. And she doesn't just wear the outfit, she's like, no, you gotta be the person, so you gotta keep that act up. It just fits. So, with that, all the districts have been revealed. You wanna make a prediction for who you think is gonna win?
Because the thing is, I've seen one person who actually did something similar. They only broke it up, like, each of the 3 games were each broken up into their own districts and kept to that. So I'm trying to think of who I want to pick that's going to be out there, will be a wild one. My person. Now I'm gonna say, okay, this person is going to win. Yeah, it's a weird one. I'm gonna go with the random one, and that random one is going to be. See, this is what happens. I can't make a decision.
You almost said a name, but you turned it into the word C.
See, I honestly don't know who it was gonna be.
It sounded like you were gonna say something like Chihiro or Chiaki, and you just turned it like, I'm just gonna see.
No, that wasn't actually it. Because my gut, this is gonna be a stupid one, and I know it's a stupid one to go for, but I'm picking Rantaro.
I mean, that's fair, because this is completely random, so it could literally be anyone. The way Brantsteele works is like you can change settings, you can have it be, or there's less steps, you can change the events. I thought about adding in a bunch of Danganronpa specific events, like, oh, stab them with a military issue knife, or a kitchen knife, or they used fucking the iron skewer. But then I was like, oh god, there's so many different ways to word all these, I have to do them all 3 or 4 times. Instead I just did the same thing I always do, I removed all the suicide events, because that's not fun.
Oh, good.
Now,
Nice.
people can still have accidental deaths, like falling into the frozen lake or falling out of a tree, but the ones that are just like, so-and-so commit suicide, or these 3 people form a suicide pact and kill each of themselves, those aren't fun.
They are not.
So I can always get rid of them whenever I run a Hunger Games then. But, you're gonna guess Rantaro. I kind of want to say Makoto's, like, don't go against his luck. I mean, there's a reason he has it. But instead, I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna go with Teru.
Oh, wow.
Just, you know, he can always keep himself fed.
Mm-hmm.
With the game's
That's an interesting point. When I watched someone else, they posted theirs, and I'll probably link it afterwards or whatever. But we'll show it to you later or something. There was another one, Guilty Flygon had done one for it, and his top, the 2 that made it to the very end, I'm pretty sure, were Celeste and Mahiru.
Hey, see, now Celeste makes a lot of sense. So Celeste would absolutely be a contender in Hunger Games.
Oof, I could see it.
That's it. She'd have to shed some of her elaborate outfit.
Exactly. I'm like, you stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, and she'd also be sweating like crazy.
Oh, I don't want to.
Jesus.
God.
What? You don't want to think about a sweaty gambler?
I don't want to think about sweat
Don't go to
in general.
Vegas.
Oh my god.
Anywho, so here we are, the bloodbath where all Hunger Games begin. As the tributes stand on their podiums, the horn sounds.
I don't know.
Leon and Kaito are both running away from the cornucopia. Hifumi grabbed a lighter and some rope before running away. Don't know what the hell he thinks he's going to do with that.
Yeah.
Makoto, we have our first death! Makoto Naegi severely injures Angie Yonaga and leaves her to die, and I am already immensely happy with the way this is going. Little spoiler alert on Angie's ranking. I'm fucking happy here. We got Junko running away from the cornucopia. That's surprising. With her Gonta runs away, that tracks. Hajime takes a sickle. Okay.
You're not Kyo.
He is not. Tsumugi runs. Mikan finds a canteen full of water. Okay.
I could see that.
She's lucky she didn't fall. We have Kyoko, Chihiro, and Hiyoko. Oops. All working together to get as many supplies as possible. Kyoko, what are you doing with Hiyoko? This no. Hero runs. Yep.
Hero runs.
He runs. Fuyuhiko, he'll also run away. Sonia runs away. Pekko runs away. Okay, Fuyuhiko ran. She had to follow him.
That's true.
That makes sense.
Here's the thing: is even though as much as I'm like, okay, my random pick's Rantaro, I see Sonia's picture come up, like, oh my god, please keep living.
I know
so it's
how
like
that
still
feels.
like Sonia, still you, please.
I
like,
totally get that.
So like my head said Rantaro, my heart said Sonia, I guess. No.
Well, I know who this next picture is going to be, so let's see what happens with them.
Oh. Okay.
She ran away. You're fine.
Stop it.
I can see a little bit more of the screen than what's actually being captured, so I have a little bit of a sneak peek. But
True, but this is still new for you too. So
yeah.
Okay.
Celeste gets another sickle.
The sickle
Apparently
battle.
A few different sickles. Mondo runs. Interesting. Oh, here. Whenever I see a group of pictures Usually something is going down.
I'm curious too. Hello, everyone.
So, Himiko, Kazuichi, Mukuro, and Naruto share everything they gathered before running. Interesting. Okay. All right.
It is interesting.
Nagito, he wants to help out the real ultimates of the story. This tracks a little bit.
I could see that.
Maki runs away from the cornucopia. She is safe for now.
She doesn't need anything from the cornucopia.
Just don't give her a sword. Kokichi gets a shovel?
Why is that so funny to me?
I'm confused. Like, why? Okay.
I'm gonna bear you bitches.
Byakuya runs away, followed immediately by the imposter who grabs a sword.
Oh.
He's gonna pull up the Minakata mask.
Anime flashbacks.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Funny thing is, when watching that part of the anime, I didn't realize who he was dressed this time. I thought he was still dressed as Byakuya.
Oh,
I was like, what is he doing with a sword?
What are you doing?
Oh.
Hi, Rentaro.
Rentaro clutches a first aid kit and runs away. It's a good choice. It's a good choice. Then we have Chiaki, who finds a canteen full of water. Kibo, who runs away. Taka, who takes a sickle. Who I thought he'd run. Akane runs and goes fast.
Yeah, but she would full-heartedly, but no brainedly run to the cornucopia, probably.
I think she'd just start beating somebody up.
I wonder who.
There's some options.
The problem is she goes for the big, bulky ones first.
Yeah, but she would not, like, if we were running this with any kind of loyalty system, which I found out they are making another version of Hunger Games Simulator where you can do loyalty stats and whatnot, which someday I kind of want to go through and do that. But she would have, like, top loyalty to Nekomaru for sure. She'd go after, like, Gonta or Sakura. But Shuichi, he also runs. Gundam runs. Kaede gets a backpack that's empty. Fucking idiot.
Fuck, why aren't there any shot put balls in this one?
She's got to fill it up. She's got to fill it up. Mahiru runs. Ooh! Tinko and Mew fight for a bag. Mew gives up and retreats. Yeah, that's a good choice, Mew.
That tracks.
That's a good choice. Korekio runs away.
What?
No!
No!
Kurumi snaps Ibuki's neck. I hate it.
Holy shit! How did that?
That's not okay. This is my penance for Angie dying first.
Oh no!
God.
I wasn't ready for that.
Let's start over.
Cut the episode.
Ryoma gets a sword. Teru gets a backpack and runs.
Let's just get through this.
Nekomaru runs. Sayaka runs.
You're actually
Sakura grabs a spear. And Toko runs.
Toko runs. It makes sense.
And I'm depressed. Alright, so they don't do the cannon shot between the bloodbath and day one, so we gotta do a little bit more before we get to our first tier list reveal.
Fair enough.
So, Kaito goes to higher ground, that makes a lot of sense. Kyoko is already on the hunt. Rantaro does some camo. We got Leon making a slingshot for himself. Which, that makes sense too.
Actually,
Mondo goes looking for water. Nekomaru tends to Junko's wounds.
When did she get hurt?
It's random.
Fair enough.
It's just statements they pull out of a list.
Yeah.
Shuichi goes hunting. Teru looks for water. Oh dear, what is happening here?
What is happening here? I'm scared.
Oh, okay. Kazuichi, Korekio, Fuyuhiko, Chihiro, and Toko team up to hunt for other tributes. That would be an incredibly dangerous group.
God.
Whoever they find is fucked. Unless it's like Sakura, in which case they're fucked.
Fair enough. Or Maki.
Tenko makes a wooden spear. Interesting choice for her.
No! What? All I see is the pictures and not the text, so scroll up. Oh, are you kidding me?
Yasuhiro overpowers Chiaki, killing her. Now, to be fair, this makes sense, because she's a sleepy gamer girl, and he's a scared-ass shit person. But I'm pissed.
I'm pissed, too.
I need him to die. Himiko gets a hatchet from an unknown sponsor. Maki gets some fresh water. Mahiru does some camo. Celeste goes on the hunt.
She would.
Hifumi poisons Kokichi's drink. He drinks it and dies.
That is a surprise too. Kokichi not making it far. That is wild.
Power randomness, man.
This is what we get for random.
Kokichi, in reality, would have absolutely swapped that drink.
Inconceivable.
Ooh,
What?
Hina and Hiyoko fight Sonya and Gonta. Sonya and Gonta survive.
Hina!
You lose a favorite, but otherwise 2 of them would have been gone.
Oh my god. Wow.
Oh, man.
Oh, dude, wait. How much sense does that make?
It actually makes a lot, actually.
Right? Because
actually, no, because...
he's so gentleman. Who would be the most ladylike that he must be most gentleman to?
But it would involve him killing 2 other ladies.
That's a good point.
Unless
Hiyoko's not as
Sonya
ladylike, though.
did it?
Sonya must have gotten Hina, so...
She was trained in military.
Yeah, she was.
She can absolutely murder and nobody would expect it.
Wow. Hina and Hiyoko. Wow.
Oh, man.
I wasn't ready for that. Oh.
Mikon attacks Hajime, but he manages to escape.
She attacked by falling asleep on him
Now
again.
here's the thing. Was Mikon attacking him, or was she just getting a little clingy? Like, was she trying to sleep with him, and then he was like, no.
Quit struggling. It tickles.
Sakura is on the hunt.
Oh, that's
Kibo
scary.
tries to sleep through the entire day, dude.
I
What?
can't charge here in the middle of the forest.
Pekka goes exploring. Kurumi sprains her ankle while running from the ultimate imposter.
Is that her penance for Ibuki?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
The only thing is, I don't dislike her like I dislike Hiro.
That's a good point.
Spoilers on their rankings. Gundam, Byakuya, and Mew get into a fight. Byakuya triumphantly kills them both.
We lost Gundam.
We lost Gundam and Ibuki.
No. Oh my god.
God.
Wow.
Just kill me now.
So we still...
Fucking Christ. Mukuro goes hunting.
Ugh.
Makoto begs for Kaede to kill him. She refuses, keeping Makoto alive. This is also an event I don't like. It's like, why are you begging for people to kill? Why are you begging for people to kill you? Like, turn the fuck on, guys.
Yeah. So much going
And
on.
then we have Ryoma and Taka splitting up to search for resources together.
Mm-hmm.
And then Akane tries to spearfish with a trident. Tries.
Good job.
Tries.
Good job, Akane.
Samugi searches for firewood. Sayaka kills Nagito Komedak
Oh.
with a sickle.
Okay.
I'm down
Okay.
for that. I'm down for that. Alright.
Finally.
So, 9 cannon shots are heard. 9 people are already dead, so let's
this is gonna be rough.
transition
Mm-hmm.
to our tier list. So,
Mhm.
here's how this is going to work. I'll be independently revealing each person in the order they died. So, do you want to take a guess for each character what tier you think I put them in?
Oh, I can totally do that.
Okay, where's AMG?
She's definitely D.
She's not just in D.
She's
at the very bottom of
She's the
list.
very bottom.
The very most character I dislike the most, Angie. Fuck Angie so goddamn much. I didn't even get the pleasure of seeing her get executed. She just got offed randomly, essentially.
Yeah, she wasn't even the target.
She wasn't the target. Well, technically he didn't really have a target, strictly speaking. But
True.
she was just like, she floundered into the wrong place at the wrong time. I didn't even get the payoff of seeing her get fucking executed, and I'm so pissed. Here's the reason why I dislike Angie. Like, I think a religious character in Danganronpa could be interesting. Like, one idea I've had before could be like the ultimate priest. Like, you could do something with that. But something I hate is a character, or not really, it's a person, like a real person or a character, whatever it is, that takes religion and uses it like a weapon for their own reasons. Now, I'm not going to make any statements about people's beliefs or anything like that, because this is the place for that. But Angie and Atua is all bullshit. It's very clear that she's just doing this as like a cult type thing to gain control over people. It is 100% so clear that's what's going on with her. And I hate that kind of person so goddamn much. Some people, they look for answers in life, so they turn to religion. Angie is the person that takes advantage of that and uses them, and I cannot stand that. Fuck Angie. I hate her. Your thoughts?
So I also do dislike Angie, especially since I had never done her free times, and also like some of her options in the dating. Oh my god, the human trafficking one.
Jesus Christ, I forgot about that one. My god, what a terrible person. Anybody who likes Angie, I judge you.
See, here's the problem, because I have her in C. Just because from the killing game standpoint, I felt like she actually was, like, as a minor antagonist, someone to more so root against. So I felt like she had more of a handle, and like it's like the stakes were more involved with her rather than some people where it's kind of like, you're just here.
That's fair. I also want to mention, like, my philosophy with my rankings is S is pretty much my favorites, D is my least favorites, A and C, you know, I like them or I don't like them to some degree, and B is either I'm neutral to them or their likes and dislikes more or less balance out.
Yeah, okay, I think mine's definitely a little more biased then, because like the C's are like my mez. B's are like, yeah, I see what you're there. I like. But C is like, not really as much, and D is definitely still hate.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if B is my true average. Like low B and high C's are probably my true average.
If I was to have an extra tier, an E tier, Angie would be the only person in E tier.
That's fair enough.
Like,
I mean,
like there are other people in the D tier, but none of them do I dislike as much as I hate Angie.
Yeah, I definitely do dislike her, but I mean, there's other people where it's kind of like, I dislike you, and you also have no purpose in this game, and you just get out of my face kind of thing.
And also, you mentioned the thing about, oh yeah, she's a minor antagonist. Like, yeah, but we didn't even get any payoff on it. It's just like, oh yeah, here I am, I'm doing my shit. Oh, I'm just randomly dead now. It's like, I didn't even get to feel good about her being dead. I'm upset.
So, first person, we're already at a different thing because I have her in C, so...
I mean, hey, you know, we're going to have them all be in different places. That's just how this goes.
It's
Next
true.
person to die was a big old sad. Where do you think I put Ibuki?
Ibuki's at least A, but I have a feeling you put her in S.
You would be right.
Yes, you did!
She's
you absolutely
very high
did.
in S. Look at that. I fucking love it.
Pretty high in S.
Does she have a huge part of the story? No, she didn't. I wish she had a more of an involved role, if she wasn't just a funny character. But I just fucking love Ibuki. Part of the reason why I loved her was like, yeah, I don't listen to music, but when we did our free times, she was just like, that's fine. I don't give a shit. Actually, like, it's better that you don't listen to music. It's like, oh wow, this is not the response I'm used to getting from people. Holy shit, what the fuck? Love her.
Good point.
She's great.
I love Ibuki so much too. She is the middle of the A group for me. I just feel like I would love to see so much more, because like she was a little bit one note, but that one note was amazing.
It was
honestly.
one note, but it was a very loud note.
It's kind of like yeah, I'm only eating pizza, but pizza still rocks.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it feels like.
Okay,
So-
this next one. Oh,
Okay.
you had something to say?
I don't. Chiaki. Oh my god, Chiaki.
Chiaki. Where did I put her?
S. You definitely put her in S.
She's
Oh my
number
god,
two.
number
She's
2.
Number 2.
Number 2 overall.
Number
Oh yeah,
2
because mine are
overall,
number
which means
2.
Ibuki, you can tell, is number 4 overall.
Right.
So this is some big hits for me.
It's wild.
Oh.
So yeah. So you go first because it's your list.
Chiaki is the gamer girl. Of course, I'm gonna like the gamer girl. One thing I didn't like about her was that she was a little sleepy. That was a big negative for me with her character, but it wasn't enough to knock her out of the number 2 position.
Right.
Part of it being like she was just a huge part of the story. We found out, oh, you weren't real, which was a big thing, and then the anime happened, and we got to meet the real Chiaki, and then we found out what happened to the real Chiaki. You know,
The
it's like,
ultimate despair.
I don't
happened
normally feel emotion at things and characters. Fuck you. Fuck you, Junko. You can eat some massive shits. God damn it.
So Chiaki is also S tier for me. She is number 5 in my entire list.
Okay.
And I thought of something kind of a little thing with it, like everything regarding the like her being sleepy and taking a while to respond, isn't that kind of like the AI trying to figure out the response? So it almost kind of explains why she's like that. And it's like, well, god damn it, stop it.
I mean, I think that kind of makes sense.
But
there's also
Chiaki,
the whole
yeah.
I think thing that she did as an AI that she didn't do as the real person. But I think that was also part of her going like, hey, I'm not the one that's supposed to be in charge here, so I'm just presenting this idea and you guys can react to it.
I think. Exactly. Agreed. Chiaki.
Next up, a little shit.
Oh, right.
A little shit. Oh, I forgot to ask you what you thought.
Oh!
Kokichi is in S rank for me.
Kokichi's S rank for me too. Absolutely.
I believe, yeah, he's actually the last person in my S rank, so he rounds out the top 10. So I have 10 people all in S rank.
Oh,
Kokichi,
really? Wow.
Yeah. God, Kokichi had a real back and forth on when playing through the game. I was like, man, you're a little shit. Like, you're just awful, but I also really like it. It's something that, it wasn't until Chapter 5 when I finally solidified my thoughts of Kokichi. He is a terrible person. He is a little shit. But he is also the smartest goddamn person in that cast. Not of the entire franchise, but he's fucking up there.
Oh, yeah.
Kokichi is an antagonistic character. He is a villain in the story, but he's also, at every point, bar maybe one, trying to help out. It's not portrayed in an obvious way, but he is always trying to fight against Monokuma, but the way he does it, you don't notice it. I find that fucking fascinating. I first caught on to it during the second chapter when he was trying to get everybody to see their motive videos. But, like, the only time he does anything that's actually against the group is when he has gone to kill Mew. But he only does that after Mew plots to kill him. And sure, you can say, like, oh, well, why doesn't he just not meet up? Or it's like, sure, but Mew will just make a new plot. And he'll be her target again. This time around, he knows the plot, and he can get rid of it. He's fucking genius. Is he still awful? Yes. But he's a fucking genius.
Right. It's wild for it because it's something like that where it's still grounded in a lot of like somehow like still logic and stuff. I mean, because we're gonna get to Nagito in this round of deaths too.
Yeah.
And there's like a major difference between them that I want to touch on and I'll touch on it when we get to Nagito.
Okay.
But Kokichi actually also rounds out my S tier too.
Oh, okay.
So we both have him as the lowest S, but it's kind of funny.
All right.
Yeah.
Our next one is going to be a big, sad one for you. Where do you think I put Asahina?
My Hina! You have her as an A. I don't think you'd give her S, but I think you still... I know that she kind of won you over a little bit in the end of the game. She had to like take a little bit of warming up, so I think she's A. Oh, you have her as an S!
I do.
Oh my god!
I do. So, admittedly, you helped sell her to me, but also the Danganronpa 3 anime really boosted her up for me. As you mentioned, like early on in the first game, I didn't care about her at all. She was just the airhead. She was just there. But Chapter 3, she starts coming out a little bit. Chapter 4, she's really in there. And she just stands up as her own character. And while it wasn't great that she was, trying to get us all killed for Sakura, I get it. I totally get where she's coming from there. She's actually a really strong character. She's not the smartest, but she's a strong character. And then I was really glad that when the anime gave her such a presence in the future arc.
Absolutely.
And that Hero didn't.
Yes.
Fucking Hero. God. Go on your girl.
Absolutely. I love Hina. I think the thing about it is because there's so many different spectrums of the human emotion, different things. And I feel like, in a way, Hina truly was the heart of the group in the first game. And I kind of gravitate to those people that kind of have that more heart over head thing. Just because so many people can take a step back and be all like, ooh, what if it was like this, what if it was like this? And it's fully, like, down to the logic points of it. And having foils to that, like Hina's character, that are specifically more so based around the emotion side of things, I gravitate towards that in these games a lot. Just because we have, from our love of Survivor, there's certain times where people will be too logical. It's like, well, that's a game bot. Like, that's all you are. Yeah. You're just thinking of that stuff. And that's not always as entertaining. Yeah, Byakuya. And we'll get to him eventually, too.
We will.
But I love Hina. I always do. She is obviously S rank for me, but while you have her, it looks like at about 8. She's obviously, actually, she's number 3 for me total.
Okay.
So there's 2 people above her for me.
All right. Well, next up, I don't think it's this one we were either of us were too sad about. Hiyoko, where'd I put her?
You definitely put her in D. Yep.
Yeah. Number 46, third from the bottom, Hiyoko. God, she's just such a terrible person. Like, she's a spoiled brat. There's nothing about her that I find fun. The only real defensible thing about her is that she has a fucked up family life, which, hey, a lot of people have fucked up family lives. Her grandmother pretty much ran her around, tore her away from her parents. But the way she acts, like the ant squishing thing is also like, isn't, killing animals a sign of a fucking psychopath?
It is.
And granted, sure, they're ants, but still, Hiyoko. Also, as much my thoughts on Mikon notwithstanding, she did not deserve any of Hiyoko's abuse. Any of it. It's like, fucking Christ.
Yeah, it's just, oh my god. It's ridiculous. And it's wild because it's very much like that. Like, people come from those pasts, and if you let it shape you that much for the rest of your life, then that becomes on you.
Yeah.
So I of course have her as D. I have her. You have her 46. I have her 45 actually.
Okay.
That ranks her slightly higher, but yeah,
Just a little bit.
This is the most on the same page I think we've been.
So
well,
far.
no, actually, well, no, Kokichi is. Kokichi rounds out both our S tiers.
Well, but what was his number rank?
He's 7. I only have 7 in the
Okay.
S tier for me.
Next up, we got another favorite for us, Gundam. Where do I have
Oh,
him? Yeah, I know, I'm upset too.
I know. You probably put him in S
Well,
because I know you love him, but
if Ibuki is there,
Gundam's there.
Gundam's there too. He's a little bit below Ibuki, and the reason why he's below her, even though I probably enjoyed him more from an entertainment standpoint, is the fact that he made it farther, but he had even less presence in the overall story than Ibuki did. And she was only there for 3 chapters. He made it a whole chapter further, but had less presence. Which weighted things for me.
Because you were like, how does Sir not appearing in this chapter?
Yeah.
The killer.
Yeah. Also, look at the people revealed in S rank for me. Look at this. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. That's crazy.
How the frick did that happen?
But that said, I did fucking love Gundam. He is such a character. Oh my god, he's amazing.
He is.
I just wish he had more relevance to the story.
I know, and because he had more fun, they had a little fun with him in the anime too, but they didn't quite expand on him as much as they should have.
Yeah.
Gundam.
Stealing the Falconer's Falcon, that was pretty fucking funny.
That was pretty funny. Gundam's actually A for me. He's high A. That's where I have him.
Okay.
Yeah. I still have a lot of love for him all the time. He's probably one of the favorite ones I got to voice every time. But I feel like everyone in my S tier had a little more hold on it. I think it's because he didn't do quite as much as some of these other people that it's like, okay, like, can I justify putting you in S? And that was in the back of my head.
That's fair. Alright, next up we got Miu Iruma. Where do you think I put Miu?
I forgot she died.
Yeah, she did die.
I think you have Miu. Fuck, where do I have Miu? Oh, there she is. I think you have her. I think B, full middle of the road. I think that's where you have her.
Okay.
Yep.
She is on the low end of B, but my thoughts with Miu was like, yes, she is pretty fucking awful. I don't know, like, there was just something about her that just felt like mildly entertaining. I think it was part of the fact that, like, we didn't just see her in her pervert, but we also saw her vulnerable. I think that's kind of what made me feel bad for her to a degree. So it wasn't just, oh, I'm loudmouth brainy girl. No, it was like she crumbles hard when somebody fights back on her.
There was a different side to her, because you could have horrible bitchy and then you have Hiyoko.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, because she's in B. What number is she?
She runs out at number 31.
31. Oh, because she's she's middle of B for me.
Mm-hmm.
I have her at 26.
That's almost exact middle.
I think it is.
There is no exact middle when you have 48, but numbers 24 and 25 would be tied for the middle in this scenario.
Okay, that looks about right, yeah. So yeah, it's so funny considering that Mew was specifically written to be hated, and people still like, I still like her.
Yeah.
I hate her.
She's
I don't
not
love
Angie.
her, but she's not Angie.
Nah, there's a big gap between her and Angie.
Oh, there's a gigantic gap. Oh my god.
Well, to be fair, you don't know how many people are in this row and this row.
That's very true. And I'm still going to have some that are going to surprise you that we're coming up too. So, oh my gosh.
I bet. So, last death for right now, Nagito Komeda.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I have Nagito?
A. I think you have him in A.
Interesting. He's in B.
He's in B for you. Oh.
He's only 2 slots above Mew.
Damn. Okay.
Which means he rounds out the bottom 20.
Okay.
Which, you know, if bottom 20 is here, that kind of gives you a bit of an idea.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I feel I'm very mixed on Nagito as well. I think well, he does have his positives to him. The big negatives for me is just like, the dude's a fucking nut job. It's like, yeah, I get with your whole thing with the whole hope and despair, but I also heavily disagree with your philosophy. And you, dude, need fucking therapy. Jesus fucking Christ. Also, he's responsible for chapter 5.
Yeah.
And we'll get there.
Mm-hmm. We absolutely will.
Shit. I don't hate him, but I want to.
Honestly, that fits about me too.
He's a very intriguing and interesting character, but oh, did he ruin himself?
Oh, he really did. I have him as the lowest A for me.
Okay.
So it's like, I didn't like him. I liked a good amount of what he brought, and it's kind of wild to have that kind of unhinged in the game when everyone else is thinking about it. Because like even in a Hunger Games situation, everyone knows that they're going to be in some sort of situation like that and be killing each other and stuff, where it's kind of like you have to be the only one standing, and his is just wild, and it's like so opposite for it. It's like, okay, I kind of can't see this game without you still. And bringing up what I was saying before, because like he was so unhinged, and I definitely don't agree with his philosophy and him trying to kill everyone and stuff like that. The big difference between him and Kokichi is that Kokichi was never, like, it's like you could call them both crazy, but it's like Kokichi was, like, you called him a genius. Like, he was very method to his madness kind of situation. And meanwhile, Nagito is like, my madness drives my method. So it's a different story. Yeah. Like, because I consider that a lot, considering that Kokichi wasn't ever intending to die to that press.
He did not.
It wasn't until Maki shot him.
Plus, that's another point that you can say, like, why Kokichi isn't completely terrible. So if he was, he would have drank the antidote.
Yeah. And then it could have been...
he gave it to Kaito is hugely telling for his character.
Oh, totally.
Whereas Nagito is just a fucking nut job.
Exactly. Because it was so easy for him to turn on everyone once he realized everyone was despair. I'm like, oh dear. What happened to you being hopeful?
Now, I did kind of like him doing that, but it was his whole plot that I thought was like, dude, seriously? Like, I absolutely buy, like, with his whole hope thing. If him finding out that everybody there is a despair, yeah, he would want them all dead. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That said, you'd think he would have remembered about the whole Junko plan.
That's true.
Then everybody dying is not good. But, whatever. That's all the deaths we've had so far. So, let's go ahead and jump back to the Hunger Games.
Yep.
And move on to Night 1. Night 1, we have here Mikan sees a fire and stays hidden. Junko passes out from exhaustion. You know, she had her wounds treated from Nekomaru, so I guess that makes sense. Fuyuhiko does some cooking and then puts his fire out. Rantaro goes to bed. Yeah, he feels pretty brave. Sakura and Akane huddle for warmth.
I lost Hina. You are my Hina replacement.
Yeah, this tracks a lot.
Kind of accurate.
And Akane's just like, I can't find Nekomaru, so you're his replacement.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh boy.
What is happening here?
Hajime, Yasuhiro, Peko, Gonta, and Tenko sleep in shifts. Tenko would not like this many men. Kyoko and Ryoma run into each other to decide the truce for the night.
I kind of believe that. Yeah, that does track.
Mahiru and Sonya hold hands. Oh,
also tracks.
Kaito dies from thirst.
What?
Jesus Christ.
It takes multiple days. It's like a day or two to die from thirst.
Maybe he wasn't drinking. Maybe he was like, I don't know, protesting before he went into the arena and he didn't drink anything.
Oh my God, Kaito.
I had a feeling I saw his pictures like, oh, he's gonna die if he's something stupid, isn't he?
He did.
His whole coughing thing.
God damn it!
God damn it, Kaito. Oh, oopsies.
Oops, we jumped.
We jumped backward, that's fine. Boy. Kaede begs for Hifumi to kill her. However, he refuses. He keeps her alive.
Wait, didn't she just refuse to kill Makoto last time too? The hell is this?
I think it was somebody else that refused to kill Makoto.
I thought it was Kaede.
I mean, it might have been. I don't remember. There's a lot. The imposter receives clean water from an unknown sponsor. You could have saved Kaito!
True. You very much could have. Also, I see this.
Kirumi, Maki, and Samugi cheerfully sing songs together. What?
I just imagine
now,
like
Maki
Samugi
would
singing
absolutely Maki absolutely knows some childhood bedtime songs. Samugi's gonna be a little bit creepy with it, and Kirumi's just like, why?
If it's your request, I'll sing along. Hi, Sayaka.
Sayaka receives an explosive from an unknown sponsor.
Someone was happy she killed Nagito.
It's probably me. Mondo passes out from exhaustion. Makoto, Mukuro, and Toko discuss the games and what might happen in the morning. You know what?
Danganronpa if.
Yeah. Nekomaru convinces Kazuichi to snuggle with him. Kazuichi did not like it.
Just pretend it's Sonya. Pretend it's Sonya.
But he's so hard in the chest. Shuichi climbs a tree to rest.
Well, honestly, he probably thinks that that's what chest feels like anyway because he hasn't touched one before. Ooh, get fucked, Kazuichi.
And he never will. His best chance is Hiyoko.
No!
Korekio forces Himiko to kill Leon or Celeste. She decides to kill Celeste.
Whoa!
Oh.
That's a rough one for you.
Makes sense for Korekio. Makes sense for him. I'm very sad at Celeste being gone.
I'm sad too. Celeste is worth it.
Kibo and Teruteru talk about the trip he's still alive. Taka and Byakuya sleep in shifts. I could understand. I could kind of see Byakuya regretfully trusting Taka. Makes sense.
That tracks.
Chihiro goes to sleep.
Good job, Chihiro.
Okay, so that's going to be end of night 1. So at this point, Curb, question time. Give me a question.
Yes, absolutely. So I've got some questions here. We're going through all of them around here, and it's definitely a wild one, seeing some of the funny stuff that happened with it. So, my first question for you is in regards to fates in terms of it, because we're seeing some stuff play out for it, like, oh my god, that's wild if that happened with that one or anything. So, in all these different cases, we see the some people obviously make it and some people don't.
Yep.
So if there was 2 characters that you could swap their fates, so essentially pretty much one of them dies and one of them doesn't, or maybe one of them lives on longer to be a killer or something like that, how would you do it? Like, which 2 would you switch in a game?
The way I would approach this is something that would also make sense in the story and not disrupt things too hard. Like, I can't obviously have Chiaki live. I can't. I want to. And it would be swapping her with the Kane, but I can't do that because it kind of breaks the story. So, the one that makes most sense to me to do in this case is Himiko and Tenko.
Oh.
Now, Himiko, these 2 characters were closely tied together. It was almost Himiko going under the cage, and she almost died before Tenko volunteered to go under it. But when Tenko died, along with Angie, Himiko at first was like, okay, I'm going to be more active, and I'm not going to say things are a pain anymore. But she really didn't move as a character. Like, yeah, she stopped saying this is a pain, and she spoke more, but beyond that, her character really didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But Tenko, I feel like if roles were reversed, Himiko dies, Tenko lives, I think Tenko is going to see a much different change as a character and have a much better chance to grow. The only possible negative there is that it's a degenerate male that killed Himiko, which could send Tenko down that path. But I feel like separating the two of them out, Tenko has a better shot to grow than what we saw from Himiko.
Mm-hmm. Totally makes sense. I do have mine, and then I also have a backup one, which actually you prompted for me during one of the trials.
Oh.
So, here's my answer, because I was thinking, what fits more in the story? Who's someone I would really like to see live longer? And my answer for that is along the same line, two people that were possibly vulnerable in the same chapter. I would actually switch Akane for Ibuki. Both of them were under Mikan's care, so in a way, Mikan could have probably convinced either of them to do things. I
was thinking of that one earlier.
Yeah.
And I couldn't. And when I was saying Himiko and Tenko, I was like, "There's another one that I wanted to say, but I forgot what it was." So thank you for bringing it up. Akane and Ibuki absolutely swapped those fates.
Absolutely, I think that would have been interesting, just because Akane was so just kind of like, "You're here,
Useless.
Akane," right?
Useless.
Like you're
her and Hina fit the same slot, but Hina was a much better character.
Agreed. And I would have loved to see more Ibuki, and that's why it was rough. My backup one is one that you suggested, because after you were realizing in the Game 3, Trial 4, that there's even though Kokichi knows everything, it's not Kokichi. You were thinking it was Kibo. Somehow Kibo had done it because of the wall that doesn't allow objects. I'm imagine the complexity of that, where the whole reason it worked is because Miyu didn't see Kibo as a human, saw him as an object, and he was able to go through the wall and commit crimes and stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I think of that because it's kind of if Kibo was the killer, obviously, that means Gotze lives. And the biggest crux for both of those, where it's I get why it didn't happen, is because I'm trying to imagine the final trial, and it's there would have to be a good amount of development to get to them.
They would have had to completely change the ending.
Right, and they would have to be able to comprehend it all and stuff. Imagine going to, at the very end, trying to comprehend the whole reality show side of things.
Yeah.
That's, at least, even though Himiko's very high on her magic, it's that's not really real. She gets the reality of the situation. Gonta might not. And then I don't know how... Ibuki would have to have a major shift to, really be able to be that in the end. It'd be wild, because it's you're supposed to be feeling so much despair, but you're just a little crazy. You're all over the place.
I think any of them can be made to feel pretty sad. They even did it to Kyoko.
Right.
And speaking of her, when it comes to swapping fates around, there's really two characters that I feel outside of protagonists, where these two characters have to be alive at the very end, or the story doesn't work anymore. And that's Kibo and that's Kyoko. If they're not alive in the final chapter, then your story doesn't work.
I agree with that completely. There was something else I was going to say, because there was one that I remember seeing someone on YouTube, a suggested way to rewrite the third chapter of the second game. Now, keep in mind, this person actually hates Sonia with a passion.
Oh, okay.
And their suggestion was that when Hiyoko and Sonia have their moment with the mirror, they suggest that what happens is that rather than Hiyoko go to the music venue to try to find the mirror,
Sonia would get the mirror for her.
Yes, because they were now this opens up to a different side of Kazuichi, in terms of watching something happen to Sonia, Hiyoko having a new sense of guilt, where she was trying to recover from Mahiru's death, but now knowing she's responsible for someone else's death.
A double.
And then possibly even that opens up the door for a Hiyoko Fuyuhiko bond, where both of them felt like they got their close people killed in different scenarios like that, where it's that opens up a lot of different doors.
And Gundam and Kazuichi can team up.
That was also something she brought up too, because then it's another lump of despair, because Gundam still stays the killer, and now Kazuichi watches that happen with another friend of his. It was almost a spiraling despair thing.
That's a really good swap. Of course, I liked Sonya a lot more than I like Kyoko, but that's compelling.
I know, right? As much as I don't want Sonya to die, and I love Sonya, it's oh my gosh, that I see that from a story perspective, from a character perspective, why that would fit.
Yeah.
Because if Sonya's not your cup of tea, she definitely feels like she's appearing in this chapter. I think. Then again, what?
Akane.
Yeah, they both kind of are. I think the fun part is that Sonya looks so perfect. It's kind of like you're gonna be the killer eventually. That's what you feel. That's how I felt seeing Kurumi. I'm like, yeah, you're not gonna keep it all together. You're gonna kill someone at some point. So Sonya was like the ultimate red herring. I think I mentioned that from like Trials 2 to 5. I'm like, okay, how did Sonya do this? That was my thought.
You did.
It was.
Whereas I don't think I ever suspected her for anything serious. I was like, nah, she didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Please. Okay,
Right.
well, with that, let's go ahead and proceed to day 2. And we're starting things off with Shuichi picking some flowers.
Oh.
Alright. Akane chases Rantaro.
Mm-hmm.
Leon also goes picking flowers.
Can we appreciate they both pick flowers, but they're the same voice actor?
Oh my god.
That's kind of funny.
Jesus. Taka spears Korekio in the abdomen.
I think I need to change Taka on my tier list now because of this.
It's like Taka, on one hand, it's like, really, you killed someone? But at the same time, it's like, dude, if he knew what Korekio was, I think he would.
Oh, I believe it, yeah.
Like, Taka is ultimately more compass, but I feel like killing a serial killer is okay.
Yeah.
I feel like it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gonta runs away from Kaede.
I still believe it.
Kibo scares off Hifumi.
Wait. Kibo scares off himself. That's the same voice actor too.
Jesus.
That's hilarious.
Mahiru, Byakuya, Maki, Junko, and Mikan all go hunting for the tributes.
Mm-hmm.
Sayaka attacks Chihiro, but he manages to escape.
Oh my god, Sayaka's out for blood.
I mean, listen, the idol industry, man. We learned she did some shit.
Imagine that. She's like, my fans are sending me things. I can't disappoint them.
Kurumi is
Probably.
also picking flowers. Somebody asked her to.
Yeah.
Even in the Hunger Games, she's still fulfilling requests. Kyoko
Okay.
and Tsumugi work together for the day. Oh, Kyoko,
Holy crap.
No. Don't do it. Nekomaru stabs Makoto in the back with a trident!
Makoto!
Well, his hope had to fail, or his luck had to fail eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. What we
What's
got
happening here?
Toko overhears Mukuro and Mondo talking in the distance. Interesting pair, but I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Ryoma, Tinko, and Peko go hunting together. Yeah, that's a killer squad right there.
It really is.
Sonya and Terry will hunt for the tributes. Terry tries to convince her of things.
Yeah, how dare
We've
you?
seen
Stop it.
Chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
Kazuichi, Himiko, Imposter, and Fuyuhiko all go hunting together.
Mm-hmm.
Sakura runs away from Yasuhiro?
No!
What?
Oh my god, that's
What?
why random happens. This is all
Alright,
wild.
alright. Hajime gets some fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And that's the end of this day. Which
Okay,
means it's canon time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
We've only got 4 deaths this time, right?
only 4.
Okay.
Alright, so starting off with Kaito, where do you think he lands for me?
I think you have him as a high B. That is
A
my
high
guess.
B, a high B. Alright, well, Kaito lands
Oh,
right
mid
next to
B.
Nagito.
Okay.
Honestly, he's a character that I'm just like very much neutral towards. He was really kind of annoying with the training thing, but not doing anything. And then the whole sidekick line is like, oh good god, shut the fuck up. But I don't dislike him strictly. It's just he annoyed me a lot.
Gotcha.
But he was,
I can
he was
absolutely
okay.
see that. Mm-hmm. I can definitely agree with that. I think it's still kind of a very interesting kind of source for that. I mean, there's a big part of that game where, like, yeah, the whole concept is truth and lies and stuff, but also the idea of, like, logic and belief, too, and the different sides of it.
Yeah.
Because that was a big thing between Kokichi and Kaito, because it's like, this is logic and it's the truth, because Gonta's definitely the killer, but you see Kaito even believing the lies at the point where it's like, there's no way, I can't.
Yeah.
So it's wild. And there was actually another really big, same person, the one that had the Hiyoko surviving thing. She also brought it up that in a way Angie and Tenko also were different sides of that for it as well. Because if you think about it from a logic side, Angie was willing to still like it must be Himiko for the second trial, and Tenko was all full-fledged like yeah it's her magic show but there's no way it's her and stuff like that. Also considering in the very first trial, even though we didn't know it at the time, Angie was correct when she said that the killer must have been behind the hidden door. We didn't know it at the time, but Angie actually calls that out in the very first trial.
True.
So it's like it's wild considering that like she's having logical calls when she's not talking about Atua.
Yeah, like Angie is frighteningly smart, but she hides it so well.
I agree with that. Yeah,
like she's one of the most terrifying characters in Danganronpa.
It definitely is.
She's smart, but she's manipulative to a heavy degree.
Right. And the belief, so that's why it's wild, because it's like you think she'd be high on belief, but it's the opposite. And then we got Kaito, who's all about science and stuff, but he has this strong belief in other people, and that's what he wants to do. That's what for him believing in Kaede and Shuichi and Maki, it's a gut thing, it's a lot of intuition thing, which is still pretty strong, and I like that it's such a clash to Kokichi for it.
Yeah.
I actually have him as the lower side of the A's for me.
Okay.
He's still enough of a force, and I didn't get quite as annoyed of him. He's still annoying, but other people I thought were more annoying or just didn't do enough.
Yeah, it's like I don't dislike Kaito. Like he's not terrible. It's just he annoyed me a lot with what it was.
I get that.
Also interesting, I've had no A's or C's be revealed yet.
True. I think I'm all over the board. I've had some from each at this point for me.
Well, next up, where do you think I put Celeste?
You really liked her, but does she outweigh Kokichi? I think she's high A for you. I don't think you have her as S anymore. Oh, I was wrong.
You were wrong. She sits right snug between Gundam and Hina. Listen, like Celeste is another villainous character, but I immediately latched on to her in the beginning with her whole "listen up, dumbasses. Stop freaking the fuck out. That's how you're gonna get killed. You want to live? Adapt to your situation. You want to escape? Stop being a little bitch. We can't just run around like chickens with our heads cut off." I love that. I liked her a lot. That it even clouded me over in her trial, where I guessed Hiro is the killer instead of her. I was just like, I didn't want to believe it. She's also kind of terrifying, but I liked how she approached the whole thing.
Right. I absolutely support all of that too. I have her in the middle of the A's for me. In some ways, it's a little predictable for her, because it's kind of like she has the most together, but it's like, I feel like you're the one that's going to break too. Because like her, in the first game, she's the one that is the most heartless, in a way.
Yeah. Well,
so it's...
Yeah, that's probably fair.
So it's like, so it's kind of like, that's wild, and I think that's the part where it's kind of like, you're so detached, and like, it must be an act. And of course, it is being an act. I think it was great. Obviously, her turn and watching her go crazy and knowing it was all like kind of a face kind of thing, kind of like how Kokichi is. I think it's great. I think she is a great character. Yeah, absolutely. She just wasn't S for me.
That's fair. That's fair. And as far as like the whole being the cold-hearted thing of the first game, like we know that she had to have shared her secret before they lost memories, because otherwise, how did Hifumi know her name? So she did get close to them pre-killing game, but they all more or less got close to. Like even Byakuya, we assume chilled the fuck out over things, and Chihiro shared their thing. We would assume that Genocide Jack was known about. I mean, how the fuck could you hide that in such close quarters for so long?
Right, because that's the big thing. Because people are very much like, say it's such a huge plot hole where it's like, how, in what world would she trust Hifumi with her real name? Like, how the heck does he know it? But like, in the moment of his dying, it's implied that he remembers things and remembers everybody. So it's kind of like, yeah, that probably did get kind of revealed.
And I mean, it's not necessarily that she trusted him specifically. She could have told everybody.
Can I also say how fun it is that you put the gambler at number 7, and it's one of the most common combinations on a casino slots is 777, so it almost fits for her really well.
I wouldn't call that a common casino result. considering that's typically jackpot.
You know what I mean. Not common in the sense like you get it a lot, but it's synonymous with like good fortune.
Isn't
and
it
with
also
gambling.
the most common roll you can get with 2 die?
Sevens. Yeah, seven is the most common roll you can get. Yeah.
That's where I thought you were going with that, and you were like slot machines. Like what?
Yeah. Well, because slots are totally always gambling.
Yeah.
So that was my thought.
Next up, we have Korekio.
Oh my
Another
god.
Chapter 3 killer.
We do.
So where do you think Korekio lands for me?
D.
You think he's in D?
I think he's in D. Oh, wow.
He's in C. Mid-C. He's a mid-C'er. He actually just barely misses out on the bottom 20.
Oh.
Korekio, the reason why he is higher than you might expect
Bottom 20?
is... Yeah, he's just barely misses... Or, I'm sorry, bottom 10.
I was about to say, because I'm like,
on
maybe
bottom
that's...
10.
Yeah, because I thought you were saying that for Nagito earlier.
No.
Like, excuse me?
Nagito barks is bottom 20. Korekio is crazy. He's a creep. He's fucking weird. But before that point, I liked him. If it wasn't for the sister thing, like remove the sister plot point out of it, and he's just a serial killer killing women, maybe for like maybe for a childhood friend instead of a sister, then I think that would vastly improve him for me. And maybe that's where some of the reason I've already put him there. But there was at least a point in time where I did like him, and that's kind of where he lands where he is.
I get that. I mean, he could still kill for the sister, just remove the weird relationship part.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. Like, he can still kill his first sister, just remove the romantic aspect.
Exactly. It kind of ruins it for me.
God.
Also, there's one thing that just kind of drives me wild for him, is that I kind of consider him the stupidest killer. In the sense that was all he had to do was leave it with Angie.
Yeah, that's fair.
But he just wanted a second kill. I mean, at least it made sense.
He put all that prep work into Cage Dog, or Cage Child, whatever it was, and he wanted to see the payoff, regardless of the circumstances. And also, I mean, let's be honest, Korekio didn't care about escaping. Korekio just wanted to kill more people for his sister.
That's true.
Angie 1, Tinko 2. And then he unfortunately still fell short a little bit. But I feel like he would have ignored, if he could have, he probably would have tried ignoring Monokuma's rules and gone for a third or a fourth. Anything to hit that number.
Right. Oh my god. And I consider that kind of thing. And then, because I'm trying to think of other ones for it, because like some of them were like in the moment and trying to cover it up, where it's like, it's not necessarily they were stupid, but they had to figure things out.
Yeah.
Like Mondo kind of thing. Because like, I'm even thinking of the other double murders, where it's kind of like, there were cases where they had to. Celeste depended on using the accomplice and killing them, so it was a great plan. Mikon, like, it was supposed to be only Ibuki, but Hiyoko walks in, so yeah, you have to kill her to squeal, but now it can't just be only Hiyoko, because poor Ibuki, looking all gullible, would say anything at that point, and that couldn't be trusted, so Mikon had to as well.
Weren't their memories fuzzy, though, after they came out of the disparagers? Granted, not that Mikon would have known this, but...
They said they feel better, but I don't know how much else about it. That's the weird part.
I thought they had fuzzy memories of during their time under the disease or not, but it's been a bit.
Maybe, because Nagito is very much like, I have no idea what was going on because I was asleep the whole time. But Nagito, it's interesting, because it's not like Akane attributed enough to know, and Nagito, even if he could have remembered, he was close to death anyway, so who knows how functioning he could have been. Ibuki would have been the best to probably remember things and contribute something, but she was the one that got killed, so F.
Yup.
So I actually have Kyo much lower. I have him as a D. He's actually where you have Hiyoko.
Okay.
I have him very low.
Third from the bottom.
He just never really appealed to me. It's like, you really are just a creep.
Yeah.
And like, it's weird because it's kind of like, with a lot of these characters, I want to see like the duplicity of it, where I feel like there's both sides, and I just... Kyo has a creepy side, and then he had a worse side. I'm like, I unsubscribe to all of this.
That's fair. Like, if I went around and, like, re-examined these things, he would probably slip lower. But, I feel like I'm relatively justified in where I put a lot of things.
Honestly, I see it too. Like, I haven't, like, disagreed with anything you've said. Like, I get what you're saying, and I get, like, where I'm feeling for it. I think the only thing that has any sort of disagreement for it is the fact that, kind of looking at my list, I think I have Angie a little high.
Oh.
Because you said Kyo just missed out on the bottom 10.
Yeah.
Angie misses out on my bottom 10.
Wow.
So I have 10 people below her.
What number is Angie at?
38.
Okay, that's where Kyo is.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I'm thinking about it like, I feel kind of bad now because there's a couple people I want to switch around.
Yeah, that's how these things go.
Right, because it's very much like there's certain things I still can't really look past. Because I'll be honest, when I was doing the ranking, I forgot about the human trafficking part.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, she's
terrible.
So far, Angie's the
crap.
only one I'm like, crap, I should have had her lower.
Alright, well, that's enough about that creepy motherfucker. Makoto,
Yeah.
original protagonist, he's dead already. Where do you think I put him?
Right smack dab in the middle.
You think he's right smack dab in the middle?
Right smack dab in the
He's
middle.
number 24 or 25?
Pretty close. High B.
Actually, just barely in the top 20.
Dang.
He's number 1 in the B category. Makoto, he's a potato boy. He's our favorite potato boy.
Our favorite potato boy.
There's not really anything I dislike about Makoto other than, he's just kind of stupid sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is such a naive little kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I really dislike him. I would say I'm more neutral. Like, obviously I'm more positive on him than I am negative because he's a high B. But he's...
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that boy just needs a good smack across the face. Like,
He
get back
really
to
does.
reality, dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Yep. I have him a little bit lower than you for sure. He's still B for me, but he's on the lower end of B.
Fair.
So, just because, like, I think they wrote protagonists much better moving on from there. Because I felt more attached to Hajime, Komaru, Kaede, and Shuichi. And I feel like they had more to them, and I get it, they probably needed someone that was supposed to be a very blank slate to make you feel like you were in the game a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it was just so much more. And then I love the idea of him being Ultimate Hope, but it's also very much like it all fits a little too much. Like it, because like I appreciate how the story fits more for Hajime. That's why Hajime matters so much for his, because like there's this whole line of it. Like it has more purpose to it than I felt Makoto did. It's that kind of thing where it's like anyone could have been the Ultimate Hope if they were the one there. That's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah.
And that kind of
Komaru could have been.
Komaru could have been.
Like I said before, like if I ranked that game, I probably would have her in A.
Oh, Komaru's absolutely at least A for me. And I think that's the best thing because we never got to play it, but one thing that someone pointed out that I loved about that spin-off game is that you can tell the voice actress is actually like, you can tell her maturing as Komaru throughout the entire game. Like, you listen to some of her first voice lines and some of her last ones, it's like she actually sounds like a full-on woman at the very end. It's like she went through so much. They also subtly
changed, just like her standing and walking animations. She stands up straighter as you go further into the game.
I love that.
That's
I feel
fucking good.
Komaru has so much going for her, absolutely.
Okay,
but not Makoto because he's dead now.
Yes, he's dead now. And it's time to get back to some more Hunger Games. So, let's keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
Night 2. Leon is climbing a tree to rest. Toko is awoken by nightmares. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mahiru loses sight of where she is. Yasuhiro tries to treat his own infection. Oh boy, good luck, buddy. Chihiro defeats Peko in a fight, but spares her life. Okay, this gotta be like rock, paper, scissors, right?
Yeah.
Like Chihiro run about of rock, paper, scissors. Come on, how the fuck? Kazuichi and Kaede talk about the tribute still alive. For a second there, I thought Kaede was Sonya.
Oh my god, of course. She went for another lovely blonde. Uh-oh.
Well, he does like blondes. We know this.
Mm-hmm.
The imposter and Himiko track down and kill Kurumi.
This is for Ibuki.
It is. Also,
wow.
I know it makes sense. She's good at doing any request. You gotta remove that piece from the board.
Oh, yeah.
Sayaka receives some clean water.
She's received a good amount. Uh-oh.
Tenko, Fuyuhiko, Sonya, Gonta, and Kibo sleep in shifts.
Mm-hmm.
Nekomaru tends to Akane's wounds. Alright.
They found themselves again. Okay.
Yep. Mikon gets medical supplies.
Okay.
Classic.
Honestly, fair.
Junko cries herself to sleep. It's so despairful. It's
Wait,
not
which-
even her own plan. Oh, this is real Junko.
It is Junko. I was about to say which Junko in the sense which of like her different personalities is doing the crying.
Probably the little girl one.
So much despair.
Ryoma climbs a tree. Sakura stays awake all night.
Mm-hmm.
He's still sad about Hina. Taka, Kyoko, and Maki cheerfully sing songs together. Maki, you have sung songs 2 nights in a row.
What? Yeah, that's a little interesting.
Smoogie gets a hatchet.
Uh-oh.
Terrified. Ryotaro stays awake all night. Shuichi gets some food.
Nice.
Teru looks at the night sky and imagines his mama.
Aw.
Hifumi and Byakuya tell stories about themselves to each other.
Oh my god. Byakuya eye rolls all the time at Hifumi.
Oh yeah. Hajime lets Mando into his shelter.
Uh-oh.
Mukuro loses sight of where she is. Oh dear.
I don't believe that one as much.
And that is night 2. So give me another question to discuss.
Another question.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of different things going on. So I think what I want to do here is, this is one, I know that it was one you suggested, because these are all high school students around this time, and like in the time frame what their ultimate would have been,
Yep.
like for them. So the question that you posed for both of us was going to be, what would our ultimates have been when we were in high school? If we were picked, what would we have been the best at that time and be representing at Hope Speak Academy as?
So to clarify, because obviously we can't judge ourselves against everybody ever
In the world, right?
We're only looking at this as ourselves versus our class in high school. So just the people who we actually were going to class with and graduated with, not like our seniors or freshmen or below and above us, but just our own class. And for me, it should be pretty fucking obvious for me. I was the biggest gamer of my class. So fucking hardcore. So easily. I mean, there are people that play games, but I feel like I'm pretty safe in saying that I played more games more often than anybody else that I went to school with. So I would be the ultimate gamer from my school.
Okay. So it's definitely, mine was a little tougher because I was trying to think of the things that I was like the biggest in and biggest groups in, but even in those I wasn't like the best at. Because like I was considering how like I was very big in theater, and like I actually lettered in theater when I was in high school. So I have that. I just don't have a Leatherman's jacket to put it on, but I lettered. But like it's not like I ever got any leads in any of the plays. So I was like I was thinking like general theater kid, but like I was just kind of there. Like it was fun, I was good at it, but I wasn't like the best kind of thing.
Right.
I was kind of considering the same for choir because I made it onto our essentially our varsity choir group. You had to audition instead of being in one of the general groups, but I made it for that, so that was super cool. But like I don't think I was the best singer in that group either. So it was definitely a very strange situation, and I don't know as much for it. Like, and this is gonna sound really weird because I was thinking a little more like, okay, if it's not that, then how was I in high school? And as I was thinking along those lines, and in terms of how the hell is that an ultimate, I had something cross my mind that is a little weird, and it's gonna sound like I'm calling out for attention or something like that.
I mean,
but I kind of the one that I'm kind of selling on, which is super weird, is gonna be the ultimate black sheep.
interesting. Okay.
Because like I wouldn't say I was a full-on outcast. I was in groups, but like I was very fish out of water, incredibly awkward, didn't have social skills. Like a lot of the friends that I had, I shared with my sister, and she was the more social butterfly kind of situation. She matured better, and like we shared a lot of friends with that, but definitely they were closer to her. She managed friendships better. Like I didn't like become more socially aware and didn't fully bloom until I went to college.
Yeah.
So I was kind of thinking of that, where it's kind of like that kind of stereotype. In a weird way, I wouldn't say quite as much as Toko is, but it's that kind of thing where it's like, okay, they're kind of off to the side. There's something weird about them.
Oh,
and,
I
mean,
that.
Yeah, I mean, considering I was in the closet all through high school stuff too, there was a lot of stuff going on, so like I was probably figuring things out. So, I mean, that's kind of what That's kind of my answer.
Yeah, I see that. Well, I mean, I get that is what I meant to say. Because, like, with high school with me, it was like I was involved with multiple groups, but I was always more on the periphery of things. I was never, like, a big person or a leading figure or anything. I was just, like, I was there. I was an attendee. Another thing I could also mention for me is that, I don't know about your high school, but I know a lot of schools, they do, like, the whole superlatives thing. Like, hey, most likely to this. That's that or whatever.
Right.
Biggest Gamer was not one of the ones that we could vote for. But I did win Biggest Bookworm.
Oh.
Much to the annoyance of another friend of mine who thought that she
fun.
should have won it. I'm like, hey, I read during lunch. Fuck off.
Ultimate literary and analysis.
Ooh, well, no, I don't.
Analyst.
Fuck the curtains are blue. Fuck that shit. Sometimes they're just blue, goddammit.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
And I think that stuff's kind of funny because I mean, I guess my little thing with it, like even though like that was my stuff in high school, consider I was on the table for homecoming royalty in college, so it's kind of like, oh, that's a rebound.
There you go. So we got day 3 going up here now. We're starting off with Ryoma running away from Hifumi. Don't think it took him that much to do. Toko gets an explosion. Kazuichi scares off Byakuya with his shark teeth.
She gets an explosive, not an explosion.
Well,
another one. Another one.
Yeah.
She got another exploded again.
Mukuro finds a river. Sakura goes to higher ground. She finds right under the sand. Kaito was here.
And then he
Was
dies of thirst.
misspelled.
Was W-U-Z.
Yep. Rantaro chases Kibo. Fuyuhiko runs away from Kyoko. She was.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I believe it. What?
Oh shit! Pulling up the Munakata skills. Ultimate Imposter takes that sword he got from before and kills Pekka. Well, actually, it's with her own weapon. But he defeats Pekka in a sword fight and kills her.
Wow.
I mean, we know he can because he can copy Munakata, and somehow that means
That's
he
a
can be
good
sword
point.
fighter.
Holy
I think
crap.
that translates well, but whatever. But damn, okay. Shuichi goes fishing.
Good job, Shuichi.
Hey, Hangman's Gambit version 3.0.
Yes! I trained my whole life for this.
Sonya practices her archery.
I believe it.
Terrifying. Kaede explores the arena. Teruteru makes a slingshot. It's really just a ladle that he can put a rock in.
Mini catapult.
Tenko, Taka, Sumugi, and Hiro all go hunting for tributes. Gonta sprains his ankle while running from Leon. Okay.
Okay.
Mondo gets an explosive.
So many people have explosives.
Yeah. Sayaka scares Himiko off. Akane gets an explosive.
God, what's happening here?
This always happens. There's always so many explosives, but nobody ever uses them.
Ow.
Junko and Mikan work together for the day. You know, it's her beloved.
It works out.
Chihiro looks for water. Uh-oh. Oh, Hajime, Nekomaru, Mahiro, and Maki go looking for tributes. And that is day 2. Which means cannon shots, only 2 of them, so let's be quick.
And they're very similar.
Yeah, it's the characters that are more or less the same identity.
And yeah, chapter 2, killer, gray hair, kills for others.
Yeah, yep. Because they think that they are an extension of somebody else's will, more or less. Kurumi, first up. Where do you think I have Kurumi?
I think you have her as a B.
Okay. She's our
You have her
first
as an A.
She's our first A. I loved Kurumi. She was so... I really enjoyed her character, and then the game was just like, we're gonna fuck her over by giving her a bullshit motive video. That was also... her motive video was also one of the big clues to me. It was like, none of this is fucking real. Like, Danganronpa was fucking wild shit, but like, I'm sorry, a maid is the prime minister. No. I called bullshit so fucking hard, and I was right. Kurumi got robbed.
Kurumi
should
got
have
so
lasted
robbed.
longer. And we'll possibly talk more about that later.
Yes. I also have her as an A. She's on the lower side of the A's for me, though. Because the thing is, going into the game, I know I definitely like my Gonta, but Kurumi was my first. Kurumi was the one that I wanted to know more about. She's the one that I completed her free times events first. She's the one I did the development plan with. I wanted to know more about her, and I gravitated towards her. Because, I think, because this kind of also delves into kind of what we talked to about, when we were doing the development plan in terms of kind of roles in a party, attacker, tank, DPS, healer, mage, that kind of thing. I gravitate towards the healers. So her attitude for how she was, I gravitated towards that. And I liked how her mask got peeled back too, watching her get almost feral trying to escape.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I will always be gravitated towards Kurumi. She's lost a little bit of her luster over the time, and I've appreciated other characters a little bit more, but she's still always going to be an A for me.
Fair enough.
He actually rounds out the top 20 for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peko. Where is Peko?
Peko's a B. I think she's a B. She's an A! The heck? Okay.
Peko and Kurumi, again, for me, like, they feel like that same kind of field as a character in Danganronpa. But Peko arguably got screwed. It's hard to say which one of them really got screwed over more than the other in terms of the story. But I enjoyed both the characters so much. I wish both of them had lasted longer. The only thing with Peko lasted longer is that if she had, then we would not have gotten Fuyuhiko the way we did.
That's true.
In order for him to grow the way he did, we had to lose Peko. I just hate that we had to lose Peko.
Agreed. I definitely think more than anything, Kurumi got screwed more because she wouldn't have even remembered that stuff. Peko, going into this from the beginning, probably was still going to do something very similar from how their characters are. So I don't think that's quite as screwed. And that's like building years and years and years. That's like the only true outside of the school relationship. And I'm not counting Makoto and Sayaka because they barely knew each other at that point.
Yeah.
So it's like, But
All
yeah.
right. Well,
so that's interesting. So I have Kurumi as an A. I have Peko as a B, actually. She's close to the top of the B list for me.
okay.
So, because I still definitely appreciated Peko. She lost some because of just how easily Sparkling Justice annoyed me.
That's fair.
Like, it makes sense for what she was trying to do, and like the reveal helped with restoring it a bit. But I'm like, yeah, you're B. You're kind of a little bit of the road. And in a Nagisa way, I'm like, I know that you're a stepping stone for friggin' Fuyuhiko, and it kind of sucks. But yeah,
The story absolutely sacrificed her.
it really did. She was someone that got.
Whereas Kurumi was just in lore. Or not in reading. She was just like the writing sacrificed Kurumi, but the story sacrificed Peko.
Yes. Agreed.
All right. Well then, back to the Hunger Games. Let's proceed to night 3. Kazuichi is thinking about home. Mondo cooks his food before putting out fire. Naka sees that fire but stays hidden.
Bro, was that you?
Maybe. What's it to ya? Sonia also cooks her food, so maybe she saw her fire.
Did they see me?
She hears loud shouting if she's scared.
Oh boy.
Hajime stays awake all night. Tenko screams for help.
There's a man over there, help!
Tsurugi goes to bed. Mahiru gets some water. Ryoma screams for help.
I imagine Tenko and Ryoma screaming at each other.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
Like she sees a shadow, like these two horns. She screams. Ryoma turns around, sees her screaming, so he screams.
And his is a deep scream. His voice is so low. Maybe not exactly like that, but...
Kaede thinks about home. Toko defeats Chihiro in a fight but spares his life. I guess she doesn't realize Chihiro is a boy.
That's true! It happened again!
Yep. Teru fins off the ultimate imposter Sayaka and Shuichi from his fire.
Okay.
Don't fuck with the ultimate cook. Alright. Mukuro ambushes Kibo and kills him.
Whoa!
So much for the ultimate hope robot.
Kibo, which is hope in Japanese.
I hate that they called him ultimate hope robot at the end. It's like, okay, with Makoto it was one thing. Now it's just getting stupid.
Yeah.
Hated that. Byakuya attempts to start a fire but can't. He never learned how to go camping.
I kind of believe that.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Though he has all the resources, so he would have like studied before coming out here too.
Yeah, I mean, would he?
Nah, maybe.
And also, study is one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Himiko cries herself to sleep. Hifumi and Sakura track down and kill Maki. They did
What?
not appreciate her singing songs.
Holy shit!
All
I wasn't
Maki
ready.
has done this whole time was just sing songs at night, and they're just like, fuck you and your music.
I wasn't ready for her.
Like, Hifumi? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Leon looks at the night sky. Rantaro starts a fire. Kyoko and Yasuhiro tell stories about themselves to each other.
Kyoko gets really annoyed about his stories.
Hey, his cheeseburger got abducted, man.
Only parts of it got abducted.
Gonta tends to his wounds. Nekomaru cooks his food before putting out his fire. So many fires. Mikon starts the fire. Jesus.
Don't put your explosive in it.
Akane quietly hums to herself. Don't let Hifumi and Sakura know you're doing music stuff. They'll kill ya.
I like that that's our canon now.
Yep. Fuyuhiko gets an explosive.
Oh my god!
Junko questions her sanity.
She wasn't already?
So that's just the first person to get that prompt.
No, she's switching between her different her different personalities. Like, do you think I'm crazy? No, you're not. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe I think I am. I do believe we are the sanest one here. Something along those lines.
I do believe it's time for another question.
Oh, it really is.
It is, because
And
we're at the end of night 3.
Yep, night 3. So here's the deal, and I think you were leading with it, so I'm definitely going with it.
Okay.
Throughout the series, there's got to be some things that really piss you off, and it's like, come on, that's utter bullshit. So what was the biggest bullshit that you saw in this game?
So there are two instances in this game that are just like huge, utter bullshit for me. Now you can argue the reveal of the TV show. I understand their argument. I understand why people dislike that. For me, the two bullshits are Junko doing the whole Mukuro body thing in Chapter 5 of the first game and trying to get Kyoko or Makoto executed by cheating. That's major bullshit. It breaks the rules that have been established. But, this should be no surprise to anybody, but this biggest bullshit remains today. Chapter 5 of Game 2. Not only is Nagato's whole plan just fucking stupid, oh, my luck says it'll all work out how I want it to. Get fucked. It also resulted in Chiaki being killed off, but also, the other day I came up with an argument for why I think he should have been his own Blackened.
Oh, right, I remember this.
Yes. So we know that the rules were laid out to us as whoever is the one that pulls the trigger, so to speak, is the Blackened. However, I don't think shit strictly should be always the case in every instance. The way I'm looking at this is, let's take two different cases here and talk about them together. So Chapter 2, where Peko kills Makiru, but tries to pull it as, oh, I'm actually Fuyuhiko's weapon, so he actually did it. It's like, okay. Then we have Nagito, who set up this elaborate scheme, and that whoever was the person that randomly grabbed the wrong bottle will be the one that killed him because it's the one with poison. So the way I'm looking at this is, hey, Peko has her own agency. Yes, she says she's a tool, but Peko is her own person. She has her own agency. She can make the choice not to kill. However, any of them could have randomly picked up this one thing and been the killer. It's like, imagine, I'm pretty sure Saw has done this a few times. Now, I've never watched a Saw movie when I say this. But, you tie the string around the doorknob, you fashion it, you connect it to a gun. Person opens the door, it causes the string to pull the trigger, and the gun shoots the person.
Right.
So, by those rules established in Nagato's trial, the person that opened the door is the killer and not the person that set the trap, and I think this is utter bullshit. That's not how that should be. In a case where you are just setting up this whole scheme, and it can be any person that just randomly does this thing, and they're the killer, and you can just be like, oh, hey, I need you to go to this room at X o'clock and meet me in there. And then they open the door thinking, oh, we're just going to have a chat, and now they're a killer? No, they're not a killer. They just opened the door. Whereas Peko, yeah, Peko did it, because she's the one that picked up the bat and chose to strike.
Yeah.
That's my argument.
I absolutely see that, and I agree with a lot of it too, because I remember in the time thinking of it, because here's where it can get messy, because I was thinking about it along the lines of how it's expressed. There was a phrasing in the first game that stuck with me, where it's like, you're looking for the master, they can have an accomplice, but you're looking for the mastermind behind it all.
Right.
So you think of that, that's definitely Celeste in the third trial, because she definitely masterminded everything for it.
That said, Hifumi would have been the blackened for Taka, because he did directly kill Taka.
Exactly, but that's if they were playing off the rules from the 53rd game. I caught myself.
Yeah, by the rules of Danganronpa V3, Hifumi, assuming that Celeste didn't end up killing Hifumi, she killed somebody else. Hifumi would have been the block because he killed first.
Right. But that was a big thing, too, because Monokuma was very big on not letting there be two killers running around at once in the first two games, so they can't really apply. So in that sense of the logic, I'm like, shoot, I can't use that whoever masterminded the whole thing line from the first game, I can't use it foolproof in the second one. So it's kind of like, ugh. And then it sucks because from a rule perspective, total bullshit. I agree with you there. From a story perspective, it had to happen.
Yeah, from a story perspective, Chiaki could not make it. But the way it happened was stupid.
I think the biggest bullshit thing about it would have been... the biggest bullshit for me has to be the despair disease, I think.
That's fair. That's a good point. That's a good one.
Because if that was the big point, it's like, oh, let's create a motive.
Any killer, any victim. It's like, that's so dumb.
Right. What if... My thing of it was, like, what if it's something kind of more so along the Kokichi lines, where some, like, in the fourth chapter, when he snags the key card, like, it could have been something like that, because the whole crux of the chapter is that Mikon has to recover her memories and know that she's crazy.
Right.
Now, the disease makes it sound like it could have happened to anyone and stuff. Reword it in some sort of way where something can happen and it seems like someone's going to get this gift kind of like behind the scenes and you don't know who it is and now everyone's suspicious and then whoever it is gets their memories back and it could be still Mikon in that sense. Like, because it's the virtual world. Whatever makes sense for it's kind of like, ooh, I will give you this special privilege. And Kokichi steals it to know the secret of the outside world. That could have been an easier way that happens with how they used it. And I think that could be something like that.
Yeah.
Like, the disease makes it happen to anyone. And it sucks because it's that kind of thing where it's like, Ibuki doesn't die if she doesn't catch the disease either. Most likely.
Agreed. Well, I mean,
so,
the disparity is the dumbest motive, for sure.
Right. So, in terms of, like, the game stuff, that's probably the biggest bullshit. In terms of character stuff and just how I feel, like, did Kurumi have to receive her own? Really? Like, it could have been anyone. It wasn't truly random, but...
Her motive was pretty bullshit. Her motive was bullshit.
That's what bugs me about those Chapter 2 ones, where it's, like, it's almost targeted in a sense.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's no way that Sonya's the killer in Chapter 2 of her game.
I mean, most motives are targeted. Most of the motives have been targeted. Like certain people, not everybody's going to react the same way to their family or friends being in danger.
True.
Not everybody's going to have the same secrets that they need to keep. Like, does Makoto care about him winning the bed getting out? No, he doesn't care. Not everybody's going to care about money. Second game, God, it was targeted as fuck. Twilight Syndrome?
Yeah, that was so Fuyuhiko.
Monokuma absolutely picked who was getting the despair disease. He absolutely did. It was not random as hell. He absolutely chose Mikon because he knew how Mikon would react.
Right.
Okay, the rest of that game isn't really targeted. But, then V3, again, the motives. Not everybody's going to have the same motive to kill with that. I'm blanking the yellow motives from V3.
Right, because the first one was the time limit. It almost targets the people that wanted to save, because, like, that's why it grabbed Kaede. Second one, I don't know, it's a confusing one. Because, like, I don't, like, is the argument there that
the second one was written for Kurumi to go crazy?
Pretty much. But, like, it's confusing. It's like, did the Monokubs really mix it up then? Because Kokichi got his own, and he didn't, well, then there's also Kokichi. He didn't crack as much. But the third one, motive didn't even matter, because Kyo himself said he didn't even believe in resurrecting the dead. The fourth one was Kokichi being able to use Gonta, which is wild, too. And so, like, I think the second definitely had the most targeted ones. Well, no.
Well, I mean, honestly, no, it's the first one.
The first one absolutely
did.
The second
one had the most egregious targeting with Twilight Syndrome.
I think the third was the most balanced, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Which is weird.
But also, yeah, because they were all written to react in certain ways, more or less.
Oh my god, you're right. Tsumugi!
Yep. Okay, well, let's advance. To day 4, Mukuro and Ryomo are working together for the day. Kaede and Byakuya split up to look for resources. Rantaro springs his ankle while running from Toko. Man, Genocide Jack is out in full force, but failing. Hifumi goes fishing. He's playing Animal Crossing. Fuyuhiko gets a hatchet. Junko stalks Akane. But that's it. Nekomaru questions his sanity. Mondo, Mahiru, Yasuhiro, and the Ultimate Impulsor raid Sakura's camp while she's out hunting. It's the only time that you can really get into her camp, so yeah.
True.
Then Shuichi, Gonta, Kyoko, and Himiko raid Kazuichi's camp. I mean, he's got all sorts of toys, so... Jesus Christ, what is all the camp raids today? What is this, Fallout 76?
Oh my god.
Teru, Taka, Sonya, and Sayaka raid Mikon's camp. Guys. Oh, and here's a murder. Hajime severely slices Chihiro with a sword.
Oh, wow.
Well, alright. And then Leon, Tsumugi, and Tenko go hunting for tributes. We've got 3 cannon shots to go for, so
holy crap.
Back to the tier list. Starting off with Kibo. Where do you think I have Kibo?
I think you have Kibo as... Ooh, this is a tough one. I don't know where you have Kibo. I'm gonna go with high B or low A.
Okay.
High B, okay.
Kibo rounds out the top 20.
Dang.
So, I mean, there's not really much I feel like to say about Kibo. I kind of like the... At first, I was just like, Ultimate Robot is stupid. Like, that's not a fucking talent. That's even worse than Ultimate Princess. Let's be fucking real. But V3's lore with Ultimate is a little bit different, so it's okay. It's whatever. You know, he was pretty useful to the story. It's not that I dislike him, but kind of like with Kaito, there were times when I just got annoyed with Kibo. Robophobia. Like, dude, you're reading into things a little much.
Tsumugi calls him out on it one chapter, and I'm like, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Kibo was the most interesting when he lost his antenna.
Yes, exactly.
How about you?
This might surprise you. Kibo for me is on the lower end of the C tier.
Wow.
I didn't feel for Kibo. He kind of bugged me. He is just kind of like, he bugs the heck out of me. I don't know why, because like he's just kind of there, and it's like also the one note kind of thing, and it didn't really appeal to me as much. And it's weird because it makes sense for why he has to make it to the end, but then it's like how much agency did Kibo really have? Then it feels like it was Tsumugi having the agency there, making sure that her camera got to the end too, kind of. So it's like, the heck.
That's fair.
Like, I don't know, he felt so bland to me, and I felt like a lot of most of the characters were like a little more like, had more things going for them from a likability standpoint and stuff. So you have him at 20, I have him at 40.
Ooh, that's a big difference.
It really is.
I think that might be our biggest difference yet.
I think so, because he bugs the heck. I don't know. I don't feel for Kibo. I don't really. Maybe I don't get his character. That might be part of it.
Okay.
But like, it was very much like, I don't know. It doesn't speak to me. I'm not crazy about him, and I'm like, nope, no thanks, no more.
Fair enough. I will also mention that when it comes to my Bs and their neutrality, Kaito Nagito is where it starts to get negative.
Okay.
There's some true neutrality in this general area, but here's where it starts trending negative.
Okay. Honestly, for me, my true negative is when C starts.
Okay.
Because like, there's a lot of true neutrals at the bottom of B for me.
All right.
Because there's some that I have some likes for, but I still feel kind of like they're very neutral. Kind of, Pekko's the perfect example of it, because she's higher B for me, but I still feel kind of neutral for her.
Fair enough. Next up is going to be Maki. Where do you think I have Maki?
You have Maki as... I think you have her as an A.
Rounding out the top 5.
She is rounding out the top 5.
The only character from V3 in the top 5.
Oh,
and I'll also mention that Kokichi is the only other V3 character in the top 10.
Okay, interesting.
So you can really tell that I prefer the first 2 games.
Interesting. Okay.
So Maki is a phenomenal character. In the beginning, she's very much, why are you here? Leave me the fuck alone. She's Fuyuhiko.
She really is.
She's the Fuyuhiko character. And I think that's more or less enough said. But I enjoyed her a lot. I think maybe we could have gotten a little bit more out of her.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no negative to say about her at all.
Right. I can see that. Okay, so I actually have Maki. She's number 9 for me, and
Okay.
she's high A for me. So she's in my top 10, and I really, really like her too. I think she's someone that, like, how she is, it's like, yeah, absolutely, like, very tsundere, and then, like, opening up kind of situation. Like, the one thing that kind of nicks it for me a little bit is that for me it was highly predictable. You knew she was gonna open up a little bit. You knew she was gonna fall for Kaito. You knew she was gonna go into. So that's kind of what bugged me a little bit.
That's fair.
And one fun little, like, layer underneath that is thinking, like, that's how she is, but, like, imagine how many different tropes Tsumugi writes over 53 seasons.
Yeah, assuming she's been on all of them, which I don't think is believable.
True. She said this is the 53rd that we produce, but that's
right.
like
But you could say that as somebody like, oh, I'm on the team and we do these things.
That's
but
true.
It's really hard to say because we don't know that information. Tsumugi does also specifically call out that she wrote for Maki to fall in love with Kaito.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think it's interesting though too, because it's like the only true, like, actual falling in love noted in the whole series. Like, yeah, there's mutual attraction things happening between, like, Kyoko and Makoto. You could probably consider Gundam
a few people in Makoto.
A few people in Makoto. True. When you do their final things, that's true. Like, I'm talking more like normal story.
I'm not even including the dates. Like, I count free time, but not strictly dates for that. Hina absolutely likes Makoto. That's 100%.
Yeah, Hina, Sayaka, and Kyoko all for that.
Yeah.
Gundam and Sonya, Chiaki and Hajime in a way too, because, like, this.
Yeah, I would buy that.
Yeah.
Both
but,
AI
like,
and real Chiaki.
Like, calling it full on love was an interesting one for Maki too, where it's like it's so written. It's like Tsumugi really wrote you. It feels like.
Oh yeah.
Because
there's
comparing it to
some
the
obvious pairings in the series, but that's like the one that's like confirmed.
Oh, totally. And imagine that, like, how Shuichi and Kaede started, kind of thing too. So
they would have been confirmed.
Oh my god, so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, Maki's high A for me. She's number 9 actually.
All right. Well, last one for right now. We got Chihiro. Where do you think Chihiro lands?
I think she's smack dab in the middle for you. Again.
Well, pretty close.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. Chihiro is the last of my more or less true neutrals. We haven't yet seen, like, the beginning of the true neutrals because Kibo's on the positive side of things. Chihiro's fine. Chihiro's there. I get their story. I feel zero investment in Chihiro. I understand why people would like Chihiro. For me, it's just, if Chihiro had lasted another chapter, maybe I would have been more into it. But I don't care.
Honestly, I'm kind of the same, and I feel about the same. She's, like, about smack dab in the middle of my B's. Because it's rough, because, like, you can't deny, like, her impact on the story.
Oh yeah, like Chihiro's death had a huge impact moving forward.
But it's, like, wild.
Arguably, Chihiro's death caused Chapter 3's deaths.
Oh, that's actually pretty true.
Versus Taka. Now, would Celeste have still pulled some bullshit? Maybe not right then, but she still would have pulled some bullshit at some point.
That's a good point.
But she might not have had the same plan, because Hifumi and Taka wouldn't have been fighting if it wasn't for Alter Ego. Okay, well, let's jump back to the Hunger Games. So, night 4 begins with Mikon hiding from a fire that Hiro lit.
Apparently, yeah.
Gonta goes to bed. Taka lets Himiko into his shelter. I'm gonna
protect us with our magic, okay, Taka?
And he believes it.
Oh my god.
Shuichi thinks about home. Sakura hides from a fire. Tsumugi gets some fresh food. Mondo thinks about home. Nekamaru's trap kills Sonya!
No!
Well, there's the princess, everyone.
My princess. Oh, that sucks.
Leon attempts to start a fire but fails because he sucks.
Well,
Ryoma, Junko, Hajime, Saika, and Mukuro all sleep in ships.
the sisters found each other.
Teru Teru screams for help.
Also believe it.
He saw Sonya die.
Oh.
Toko questions her sanity. The two
Jack-
people who could have questioned the sanity the most. Get that
Yep.
line. Love it. Beautiful. Thank you. Tinko looks at the night sky. Fuyuhiko gets another hatchet. Akane gets some clean water. Kaede passes out from exhaustion.
Yikes.
Hifumi starts a fire. Ultimate Imposter tries to treat his infection.
Uh-oh.
I love how many times the Imposter and Byakuya have been right next to each other like that.
It is pretty funny. I do appreciate it.
Byakuya gets fresh food. Kyoko is awoken by nightmares. I believe this. Rentaro and Mahiru huddle for warmth. Mahiru doesn't like it.
Of course.
I feel like Rentaro would be one of those people though that she might be okay with because he has the whole sister thing.
True, but does he know that at this point?
I mean, I'm assuming these people know who they are.
Okay.
Like, Kyoko doesn't have the memory loss. I'm assuming that they all know, but you're in Hunger Games, you're forced to do it.
Yep.
Because if you don't, the game makers will cause the forest you're in to catch fire, and you'll die anyways. Kazuichi sees the fire, by the way, but stays hidden, and that's the end of night 4. So, question time.
Yep. Question time. So, I think this is a good little ease into it because we were talking about free times and how people love Makotos during the free times and stuff, and our abilities to get into them. So, considering that we had a major shift for how the post game was, making it a dating show instead of building things together.
Yeah.
So, like, how did you feel about Sam and Team compared to like the resource management side of things? Because we still got to finish the free times and still get multiple dates. We had to do like 10 dates for one person to do that, and we didn't have to worry about that much, at least.
So, this kind of comes in two folds for me. On one hand, 17 was very nice because it meant we didn't have to do any extra shit. It's just do the free times.
Yeah, because
that's it. There's no worries.
In a way, if you hadn't grinded before, the extra stuff would have just been casino stuff.
Yeah.
So that would have been the different management, which I think could be a little more fun and easier to manage than, oh my god, I hope I get this one item.
Yeah. On the other hand of that, though, I think the date parts, at least, were handled much better in the first two games. Because what the fuck? What the fuck? Well, actually, that's a bit of a move next. The first two games, you had to get 10 date hearts. And that's after doing their free times. In this game, it's like free times and then 5 date hearts. But some of the times, you'd have to date a person like 7 or 8 times to get all 5 hearts. It's like, what the fuck? What happened there? What is going on in the programming behind this? That's something that was making me fucking like keep it at 5 at 1 heart, but the best answer should have given you a full fucking heart.
Exactly. We picked best answers until we got everyone. So it's kind of like, why didn't that give us a heart? That part didn't make sense.
Plus, I also have to admit that doing the resource gathering mode, took my spreadsheeting. That was fun.
Okay, fair.
I got to make plans around all that. So I think it's like a mix for me. Like, it was nice not having to worry about extra stuff, but it was also slightly a pain in the ass with the dates. What about you?
It's a weird one. What I do like is that we got to be able to get through all the characters, because I care more about the character side of things than extra little things. So like I like that we got to do them. Not that we couldn't do with the others, but it would have been so much more involved. And we'd have to do so much more in Game 1 and Game 2.
Plus, in school mode, you have to complete the final Monokuma to get those extra scenes.
Oh my god,
in Island mode, you don't.
Thank God. But yeah, I mean, that's my thing. I'd very much rather, like, get to know them more. And, like, the resource management just doesn't really do it for me.
Yeah.
So that's my answer.
Okay. Alright, day 5 of the Hunger Games. Let's see here. Mondo defeats Himiko in a fight but spares her life because, Mondo can't hurt a girl. He's correct. Mahiru finds a cave. Dante gets fresh food. Teru steals one of Byakuya's hatchets and kills him.
I took a sip when you revealed that and I couldn't gasp properly. Wow.
Oh, that's entertaining. Akane
Oh my god,
gets medical
he got
supplies.
it right. He killed the right Byakuya this time.
Yeah, he did. Taka goes hunting. Sakura poisons Kaede's drink. She drinks it and dies. That's twice with Sakura and poison, you know?
Oh, that's wild.
Hajime questions his sanity. Again, every character that's questioned their sanity has been a character that should question their sanity.
It's pretty true. Except Nekomaru.
Nekomaru questioned his sanity?
I thought he did at one point. I might be wrong.
I don't remember that. Junko, Rantaro, Leon, and Tenko raid Kazuchi's camp. That's twice Kazuchi's had his camp raided. Then there's Fuyuhiko, the imposter, Kyoko, Shuichi, and Samugi hunting for tributes. Toko makes a slingshot. I guess she lost her scissors. Hifumi diverts Ryoma's attention and runs away. How is Hifumi doing all this running? Mikon is pricked by thorns while picking berries. Nekomaru and Mukuro go hunting together. Yasuhiro scares off Sayaka, with that hair.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Canon time.
This round's a tough one. Like,
Well-
these are all major players.
Yeah. Well, arguably. First off, though, Sonya. So, where do you think Sonya lands for me?
I know you turned around on her at one point, but is she that S spot after Hina? Is she or is she not? Is what I'm trying to think. I'm gonna go with that she is. I'm gonna say that she's S, low S for you.
So you think she's in the spot in between Hina and Kokichi?
Yes.
There she is.
Yes!
The ultimate princess, Sonya, to remind, is number 9 overall. Her and Hina have very much of a very similar storyline. Well, maybe not necessarily their storyline, but they fill very similar roles.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, each of them are absent for the most part in the early part of the game. They pick up in the mid and become stronger characters later on. The reason why I would have Hina just barely above Sonya is because Hina does more, I feel.
Okay.
So Sonya is there a little bit, but Hina, especially like chapter 4, Hina really picks up. Sonya is still kind of just like, I'm here, but everybody likes me.
I could see that, yeah. Okay. So, here's my thing for it. So she's obviously S for me, because I'm a big Sonya fan. What number do you think Sonya is for me?
4.
So now...
Oh, right.
What?
No, wait, that's right. Tell me who your tops are again. No, the
right.
numbers.
Of the ones that are dead, Hina's 3, Chiaki is 5, Kokichi's 7, Maki's 9, and Gundam's 10.
So my question is, do I think you like Sonya more or less than Hina? And I think it's going to be a little bit less. I think she's going to be the same. I think it's going to be the same thing with me. You got her right after Hina.
Hina's 3. I have Sonya's 2.
I knew they were there. I knew they were right there.
Hina and Sonya are very close for me, and I don't know what it was, but I just gravitate towards Sonya so much because they do fit the same kind of role. I kind of mentioned that before. Like, Hina feels like the heart of the first game. Sonya feels like the heart of the second game. Yeah, Chiaki definitely kept them together, so I think it was kind of in tandem. But it was kind of the sense where it's like some of
Chiaki was the soul.
Yes, absolutely. So that's kind of how I felt for it. And like I said, I kind of gravitate towards those kind of characters. I definitely appreciate Sonya. And it's kind of the thing where it's like, you give time to her and it's like, that's okay. I can see that they put more thought into you and that kind of thing. And I like her struggles with it. I like that. I like her hatred of Kazuichi. Her weird friendship with Gundam. Exactly. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to be very high on the Sonya train, and I realize that there's a lot of bias. Even if it wasn't the bias, she'd still be somewhere in the S, probably around where you have her ranked. But I just always going to be very partial to Sonya. I'm fully aware of that.
Fair enough. And it's funny too because when we were talking about doing the tier list, you told me it's like, man, I really like Hina and Sonya, but I don't know if they're S tier. It's like, bitch, I knew you were going to do S tier for them. Come on.
Because that's the thing. Because we were talking about this, and this is actually the first time I've ever fully devoted and tried to do a tier list. So I went into it thinking it's like, okay, I can't just factor in how I like them. I should probably think of all these other factors. And then I got caught up in the other factors, and then when you said yours was just likes, I'm like, F it, I really should do the same.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I feel like I'm gonna have to justify this, and people are like, that's a weak justification. And then now I realize, this is my list. She's always gonna be near the top of me. So shush.
Alright, well, next up we got Byakuya, the real one. So, where do you think I have him?
I think he's in the spot between Chiaki and Ibuki.
Really? You think he's number 3?
I think he's pretty high up for you. Okay, never mind.
He's right below that spot. He's not number 3, he's in number 13, so, you know.
Well, fudge.
So, Byakuya, I mean, I do like Byakuya as a character. Well, I do and I don't. He's an utter prick. But he was a very good antagonistic force. He helped push the story forward. And I think he was very well written. He's still a fucking asshole. But I think they did a great job with Byakuya. Like, I only hate him because I'm supposed to hate him.
Exactly. I agree with the same way. So you have him at 13. I have him at 15. So it's very close.
Okay, okay.
For some reason, I thought you had him ranked higher than Celeste.
Oh, I didn't.
Okay, so then I was mistaken.
If I remember my original ranking from the first game correctly, the top 3 was Kyoko, and then Celeste, and then Hina.
Okay.
Now, I will say, if anybody starts trying to map things out, just because that's how I did my rankings before, doesn't mean those characters are in the same order in this tier list. I can guarantee that it is not the case with all the characters.
Oh, totally.
Who isn't in those same spots, I'm not fucking telling you.
Exactly. I was trying to piece it together, but I don't think that was it.
Well, one more in this round. Kaede Akamatsu, Ms. Not actually the protagonist. Where do you think I put her?
I think you put her as an A.
Well, she's an A. She's not just an A, though. She is rounding out the top 16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which means Peko just barely misses that. Kaede, honestly, I think she would have been a better protagonist than Shuichi if she hadn't been screwed over by both the writers and Tsumugi. She was a bit of a potato. She was a little too much in the music references. But I thought she was pretty solid. Granted, you know, she was gone so early, so maybe if she had lasted longer, I might not feel so positively towards her. It's hard to say with those kinds of things. But I really didn't have anything against her. The only thing that was negative with me and Kaede was that I don't feel like the writers portrayed her killing as well as they should, and I also feel like. Actually, you know what? We'll save that for a future question. I didn't write this one down for you, so maybe I'll just take the next question time.
Okay, you can take the next one. Okay.
We'll get to that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what do you think about her? My S and A's are just getting fucking crushed.
They really are. Honestly, a good amount of mine are too. So, where do you think I have her?
I think she's probably an A for you.
Okay. Not only is she an S for me.
Ooh.
Not only is she an S, she's number 4.
Wow.
Really? She is directly under Hina.
Wow.
Honestly, it kind of surprised me too. I was thinking about it looking back, and I think Kaede also kind of fits a certain thing where I feel like she had a certain amount of the soul in the game. The game did not feel the same after she left, and it felt like she was a ghost haunting from it.
Man,
so it's kind of like from that kind of feeling sense, it's like I totally like, yeah, I think she's still here, and it feels weird that she's still here.
Honestly, like Shuichi never fully felt like the protagonist to me. Like he still felt like the Kyoko Chiaki role, even when we were playing as him.
Right, and I like what they did with her. I agree with you. There could have been a couple better ways that they could have written it, but like, I loved the idea of like someone that we're playing as be the killer, and because the thing is, you expect plot armor, so it shouldn't have been safe like that. Like, I've imagined a couple different scenarios that I think would be amazing ones for games. One of them being where you successfully go through the first trial and like sort everything out, but then you automatically become the next victim because you've already shown you're too much of a threat.
Yeah.
Like, I think that'd be a great turn. Another one I think would be amazing is the use of the Kyo rule. Imagine if something happens, someone tries to corner you. Someone tries to corner you as the protagonist, and you kill in self-defense, and you're in Leon mode, you're in Mondo mode trying to fix it or anything, and then you're trying to freak out, and you go to bed, and you hear the body announcement, or whatever, and you come, and you realize, actually, they just discovered someone else's body. Another murder happened during the same time, but they've discovered the second body, the one you killed. It's glaringly obvious that you killed them, and they're trying to make the argument that you must have done both and you're the killer, but you know someone else was the first killer.
Yeah.
And so not only is that like
that
big
would be
stakes,
a fun twist.
Because yeah, you definitely killed, but you're not the blackened according to those rules. It has to be whoever first is. So, and then beyond that, yeah, maybe you find out the blackened in the first, but now everyone knows you're capable. Imagine going through the rest of the game like that.
That would be fucking nuts.
I loved that idea when I thought of it. I'm like, oh my god, that'd be so cool.
Yeah, it would.
And much better than Kyo killing twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. The Kaede one is one where it's like, I think I might have her too high, but like,
I definitely feel that's too high, but that's just me.
She is still S for me. I could consider rearranging it, but like, I think she's definitely still S for me somewhere.
All right. Only 2 people remain for me in the S tier. All the other ones are dead.
2 remain in my S tier as well.
Oof.
But I also have less S's than you, actually.
You do.
Which is funny considering the Kaede made my S, and it's like, that should have been.
Yeah. Let's see who dies next.
That's another weird one. I want to make Angie lower, and I want to make Kaede a little lower, but she's still high up there for me.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're at night 5 now.
Whoa!
Himiko climbs a tree to rest. Mukuro kills Gonta with a hatchet. Oh, right. Hey, she had to get a kill at some point.
She took out a threat.
She did. Sakura tends to her wounds. Kazuichi begs for Hifumi to kill him, but he refuses, keeps Kazuichi alive.
Can someone oblige at some point? Come on.
Seriously. Tenko thinks about home. The imposter cries himself to sleep.
As different people.
Yes, as different people. Hiro passes out from exhaustion, and Leon questions his sanity. Alright.
Stupid.
God, that fucking... he's
yeah.
annoying. Christ. Mikan, Fuyuhiko, and Saika cheerfully, sing songs together. I mean, one of them definitely is. I feel like Mikan can get into it, Fuyuhiko's just like, what the fuck? Smugi and Rentaro talk about the tributes still alive.
That's an interesting combination again.
Ryoma, Kyoko, and Akane discuss the games and what might happen in the morning. Taka thinks about winning.
Interesting.
Okay. Junko climbs a tree to rest. Teru and Nekomaru run into each other and decide the truce for the night. 2 murderers. Mondo and Toko run into each other and decide the truce for the night. I guess he's just not her type. Shuichi thinks about winning. Wow. What a dick.
Yeah. What a dick.
Mahiru tries to make fire and can't. Hajime tends to his own wounds, and that is the end of the night. So I'm presenting you a question this time.
Yes, you are.
So this question, it's not strictly a question, it's more of a this or that opinion. So we were just talking about Kaede and how she gets killed, or she performs a murder, she gets executed.
A moida.
Yes, and then Shuichi takes over. And then you play for Shuichi for the rest of the game.
Yes.
Danganronpa, the first game, very nearly did something like that, and I thought it was going to happen, where Makoto is being falsely executed, although theoretically he could have done it, we just didn't know for sure, because the whole he was sick thing and having all kinds of fever going on, it's possible it could have been him, we just wouldn't have known, and Kyoko tried to hide it, but then he gets saved, and I have been convinced that, oh my god, they're being ballsy, they're killing the main character, we're going to play as Kyoko the rest of the game, because I also knew from you there were no free time left in the game at that point. So I thought, oh shit, that's why.
Right, because I let that slip. I was oops.
So I want your opinion on those two different events.
Between the Makoto Kyoko and the
Kaede Shuichi.
Okay. The bad end is so weird for that one, obviously. Because it's like it's such a loophole for it. It's kind of strange. Like, I think the bad end they did with Kibo, like awakening to it kind of thing. I like how they did that. I thought that was kind of creative, but like, it's a mess of a trial, and it's such of a mess of one. It doesn't make sense because Monokuma's cheating and everything, but it makes sense in the world because he doesn't want it to. He and Junko don't want it to make sense. I mean, it's interesting. It's so interesting. It's a wild one. Like, I think it happened as it needed to. It was just getting its footing. I don't think that would have been the time. Like, and I think that's the thing too, because I don't know if Kaede and Shuichi was the time either. Like, it should have been something, but like, it was a little strange. Like, I was full on intermission. I was full on like, it's gonna be Shuichi, and I think we had the discussion that both of us went through different people.
We had no idea who to pick.
Right. You took more chances to pick. I'm just gonna say that because it's me. No, because we had different ones too. Because I never thought Kaito or Tenko, and you were thinking how? Okay, they were in the basement. How did that happen? Maybe they did something. Yeah. And then I threw because when I was playing through it, I thought it was Ryoma at one point. It made sense because if he didn't have an alibi, and you don't have to enter the room, you can open the door but not trigger the camera. I'm like, this guy killed people with a metal ball. Like, this guy died from a metal ball.
Plus, he'd be able to hide himself better with his size.
Oh, absolutely. So it's kind of like, it's rough, and it kind of makes sense, and it sucks because it's Kaede. I would have loved something where it ended up being Shuichi somehow, or Shuichi as the ultimate detective does too well and gets killed off, kind of like what I mentioned, so we have to play as Kaede.
Right.
Like, I would have preferred Kaede. I really would have. I think that explains why it's higher up there and stuff, because it was a little harder to relate to Shuichi, kind of.
Yeah.
And like, it was a little harder to root for him at times too, it seemed. Like, Kaede, I could get behind. That's what it felt like. And you felt like just this protagonist is more character. And like, of the three protagonists, I'm not going to say actually, because then that'll make itself clear in the rankings where Shuichi and Hajime fall, because we already know where Makoto is. So
right.
So it's like,
So, for me, as I mentioned before, I think Kaede would have been a better protagonist than Shuichi, because Shuichi was just, he was okay, but he was also just kind of like, whatever. Kaede, I think, would have been better protagonist. And I also didn't like how they did the writing for that whole scenario. But then, by that same token, I've been very clear about how I think Chapter 5 of the first game was bullshit.
Right.
With the mastermind cheating and everything. That said, I actually think that twist of losing your main character and being forced to play as somebody else for the remainder of the game would have been a lot better executed if it was Makoto who died. And then you play as Kyoko for the rest of the game. And like, I like Makoto. And it also would have been like, oh man, Luck Boy has ran out. But I think that would have been a really strong transition point. Because Kyoko would have still been like, nah, that's some fucking bullshit. We're gonna do this again, and you're not gonna cheat this time around. And I think that just would have been like a little bit more interesting, because I was also like, when it was happening, I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. What? But then when it was happening with Kei, I was just like, seriously? So I think it's better for your protagonist not to be a killer, but to be framed and to have the mastermind screw you over.
Right.
I think that works better in this kind of story for me.
Like, it's definitely wild like that, because it's insane for him. And then there's the heartstrings of realizing that she didn't do it, but she still tried. It was like, I don't know how to feel about this anymore.
Yeah. The one thing I'll say about Kaede is that she wasn't truly like a murderer like so many others. She was trying to get the mastermind.
She was trying to save people. And I think that's a big thing from it. It was another big heart thing, which I think is why I have her high. In the same way Sonya and Hina are high for me. I think there was a lot of heart and passion to her and what she was trying to do, and I think I was very drawn to that. Yeah. So that's why it was devastating. The game was not the same.
It's fair.
Like, there were 2 deaths in V3 that like messed with me the rest of the game for it, and it's like, I hate this.
Who was the other one, or have they not died yet?
They have not died just yet.
All right, we'll save
Kaede's one. We'll get to the other.
And then let's continue. So we're at day 6 now. Nekomaru has injured himself. Shuichi is going exploring. Yasuhiro's getting some fruit. And Taro picks flowers.
For his 12 sisters.
Yes. Kazuichi's practicing his archery. Okay.
Like Sonia was.
He probably made a crossbow out of scrap, I'm gonna guess.
That's actually kind of cool.
Hifumi goes hunting. Mukuro is pricked by thorns. Hajime gets pricked by thorns. Akane, Leon, Kyoko, and Samuki go on the hunt. Tinko begs Toko to kill her, but Toko only kills cute boys. So Tinko will not die.
Right.
Sayaka, Fuyuhiko, and the Imposter go hunting. Sakura stabs Himiko while her back is turned.
Wow.
There is no honor in this dojo. Mikan constructs a shack.
Ah, it's a
What?
spy shack.
What the fuck?
She
Alright.
does?
Yeah, like of all people? What?
Right.
Mahiru goes looking for firewood. Hey, there's a shack that just got built. You can go there.
Mm-hmm.
Mondo overhears Junko and Taka talking in the distance. Oh, bro is gonna be corrupted.
Mm-hmm.
Terror chases Ryoma.
Two short people running
the
around.
right height. Oh boy. 2 cannon shots here, so let's get to them.
Gonta and Himiko.
Starting off with Gonta. V3 is taking a couple hits. Where do you think I have Gonta?
I think you have him as a C.
Gonta is the very last beat here.
Oof, okay.
Yep. Just like Gonto is okay. Like I don't. He's kind of like a Taka in a way, except whereas Taka was just very loud and annoying, Gonto just talked about bugs all the time and being a gentleman. It's like, dude, can you please talk about something else? I don't care about Gonto. Unfortunately, this time around, your favorite did not gel for me.
So number-wise and tier-wise, where do you think I have Gonta?
I really hope he's not your number one. Like I know neither of our number ones have been revealed yet. I really hope he's not your number one.
He is not my number one. Don't worry.
Okay. I am gonna guess he's probably an A tier for you.
He is an A tier. He is low A tier for me.
Okay.
He is number 17.
Ooh, wow. Okay, so that's where I have Pekka.
Yeah. So the thing is, I still gravitate to Gonta. Probably another little bias thing that I kind of considered. I have a thing for himbos. That's kind of a thing. Yeah. So that's kind of funny. But he, once again, another character that gravitates to that it seems he's going with his heart more than anything, which is unique because all the other ones seem to be more girls because that's a little more stereotypical. So having a guy that was that, I really appreciated that. Because it's like very well meaning, and it sucks because I get it because he's like a little like dumb from that sense, and that's why it sucks. It's kind of like, as much as I would have loved for him to survive, he would not have gotten to, like, he would have messed with that final trial. Imagine all the kind of stupid questions he asked in the trial 4 just because he didn't understand the virtual world.
He didn't remember the virtual world, in fairness.
Also true, yeah. I wonder how much...
It's like a Kane in the second game. It would have been the same thing again.
That's true. Which sucks because it's not so much lack of intelligence, it's just almost like a barrier, like translation barrier, whatever, just because like he's still getting used to things.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how Sonia comes off stupid because like she's Japanese isn't her first language, that kind of thing. That's why she misspeaks things and like
she is on the Hunger Games.
Exactly. So that's the thing, and that's there's like Gonta's waned a little bit for me. So he's still A tier, and I still appreciate him a lot, but like there's more that like they've stuck around for me, considering ones like Sonia and Hina still stuck around. Gonta was my second death that messed with me because I hated how he went down, and it makes so much sense, but like I hated it, and it messed with me to the point that I couldn't go to bed. Like that night, it messed with me enough. I'm like, I need to know why this had to happen, and I played through the rest of the game in one sitting. So I was up for. So I think I went to bed at like 3 a.m. that night because I played through the rest of the game and I needed to know how everything ended.
Gotcha.
Because I was like, that sucks, and like Kokichi laughing at him dying was just wild to me. I'm like, I hate every part of this. This is like I thought he was done dirty. That one messed with me. It really messed with me.
Fair enough. For me, like, I personally found that case, that trial, interesting because it was pretty different. That said, Virtual World and Funhouse, those two little arcs, didn't care for either of those arcs.
Okay.
Next up, Himiko. Where do I have Himiko?
I think she's a B for you.
You think she's a B? Okay, well,
She's a C.
she's a C. She's not just a C, but she rounds out the bottom 10. Himiko's just so boring. Oh my god. Like, cool, a magician, that's really cool. You can do some cool stuff with that. But instead, we're going boring. It's like, cool, thanks. Like, I get the whole, magician never reveals their secrets. I get it, but she leaned into the whole magician thing a little too fucking hard. Never grew out of it. And as I mentioned before, she had a tiny bit of growth after Angie and Tenko both did it, but it wasn't a lot. It wasn't like how Fuyuhiko or Maki grew as characters. She took a step up and then she flatlined. Like, cool. Not an interesting character.
Yeah, it's very strange for that one. I actually have her. She is smack dab in the middle for me. Not only is she B, she's actually like tied for middle of the chart for me.
Oh, okay.
Like, I wasn't
That's
quite
fair.
as bugged by her. And I think it was confusing because, like, with her free time, some of the free times with her being a pain would be done after she's supposed to be good.
Yeah.
So she definitely got very hung up on her stuff. I think what tips the scale on me for her is that her presence in the final trial really helps with it. Because, like, the true distress and despair of the whole situation, more than anything, reflects through Himiko. Like, it's more so things of shock from, like, Maki and
So it's
Shuichi.
like Tenko and Angie died for nothing kind of thing?
Yeah, and, like, that's the kind of thing, like, because that's the thing, like, oh my god, it's a whole reality TV show, this is weird and stuff. I think of the ones that made it to the end, Himiko displayed just how much of the despair that it was in her freaking out at everything. And I think that it makes so much sense why she needed to be at the end. Yeah, the arc could have been improved on, and I think that's why I definitely don't have her anywhere higher than B. But it's kind of like, it makes sense, and it's kind of like, I hope she grows out of more of it. I think they could have handled it better. I didn't think she should be C, but she was one of the more middle of the road where it's kind of like some things were well, some things were not well. But like I said, like her in the very final, that was despair. I think of all the people in the very end of a trial, like hers was the most despair. Maybe Hajime is the next one when you see him like fully break down, realizing he's gonna disappear, kind of thing.
Right.
And I don't know. I think that was really good, and I think her voice actress, the Chiaki one, like did really well with expressing that in the end. Obviously, all the stuff in the beginning, there could have been more potential, but I think they could have done her a lot worse too.
All right.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one.
Okay then, let's push on forward. We got night 6 to deal with here. Toko and Hajime are sleeping in shifts. Junko and Hiro decide the truce for the night. Mikan sees a fire and hides. Then we have Akane, Kyoko, Shuichi, and Leon sleeping in shifts. Mondo attempts to climb a tree, but falls to his
Oh my
death.
god!
I was wondering when we'd get one of these.
Oh,
There's
Mondo.
another one where somebody falls out of a tree on top of somebody else and they both die.
Really?
So, yeah.
Oh, god.
Yeah, it's a thing. Tenko, Ryoma, and Nekomaru discuss the games, what might happen in the morning. Taka and Sayaka make a truce for the night. The imposter starts a fire. I guess it's the one that Mikan saw. Ifumi thinks about winning.
Yeah, good luck.
Teruteru and Mahiru sleep in shifts.
Yikes.
Oh no. Oh no.
no. Oh, no,
Fuyuhiko
no.
falls into a frozen lake and drowns.
Really? Wow.
Yep, it's right there. It says it.
Yeah, you're right. Holy crap.
Mukuro thinks about winning. Alright, well, you have a better shot than Hifumi. Kazuichi receives medical supplies. Sakura screams for help. She probably
Yikes.
saw, like, one of the people that fall to the death.
Mm-hmm.
Probably what happened there. Brantsteele questions his sanity.
Appropriate.
Samiki cries herself to sleep, and that's the end of another night. Which means question time.
It is a question time. Okay. So one thing that was added to this game that was super cool, like, well, it depends on your opinion, and that's what I'm going to ask for it. It was an interesting twist on it. The whole point of the development plan and the dungeon, making this whole kind of thing where using all the developments and traits of these guys to do the dungeon. Like, how did you feel going through that?
So I played a little bit more of it since the episode where we did it with the dungeon, and honestly, I feel kind of mixed. Like, I really want to I'm a JRPG kind of guy, but also my JRPGs have story, and this is just taken through the board game, which is very repetitive. It's cool to see some of the interactions, and then you also take them to the dungeon where it feels like the game is weighted against you. Like, it's very hard to actually make real growth because it's very much random nonsense that happens, and sometimes you get this, sometimes you get that. It's honestly,
and like how long it takes you to get an S card to actually make some progress,
and how long it takes to play a board game. It feels like it takes fucking forever. Like, I want to like it, but honestly, right now I feel negative towards it, and I don't know if I want to finish it. Which is, and you know me, I'm the 100% guy.
Yeah.
I wanted to do all the achievements like I did for the first 2 games, and man, I don't know. I do have a lot more S cards now. I don't have any U's yet. I can't get any U's yet. But like all but 2 of my S cards, and like I think I have like 8 of them. So like 6 of my S cards are all blue, and the other 2 are both red. It's like, dear God, it's hard to rock. It's hard to work with that.
Right.
So far, I've only made it through. I did beat the second boss finally on the 20th floor. But it's just, it feels like it takes so goddamn long, and people die so easily.
They really do.
It's like, I don't know.
And then also considering the new game that's coming out for Decadence is supposed to be an expanded one that has more people, but it's still going to be kind of that concept.
Yeah, like I'm still gonna kind of like follow the news for that. See, maybe if they like make improvements to the system and fix some of my complaints with it. Like, let me level up, or take me through the board game multiple times and save the stats, please.
Right, because I think if you try to do
it overwrites
like, a card, it overwrites it.
Yeah.
So Himiko needs to be overwritten, that kind of thing.
Oh, I won't even bother with that. I've got 8 S cards now. I don't need it in my ends anymore.
Good point.
Except for maybe like a green or 2.
True. Yeah. Oh boy.
What about you?
Well, it didn't pull at me because like I liked the character moments a bit, but like yeah, the board game was repetitive, and I'm like, well, this is so much board game. Let me just get into the dungeon, and I get into the dungeon, and it's just like,
slog.
Yeah, it doesn't have a story to it. It just feels like this is just a bonus game, just do the game, and it's like I'm not a fan.
It's an interesting concept, but I think it could have been much better executed.
I agree.
All right, well, let's move on then to day 7. Toko goes exploring. Sayaka strangles Leon after engaging in a fist fight.
Okay, that's kind of serendipitous.
This tracks.
This really tracks. Dang, Sayaka.
Nice.
Sayaka's a killer.
She is.
Like, very much so.
I mean,
like,
we knew.
We've been new. She killed Nagito earlier, too, for sure.
Oh, yeah. The imposter steals from Hifumi while he isn't looking. It's trying to steal his outfit so he can portray him, I guess.
Yeah.
Ryoma travels to higher ground. He wants to be tall for once. Reintaro shoots an arrow into Tenko's head.
Whoa!
You degenerate male.
Holy crap.
Kazuichi finds a river. He names it Soda River.
No, he names it Sonia.
He names it Miss Sonia River.
Sonia Rivermind.
Oh my god, get out.
No!
Sakura, Samugi, and Akane go hunting for other tributes. Teru travels the higher ground right behind fucking Ryoma. Jesus. Kyoko picks flowers. Hey, Makoto and her can make flower crowns in one of their dates, so...
What?
Yeah!
I didn't
if you
remember
take them to if you do the date in the garden, you can make a flower crown with Kyoko.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Shuichi gets pricked by thorns. Taka gets a hatchet. Nekomaru sees smoke in the distance and says, fuck that shit.
Bullshit.
Mikan, Yasuhiro, and Hajime go hunting for the tributes. Mukuro overhears Junko and Mahiru talking. Junko's been talking to a lot of people.
Incredibly.
I feel like we should be concerned. So, it's Cannonball time. We've had 4 shots. Let's get back to that tier list. Starting things off with Mondo Owada. Where do you think I have Mondo?
I think Mondo's a B for you.
Okay. Well, truth of the matter, this is a high B.
He's a high B. Okay.
High B. Honestly, Mondo is one that I softened on over time. Because at first I was just like, man, I don't really care about Mondo. He's kind of a dick. But really, the thing that's like really been hammered in me on him is like, yes, in a moment of weakness, he killed Chihiro, but it's his actions immediately afterward that make me like Mondo. About how he still tries to protect Chihiro's secret and hides Chihiro in the girls' room. Like, that's huge.
Absolutely,
I respect the hell out of that. Although I'm kind of wondering, how did he get in there?
Into where?
How did Mondo? Oh, that's right. He took one of the
either Junko or Sayaka's handbooks from the lower lobby.
I forgot about that. I forgot that those were there. The negative thing with Mondo is like, okay, he's very abrasive, he's loud, and I didn't like the whole bro Taka thing. It's like it's more of a sin against Taka. But that part was weak. But I really like what he did with Chihiro, and I think Mondo could have had a bigger character if he was allowed to last further. I've also read fan fictions, and one of them had him survive, so I got to see more Mondo.
Yeah, I was convinced that Mondo was going to survive after the first trial because everyone had their intros. Like, when Makoto was doing his research, 4 people had their own CGs. Like, it shows Sayaka singing, it shows Leon hitting a ball, it shows Junko in her magazines, and it shows Mondo at the biker gang. And watching all the other 3 get killed from that, and Mondo being the only one left, I'm like, well, God, Mondo's got to be important then. He's got to be a part of this. Wow. But then he dies. I'm like, well, fuck!
One of them was important!
Yeah, it was. It was Junko. But at the time, I'm like, well, crap.
Yeah.
So I also have Mondo as a B. He's smack dab in the middle of the Bs. Like, exactly in the middle of my Bs, actually.
So that would be where I think Chihiro is for me, roughly.
What number do you have Chihiro as?
27.
Mondo's my 27. And Chihiro's 28 for me.
Well, shit.
Damn.
There it is.
That's funny.
Who's next? Next up is Fuyuhiko.
Fuyuhiko.
Where is he?
You have him as an A.
You're an idiot.
Oh wow! Never mind. You love the bullshit guy.
He's my number 3.
He's
my number 3. I love Fuyuhiko. He's so good. I know you do. Oh my god, he has such a good arc. Oh my god, I love him.
It's so good. Like, and it's that kind of thing where with his, like, it felt so much more genuine because, like, that whole like bad guy turning a new leaf and coming nicer, like, it can feel so like overdone.
Plus, he was never even that bad guy. He didn't want to. He even gets called up for, like, he's soft compared to his family. Right. Like, he doesn't want to kill people.
Absolutely. I appreciate Fuyuhiko a lot. I have him as an A tier. Like, higher A for me. Because I still, like, bugged me in the beginning and stuff. It's like the hard exterior kind of thing. But, like, he definitely turned a little bit. But, like, because he's definitely awesome. And I think he needed to survive to the end. He was awesome. I hate the alternate reality where originally he was supposed to be the second death instead of Hiyoko.
I hate that so much.
I'm glad we didn't get that. He needed to get to the end. I think so many different things. His relationship with Peko, him actually wanting to contribute, being an intelligent guy still, but still a softie, like having a heart, and making it to the end and seeing his complex thoughts on the whole thing, still wanting to see Peko again. Like, they did so much right with him.
Yeah.
I just think that everyone I have above him are people that I want above him in the list, and that's just the only thing for me.
That's fair. Next up, Leon Kuwata.
C. I think C for him.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, he is. Leon is just a shit character. Like, he's not Angie. He's not Hiyoko. But I have nothing really positive to say about him, other than he kind of got fucked. But at the same time, he didn't have to kill Sayake either.
Agreed.
But like, the thing I don't like about him is like his whole thing is like, oh yeah, I'm a baseball guy. By the way, I hate baseball. You know what I do like though? Girls. You know what girls like? Musicians. And then at the end of his free time, he's like, you know what? I miss baseball. It's like, what? What is this?
Yeah, I fully agree with you.
Useless. He's the most useless character. I'm gonna use the word character. He's the most useless character in the first game. You know why I'm making that distinction.
I know exactly why you're making that distinction.
Get there.
We'll fucking get there. So, he's in C for you. What number is C, if you don't mind me asking?
41.
He is 42 for me.
Haha. Nice.
Dang. It's funny how some of these were on, but some of them were completely different, too.
Yeah, like, God,
Kaede.
who was it? Kaede, that's...
Kaede was a
Kaede was a big one. There was somebody else where we had like a 20 point
Kibo.
difference. Kibo, that's what it was.
Yeah, because you had Kibo at 20 and I have him at 40.
Yeah.
He was C for me.
Drop.
Yeah. It's a wild one.
Did you have anything else to say about Leon?
Nope.
Okay.
Like what?
I don't know, man.
Exactly.
Tenko. Let's get the Tenko. Where do I have Tenko?
Oh god, this is a tough one for me. Because I'm like, is she D for you? I'm debating, is Tenko D? I think she's C. She had a couple redeeming moments. I think that might have made her not D for you. Nope, I was wrong.
She's in D.
I was
Now,
very
you
wrong.
might be wondering, like, now, part of me is wondering, just like in this moment, like, should she be above Leon? Yeah, maybe there's some argument there that I could swap that around, but I think the reason why I have her below Leon is that, like, Leon, again, is gone very early. He's almost immediately gone. So I don't have as much time to come to hate him, but Tenko, oh my fucking god, Tenko, like, there's a degree that I think she is, I don't know if I would say that she's completely abused by her Aikido master, but I don't think things were normal there, is how I'm going to word this.
Okay.
I definitely think she got fucked up somehow by someone and then messing with her mental state.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't tend to, like, you're not going to have such an intense dislike for such a huge amount of people without something happening to you.
Right.
Or somebody saying something. But her whole thing of, the whole degenerate male thing, all the goddamn time. And then the whole, Himiko, is like, girl. To Himiko, you're the degenerate. Shit. You are the Teru stalker. You are the Kazuichi stalker. You're the Toko stalker. You're the stalker character of V3. And oh my fucking god, I also hate your bandana.
Right, you hated
I
that
hate
bandana.
it. So?
Oh, I have Tenko as an S.
Your real ranking?
No, I'm joking. Of course not.
That's what I thought.
No, I do have her as a C.
Okay.
I think she had a couple redeeming moments, and in some cases her heart was in the right place. She definitely graded on me a good amount too, though. But a lot of me considers that in the sense where it's like, as a guy, of course it would grade on me a little more. So
That's
I kind
fair.
of wonder on that. Because when I've seen girls play it, they're much more sympathetic towards Tenko. And that makes a lot of sense.
No, yeah, I understand that.
So it's kind of like, that ended up weighing on my opinion a little bit. So it's kind of like, okay, I think that she's still not in the right place, because you can always go too much in the other direction, of course, and it's definitely something she does.
Yeah.
And I think she finally realized to be a little better to Himiko. It didn't take until she got yelled at or something by her, but
Yeah, I mean,
it was just,
like
it
I
was
said
still
earlier, it's like,
draining.
when we talk about like swapping fates, I said I would rather swap her and Himiko because I think she could have a better growth arc.
I think so too.
Which
It's something
granted,
we never
low
really
bar,
got. Also true, yes.
but- Okay.
Okay.
Well, let's get back to the Hunger Games.
Hunger
We gotta
Games.
see Night 7 now.
Mhm.
Nekomaru and Junko tell each other stories about themselves. Hifumi treats his own infection. Hiro loses sight of where he is. Kyoko sings herself to sleep. Oh, sweet. Mukuro and Teru talk about the tribute still alive. I know what Teru would be saying.
Oh god.
Sonya gets some medical supplies, and Mahiru gets fresh
Sayaka
food.
is getting a lot, yeah.
She does. Tsumugi thinks about home and her favorite TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
Rantaro destroys the ultimate imposter supplies while he is asleep. That's probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Hajime, Ryoma, Mikan, Taka, and Toko sleep in shifts. Kazuichi gets an explosive. That's dangerous.
Oh, God.
Sakura gets medical supplies. Sakane cries herself to sleep. Shuichi gets medical supplies. No deaths there. So, question time.
It is question time. Let me pull it up. So, we're definitely talking about, like, how the arcs could have been different and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like what could have been done better kind of thing. So that kind of leads into, overall, with the series, like, were there things that you think that could have been done better? Any kind of constructive criticism situations?
A criticism of the whole series, rather.
Mm-hmm.
So, something that I think the game does a bad... Well, I don't want to say two things. There's two things I think the game does a bad job with. Is that some of their twists, they hide pretty damn well. They do a really good job of revealing them. I think Junko reveal was great. I think the Ultimate Despair reveal was great. And by that, I mean the second game, the Remnants of Despair, rather.
Right.
And I think the TV reveal in V3 was great. However, I caught on to the whole virtual world thing in the second game immediately. So well, that was fairly subtle, I think, and I'm me, so I caught on to it.
Mm-hmm.
The third game, with None of Us Are Ultimates twist, was terribly executed. They should not have given us that prologue. God fucking damn it. That ruined the whole twist for me. It really did. The only saving grace came at the end when Tsumugi's just like, oh yeah, this is TV. You're all fucking fake. It's like, oh, okay. I still think the fake ultimate thing was terribly done. My other criticism is really a lot of times in the game, with rare exception, the main character does everything. We don't necessarily find most of all the clues, but we put it all together. Like we have there are some people like Kyoko, Byakuya, Kokichi, Nagito, Chiaki. They help Maki. They help us piece things together. But the vast majority of everybody else, generally speaking, their use in the trials is either putting out a stupid thing that we already know is false, so we have to come up with the argument against that when we already know that's not the case, or they say something random, like Akane will just be like, oh, well, maybe this happened. We're just like, yeah, that's right. We're like, what? What do you mean I'm right?
I think one thing that reminded me of that for sure was in the first trial, because she's the one that you agree with about with the killer Teruteru, them using some sort of light to get through the hallway.
Yeah.
And it's like, it was all pitch black, so that does sound something strange, but it's like, okay.
Hey, they had a light. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's something I like about one of the fanfiction story I'm reading right now. It combines the cast for all three games together into Hope's Peak. And when I'm reading through the trials, like, they have multiple different characters all presenting truth bullets, all working together. It's like, that's well done. I like the way that they're doing that.
I think it's super cool, and I think it's great in a story perspective like that.
Yeah.
My question is, how is that done?
I just don't have people be fucking stupid.
Okay.
Like, sure, not everybody should be intelligent. Like, you can still have your Akanes and your heroes, but you don't need everybody else being dumb as bricks.
Right.
Alright. What do you think about criticisms?
So, first off, I want to bring up one thing, because, like, in terms of twists and stuff, one thing that you forgot, but is something that another called from right away situation.
Okay.
The flashback lights.
That's right. Yeah, I was suspicious.
You hated it from the beginning. I didn't buy into it. So when you did, I'm like, how the fuck did I miss it? My first go that he's getting it. Why didn't I?
Because I'm fucking intelligent.
Like, be nice to the potatoes. Shut up.
Are you calling yourself a potato?
I'm a Hufflepuff. I know the combinations. Okay. I'm a good potato. But I think it's just because I was fully immersed. Like, okay, this is what it says in the world. I should believe it. And then Tsumugi is like, oh, don't believe the world. I'm like, shit.
That kind of reminds me there. You were just like, why is he catching on to this? In the past, I try to avoid saying this now because I realize that it's kind of an asshole thing to say. Mm-hmm. But like people, like I would be asked on something. It's like, well, wait, how did you figure this out? I'm just like, seriously? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. It's not that goddamn hard.
Right. I mean, that's I mean, like, because the virtual world very easily gives it away. It's got the weird door and the video game.
And if you think about it, a lot of things in Goodbye Despair just don't make sense in a real world setting.
Absolutely, that makes sense.
Terra's execution makes goddamn zero sense in a real world setting. Mekons, Gundams,
Pekos too.
Pekos, well, yeah, Pekos. The whole Funhouse. I mean, you could make the Funhouse like, Nekomaru being a fucking robot.
Exactly.
Like, all of those are hints that this can't be the real world.
Yeah, so I think a lot of that does make a lot of sense for it. So, like, those ones wasn't too bad. I think the flashback light was the one where it's like, excuse me, shoot. I didn't, because, like, I was hook, line, and sinker. I was like, these are the rules of the world and I'm believing it. But you didn't fall for that for either the prologue or the flashback lights. Because, yeah, I do wish that there was some way that it could be more people, but I get from a player perspective it has to be one person. We're going to get into this, because there's another question coming up. But there's something in a fan game that I liked what they did that kind of helped contribute to that a little bit.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and proceed.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at day 8 at this point. Kazuichi's now the next one to question his sanity. The imposter tries to disguise himself as Nekomaru and attack Akane, but she gets away. Ryoma overpowers Sakura, killing her.
That is unlikely.
Tennis ball. Explosive. He takes an explosive and just, like, tennis hits it at her.
Oh my gosh.
That's how I choose to interpret this.
Hifumi outlives Sakura.
Hifumi receives an explosive.
He's gonna blow himself up.
Rintaro sprains his ankle while running from Yasuhiro.
Didn't you sprain an ankle already? Is it the same one or another one?
I don't remember. Junko gets some fresh food. She's still popular.
Nums.
Tsumugi accidentally steps on a landmine. She's gone.
Oof.
They're both your mastermind.
Oof.
You voice both masterminds.
Yeah, it just kind of happened, though.
Yeah.
I didn't actually... Like, I don't remember how many I've actually fought for to voice. Do you recall?
I don't think you fought for Tsumugi. Junko, we just kind of let you have.
Right. Like, it just happened. Like, a lot of the crazy ones, or the ones that could have wild things, I got. I got Toko.
I mean,
got
you did fight for Gundam. Like, I wanted Gundam. You were just like, I'm going to do Gundam. It's like...
You're right. I fought for Gundam. I wanted Gundam real bad.
I wanted him. I wanted it.
I'm sorry.
I would have done something fairly similar. Like, you look at his design and you're just like, you are a big, bombastic character.
Yes. So we lost Sakura and Tsumugi.
Yeah. Toko, Hajime, Mikan, Mukuro, and Shuichi are going on a hunt. Nekomaru stalks Teru. Okay. Taka sees smoke and says no.
Says no.
Bahiru gets water. Sayaka and Kyoko hunt for the trees. I always get nervous when I'm just like, oh no, don't kill her. It's like, okay. We're good.
Right.
We're good.
Every time we see the groups.
Yeah. Cannonball time, 2 shots. It's going to be Sakura and Tsumugi next.
Oh boy.
So, where do you think I have Sakura?
I think you have Sakura as a B. I'm guessing B.
Alright, well, the truth of the matter is...
She's an A. Okay.
She's an A.
I see the argument for it, though.
Sakura is a pretty good character. I do think she could have been handled a little bit better because she wasn't as in the action for a lot of things until her chapter, admittedly. But what we did see of her was pretty solid, and I loved how it ended with her. Like, she wasn't going to actually fall into... She wasn't going to let Junko coerce her into murder. She wasn't going to let somebody else take her out. She was like, I'm going to die. It's going to happen. Somebody's going to kill me, and I'm going to make it be me. I'm not going to let anybody else darken their heart, stain their hands with blood over me. And I respect the hell out of that.
I'm going to keep my word to protect my dojo, too. So this is the best for everyone. I'm doing the noble thing. Like,
you can... Your opinions on suicide notwithstanding, I respect the hell out of what Sakura did.
Right. I have her as my highest B, actually. Because in some cases, until her chapter, I feel like she wasn't doing as much. But she was still solid, but it's kind of like you're kind of not as there, it seems, sometimes.
Fair.
but like certain things really were great about, because there was something you mentioned about how certain motives will appeal better to other people and not to others. And if you remember, because like
Sakura was supposed to be the first killer.
Sakura was supposed to be the first killer, but also regarding the motive videos in the very beginning, because we saw our own and we saw Sayaka's. No one else really revealed any. We don't really know much, but we do know what one person's had in them for sure. Sakura was the only person who was confident in saying, and she actually told us that this is what I saw my family, but it's like they knew. It was very much like, I don't doubt it. We know that this kind of thing could happen to us as fighters, and it was that kind of thing. Like that motive was not going to apply to Sakura, kind of thing.
No.
But like it showed a different side of her character, where it's kind of like, that makes so much sense. That's how Sakura should have responded to it. Yes.
Also, I'm pretty sure everybody's motive videos, or the character who was kidnapped for them in the Ultra Despair Girls was in their video. I feel fairly sure about that.
Oh, absolutely.
Because we know Kamaru, and we know Sayaka's idol group, and one of the members of her idol group were one of the people in that game. I think it's safe to assume that it was the same thing for all of them, which means Toko's video was just a stink bug.
I know.
Toko's kidnapped person was her pet stink bug. It's like, oh my god, Toko, I feel so bad for you.
It's wild and ridiculous.
Byakuya was his butler. See, a few of you know, normally Chihiro's is his dad. Hifumi's is his, I think, his younger cousin.
Your sister or something like that, yeah.
It's a boy, I think. Kyoko's is her grandfather. Leon's is his cousin who is in love with him.
Right. Oh my god.
And the manager of his baseball team. Celeste is her pet cat.
Yes.
Which is fitting.
It really is.
Also, is Sakura... Actually, no. Hold on. Tsumugi is next. I forgot we had one more person to talk about.
See, here, Tsumugi's gonna be the fun one, because I feel like so much of Tsumugi for us is what we made her too. So it's like, well, shoot, how are we gonna actually do this?
That's fair.
So
That's fair.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say you have her as A.
The highest A, actually, so she's number 11. Tsumugi, I understand why people don't like Tsumugi. I get it, I do. Part of it with her is, like, again, what we turned her into. But also, like, I prefer in, like, these kind of scenarios, the mastermind being a member of the group. Relatively, like, generally speaking. Because Junko, sure, the reveal was great, but there's also very little attachment there. But with Tsumugi, it's like, we've been with her in this whole game. Yeah, she was a very passive player, but we still interacted with her. We got to know her, and then we got to see her turn. I thought that was interesting. I thought she was a fun character.
Right. What I also appreciate is that, in a weird way, her motive is more grounded. Like, it's kind of like, Junko's like, I had despair from the day I was born. And
Junko is very much just like I'm a super villain.
It really is. And Tenko's like, I felt her motive. Not Tenko, wow. Tsumugi, I felt her motive. I felt her drive. I felt how, in a way, it had also corrupted her, but it was still passion. How in her head, it's like, this is what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh my god. Like, looking back on it, it's like, I should have seen this coming. It makes a lot of sense.
I did.
It's exactly why you thought Hiro was the mastermind in the first game. It applies to Tsumugi in the third.
Yep.
But I love Tsumugi to death. I think she's awesome. And it's wild because I know why people don't like her. And I think this just, it gives a lot more of the character to her, because even in the beginning, yeah, she wasn't as much there, but I love it. Like, the whole plane thing is very much like, if you dropped a normal person in there, even more so than Makoto, because he's like so normal, it's abnormal.
Hajime.
And Hajime too. But I actually have Tsumugi leading my A's as well.
Oh, okay.
But while you have her at 10,
11.
I have her 8. You have her at 11. I have her at 8.
All right. Also, fun thing I'm going to point out here to show just how screwed I'm getting. So, here's a person.
I know who that is.
Here's a person.
I don't know
Here's
that
a
one.
person.
Right.
Everything else is B or below.
So, yeah. I have, give me a second. I have 2 S's left. In terms of A's, I have, this one's going to be a bit, give me a second. I have 3 A's left, I think.
So you got a lot more left in your top area than I do.
Right. Well, because that's the thing, though. You have the most B's, it looks like.
Well, yeah, because that's my neutral category.
Right. I have the most A's.
Interesting.
Because, like, oh, yeah, because that it's a wild one for sure, but I'm just double checking my list, because I definitely have 2 S's left. In terms of A's, you're still alive. You're still alive.
You're still alive.
Still alive. Yeah, I have 3 A's and 2 S's left.
Alright, well, let's see who dies next.
Mm-hmm.
So, here we go. Night 8. Kyoko is quietly humming to herself. Junko and Rentaro are talking about the tribute she left. Junko just all talk this game, which is fair.
It's interesting.
What?
So here's the deal, and this is kind of an interesting one, because I hated what they did with Junko. I hated what they did with the Ultimate Despair in the anime. Like, it just brainwashed them all. What Junko's doing here is what I envisioned. I'm like, okay.
Quietly going to each person, just like whispering into their ear, slowly corrupting them bit by bit.
Yeah. How did Junko use team management stuff against Nekomaru to drag him to despair? How did...
Yeah, that's pretty much how I thought it would work, too.
Right? And especially for some of them, like, some of the ones, like, I wouldn't have expected to turn to despair. Like, I'm trying to think of a really good one. Like, Ibuki would be hard. Ibuki would be a tough one to turn. And so it's like, I would have been curious to see that one. A lot of the other ones make so much sense. Imposter, no one really knows you. And I know it's
Sonya
not, but...
just ruined her country.
Exactly. Fuyuhiko, like...
His family. No, not Sumi. Wait.
Exactly.
I remember her name?
Yeah, Natsumi. It should be Natsumi, yeah. Akane, her family. She's in a weird spot, something with her kids.
So many little siblings.
Right. Kazuichi could be scared to death easily. That's an easy one to turn. And what we saw happen with Mikan, I wanted to see with each of the others.
Yeah. Oh, well, Mikan was also forced to watch the prototype video.
That's very true, yes.
That said, she was also a very easy one to initially get in there. She was already mentally unstable.
Oh, so much.
Not to that degree, but she was... It's not... no, hold on. Let me go back. She's not mentally unstable. She was mentally vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Incredibly.
She just wanted... All Mikan ever wanted was somebody that would just love her.
Exactly.
And Junko took that and weaponized it.
I agree.
Okay. Continuing on here, Nekomaru begs her Sayaka to murder him, and she doesn't. Interesting, considering how much of a murderer she is.
There are
Ifumi
2 people...
starts a fire. What?
There are 2 people I'm still surprised are alive, but we'll go through this day. Ifumi's one of them.
Yeah, and Teru.
Well, look, 3. Okay, Teru 2.
Teru convinces Toka to snuggle with him.
What? No!
Ryoma sets up camp for the night. Kazuichi questions his sanity again.
Also accurate.
Mikan hums.
Mm-hmm.
Hajime looks at the night sky. Akane is awoken by nightmares. Mahiru tends to her wounds. Shuichi shoots an arrow into the ultimate imposter's head.
Damn, Shuichi.
He should not have tried to disguise himself as Kaede and freak Shuichi out. I'm just saying.
Kaede, you gained a lot of weight. What happened?
Hey, so did Byakuya. And Mitarai.
And, Munakata.
Yeah. Mukuro cries herself to sleep. Hiro's the other one, isn't he?
Actually, no. 4, I guess.
Well, he thinks about home. Well, that's all the ones. So who the hell are you surprised that is alive?
Mahiru.
Oh.
I don't know. Like, I know she's resourceful,
I mean, I feel like she would have decent survival skills.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
I don't know.
You gotta be out in nature for pictures. Right?
Well, actually, you're right. After her mom would go on war photography stuff, she was the one always having to take care of her dad. So that kind of makes more sense, actually.
Yeah.
I take it back for Mahiru.
All right. Well, we're at the end of another night, which means question time.
Okay, you're gonna have to help me with this one because there was a list you're kind of working through, and I don't know what this one means. So you're just gonna have to extrapolate a little bit on it.
Okay, I think I know what it is.
Butterfly effect?
Butterfly effect. So with this one, it's kind of an extension of being able to swap 2 character states. It's more of, if you could rearrange events of the game to play out in a different way, what would you rearrange and how would that change things? And I'm, again, going to look at V3 for this one. As far as I'm concerned with this one, Case 1 happens the same way it is.
Okay.
Unchanged. Case 2 changes. We still have the magic show. We still have Ryoma dying, but it's not... Name.
Not Kurumi?
It's not Kurumi that does it. Because let's be honest, her whole rope thing with the tire is No, that's a bit dumb. Instead, I'm subbing in Mew as the killer.
Ooh.
She would also have a powerful motive though, because we saw in chapter 4, she needs to get out to the world with her inventions. That's her whole motivation right there.
Mm-hmm.
So she kills Ryoma, still in the fish tank, but she does a little bit more of a believable transportation method. Like maybe they find parts of a broken drone in the pool house or something. And then we'd move on to chapter 3, where I'm making a change here as well. I'm having Angie be the killer this time, but she does like a whole ritualistic culty kill. She takes out Tinko and Himiko. Himiko, she's the very gullible one. She just falls into it. Tinko, it's from a perspective of like, I know you tried to sell, or you tried to try to get Shuichi and then stop me, and you betrayed us, but it's okay. You can be forgiven. You just need to do this. And Himiko doesn't know what's going on, but Angie will use Himiko to try and convince Tinko as well.
Okay.
That leaves chapter 4 to have a new plot.
Right,
because there's no virtual world.
And also, yeah, at this point too, Kurumi and Kyo are both still alive.
Mm-hmm. And Kyo has to pull some shit. It's either Kyo has to pull some shit or somebody has to kill Kyo. And I think it's more satisfying from what we saw with Kyo. I think it makes more sense for him to pull some shit. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you kind of kill his whole thing. And I have him killing Kurumi here, which I personally find very unfortunate. And then from there, chapter 5 still happens how it does. I'm kind of forgetting a character though, because there should be somebody... No, chapter 5 still happens how it happens. Oh shoot, that's right, Gonta. So that means I have Gonta as a survivor now instead of Himiko.
Interesting.
Which, yeah, you put it up before, like, how is he going to react to things? But I'm thinking more in the terms of make the middle of the story more satisfying. Because again, like we talked about this with Angie at the beginning, her not getting executed gave us no satisfying resolution to her character.
Right.
Whereas if we saw her pull off her ritualistic, cultic sacrifice, and we could see her executed, that would be catharsis.
It really would be. Because, see, I wasn't sure of it, so I don't really have to say anything quite built up. I think of the first game. I think how the first game happened is good.
Yeah.
I think it'd be real interesting if something happened in the sense, like how I said, if it was the Kyo rules and Celeste still lives, because technically Hifumi was the first killer because the first dead body was Taka.
Yeah.
Like, that would make sense. Of course, the whole scheme is under Celeste's thing, so it makes sense that it should have been her. But, I mean, I don't know. That one's not as much as, like, oh, Celeste
I'm
just
pretty
lives longer.
satisfied with the story of how the first one went. I feel like it... While there's some things, like, okay, you can nitpick, I think the first one was pretty solid. The second game, I only really take issue in Chapter 3. And then the third game, it's like the second trial, or the second case, rather, the third case, and the fourth case, all of them were problematic in different ways.
Right. So I have a wilder one for the V3 though, because we already talked about the ideas of like swapping out different people at trial 3, pretty much.
Yep.
Different things. So V3, here's one, and this is the reason that I thought Miu was the first killer, and not anyone else. Miu was the first person I picked. I can't remember. Who did you pick first? Did you pick Miu too?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Right. So I picked Miu first because I thought the whole reason that the CG of the drone was a thing was because the drone dropped the shot put ball when she was doing the floor plan or whatever. So that was my thing. Like, yeah, she was feeling something in the kitchen. The remote control controlling the drone that dropped the shot put. So I was thinking, okay, Rentaro still dies, but it's Miu that gets executed. This crazy machine kind of execution, that'd be wild. Here's what I'm thinking though. However it was done, it's not, we know it's not Kaede, and we can have some more variety to it. Here's what I'm thinking. We start the game as Shuichi. We have detective stuff, it makes sense, and we're kind of showing Kaede the ropes. And Shuichi solves it pretty well, because it's like a trial run or whatever. And so we lose Rentaro, and we lose Miu. So then I just imagine now, what I was talking about earlier, whoever it is, they become a target, and Shuichi dies. We still get the protagonist swap, but it makes sense that now Kaede more so is living on the legacy. Here's the thing I think that does play off of, from what I understand about the series, I've never played it, it plays off of Phoenix Wright a bit, because doesn't he like fill in the shoes after a woman that dies, kind of too?
No. In the first case of Phoenix Wright, he's still the lawyer, but Mia Fey is his boss, and she's there in the defense booth with him, kind of helping him out. He's also the tutorial case. After that, in between case 1, case 2, Mia is murdered. She's actually the victim for the second case.
Okay. So I'm kind of playing on that. Shuichi's the victim of the second case, and that plays into multiple different things. Shuichi had to be taken out because he was too much of a threat at the time. Now Kaede, not only are we playing as Kaede, but Kaede was the closest to him, so it makes sense that he could have been a thing. So now we have a completely different second trial. It removes the magic act. So I'm trying to think, okay,
the question is who would kill him?
That's what I'm trying to think over. It has to be someone that thinks that this person is too much of a threat.
Okay.
And right,
but he would not do it.
Right, a threat to them getting out. So I'm trying to think of it. Who is someone that would want to get out and like would see him as a threat and need to be taken out?
Angie?
Who?
Angie?
My top 2 are Angie and Tenko, actually.
Okay.
Like the possibility of Tenko being a killer, I think, is a little more alluring, and it gives the chance for Angie to still be a thing. Like, I don't know why I keep leaning towards Tenko for it. So that's a possibility, because it's like, I have to think it's someone that really wants to get out. It's not Ryoma, because Ryoma doesn't care as much. He knows going to prison. It's not Kurumi at this time. She'd be trying to save people. Angie is trying to get people to live in there, so I don't think it'd be Angie. Tenko kind of fits. Kyo doesn't really care as much. Miyu's gone, so it's not Miyu. It wouldn't be Kaede. I don't think Kaede would do that because we're going to be playing as her next.
Right.
Right. I mean, thinking of all the people that would have been left, like I don't think it'd be Himiko. Maki's a maybe, but Maki's not trying to let people know she
Maki
kills.
doesn't want to kill people anymore.
Right. I mean, she doesn't develop... Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, Tenko makes the most sense, but how is it Tenko? Like, that's what makes me wonder. So it's like, Tenko... Of all the people that are in there, like, not as many people want to, like, rage and get out as much. So it could be that. Or, imagine this is the one that Samugi pulls the fast one and someone else is it. Because Samugi would take out someone that would make this too easy of a game. That's a possibility, too.
Well, I don't think Samugi would, because remember, Samugi said that Shuichi was written to be the weakest detective yet in Danganronpa.
That's true.
I think the hardest thing that you would have with this plotline change is how do you convey to the players Shuichi, like the change of Shuichi. Like, you can't just wake up in the morning and suddenly be Kaede. You kind of have to do like a Makoto type thing where he's not feeling too good, so he starts wandering out in the middle of the school for whatever reason, and then somebody sneaks up on him and you just hear him drop.
It cuts to black, and then it goes right to the body discovery announcement with everyone around him, and then suddenly you find yourself in control of Kaede.
Right. I think that's a good way, because I was kind of thinking like, you just
so.
wake up in the morning and now you are Kaede after he drops, but I feel like that makes it too obvious. But if you open it to body discovery, then you could have it like, okay, am I the patsy or am I dead?
Right. So I'm thinking we're playing as Kaede. It somehow is still Tenko, because I could see Tenko freaking, or Tenko freaks out because it's a male in the middle of the night and it's almost accidental. I like that better. Never mind, I like that better. Because Shuichi would investigate and it would be a total accidental thing. That makes so much more sense with Tenko.
Like, he could hear something out in the hallways, goes towards it, and spooks Tenko.
Right. And then that's interesting, because then we don't have a motive at that point, and then it happens. So, technically, we could escape with a... Like, I think what would happen is that we would get rid of the Miyu motive. So, we don't have Miyu anymore. We don't have the virtual world, because Miyu's gone, and we don't get into it.
Fuck the virtual world.
That means the third round would be someone with the motive videos again. And that's such a crapshoot, because you don't know who's going to get the videos.
Like, the motive video could still be the motive for the second one. It's just nobody watched them. And Makoto was just like, oh...
And that's the thing.
This worked better last time.
I got it. Imagine this, that Kaede got Shuichi's video and everyone suspects her because, or vice versa. Shuichi has Kaede's, so people suspect Kaede because A, they're close, and B, he had her video.
Yeah, that works.
That's a good one. Okay. Third, I think that it should be, I think it is. I think the Necronomicon can still be a thing. People would want to bring back either Rentaro. Angie still has the same kind of thing. So not Miyu and not Tenko because they're killers. Not Shuichi because he broke the rule about walking around at night. So it'd still be Rentaro to try to be brought back. But I think that can still play out, except we have no Tenko. Himiko dies to the cage child. Either Himiko or no, Himiko still lives because as another act of selfless devotion, just because of how Kurumi is. Kurumi would.
I mean, that's what I have in my version, Korekio killing Kurumi as well. I don't know if it would be the same cage dog thing, but it makes sense that like she's not just the ultimate. You could also argue that she's like the ultimate volunteer.
That's so true. Like her selfless devotion becomes her downfall.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that more. Even though I kind of like Himiko should still die. Because then this is interesting. Because now we're going into the next one, and the ones we have now, we have Kaede and Ryoma. I think are the ones, because in place of Kaede, Miyu died, and in place of Ryoma, we had Shuichi and Tenko. I've lost track already.
That's easy to do.
Right. We still have Himiko.
Ryoma's surviving when he didn't want to would be a really interesting thing, I think. I like him as a survivor, actually, thinking about all this.
Yeah, I think that's a good one, Ryoma getting farther. I think, because now we don't have the virtual world, so something about getting out, trying to be a thing. I still think that Kokichi can deceive Gonta possibly like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or, ooh, dude, what if I get dark? Ooh. What if Kokichi... Hurry up, I'm sorry. Kokichi reveals the outside world, and it's so terrible. Someone could very well... I mean, Himiko almost tried to get herself killed before Maki had the saving flashback light. Imagine someone... Because Ryoma's used to not having any, so it wouldn't be Ryoma. God, what if Himiko commits suicide? What if she actually follows through with it because the world's crazy out there?
I mean, it could happen.
It really could. So, I've already lost track of everyone, though. So, I think we opened up a lot of wild doors.
I mean, also, if you have her commit suicide, that means you have an extra survivor.
Right.
Which is probably Kaito.
Okay, so I need to write this out. Rantaro, Miyu, I'm the worst. Shuichi and Tenko. And then we got Hio, Angie, and Kurumi. And then I don't know, I just think that Himiko has her front, and I think that could happen. That'd be dark, but it'd be wild. And Kokichi could still be the mastermind at that point, and like, I drove her to it. Fifth trial, I think it can still play out as it did with Kokichi and Kaito. Because as much as Gonta's still alive, that's a wild thing. So, and then that happens, our 6 survivors would be Gonta, Kaede, Maki, Samugi, Kibo, and Ryoma. I mean, who else would go? Because I think with Himiko doing it and driving her to despair, that's part of Kokichi's drive to be the mastermind, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
And so Kokichi still can't make it to the end because that messes with things for Samugi. But who else could Kokichi kill? It'd be like Gonta's still alive. Gonta's still a possibility.
The Kokichi Kaito chapter is pretty much perfect.
Right.
I think that's fine.
I think Gonta replacing Himiko has that despair factor in watching the whole world fall apart. Ryoma could be an interesting one at the very end.
I think Ryoma would volunteer to sacrifice himself before Maki has a chance.
I think so too. Well, we have an extra survivor, so Maki still does it.
Well, no, she doesn't have to, because Kibo does first.
No, we have an extra survivor. Only 2 live, so 3 have to sacrifice at that point because we have an extra survivor.
3 live.
No, 2 live. That's how the rules are.
I'm talking about how the game actually goes.
Well, how the game actually goes, we have
Maki, and Himiko all live.
Okay, so then at the end, it's 4 survivors then instead.
Yeah.
Gonta, Kaede, Maki, Ryoma.
Yes.
Okay. I kind of like this one.
It's not bad.
It's a wild one.
No, it's not my personal pick to live, but the way this is lined out, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, back to the Hunger Games.
Hi everyone, sorry about that.
Day 9.
Mm-hmm.
Taka constructs a shack. Mikan gets clean water. Toko steals from Junko when she isn't looking. Junko knew. We've been new. Akane goes fishing.
Fish.
Mahiru gets fruit. Hifumi, Kyoko, Kazuichi, Rentaro, and Saika go hunting together. Hiro looks for water. Hajime sprains his ankle while running from Nekamaru.
So many sprained ankles.
Ryoma gets an explosive.
And so many explosives.
Shuichi hurts himself.
Mm-hmm.
Teruteru gets fruit. Mukuro tries to sleep.
Do we only have one death? We did!
One. Ultimate imposter. So, where do you think he is on my list?
I think he's a C for you.
Ultimate imposter is a
B.
High B.
That's much higher than I thought.
It's the anime.
Oh,
So-
I
so
didn't factor the anime.
I absolutely was factoring the anime into this. For me, like, I made my initial list, and I was like, okay. Then I went back through it all again, person by person, and did a comparison of everything. And he rose up the ranks heavily when I was doing this, because I forgot to take the anime into account. And the anime does so much for him. Like, he dies so early in the second game, which, to be fair, he has to. But the anime does a really good job with his character and showing who he is, how he's able to imposter Byakuya and whoever else. He is still him beneath it, even if he doesn't realize it. They did a real good job with his character. One of the best things about the anime is what they do with him.
Yeah, I feel bad because I have him as a C. I have middle C for him, but I realized I didn't factor
C
the
is
anime
your
for
neutral,
him.
and it's 2, so that works.
That's true. He is kind of that, but I would have him higher because considering all those things, he's below Tenko for me, and that should not be the case. I know. So Taida needs to be a little lower for me. Angie needs to be a little lower. Imposter needs to be a little higher for me. Because, like, it's kind of like, I think it's like he has to die first and I don't get much time with him, and it's like it's a twist, but like you're right, because like certain characters I really factored in the anime. There's a couple that we haven't gotten to, but like factoring in the anime so much for them. But I didn't for him, and I should have. And that also considers there's another person I already know I should have factored more of the anime in, and I didn't. So it's like, well, shoot. So I have him C. I think I would bump him up to either highest C or in the Bs. But he is still very middle of the pack for me, and he's like less opinion on kind of thing, kind of neutral, yes. Because there's a lot of I think let's be real, of the two of us, you're a little more critical of things than me, so it kind of makes sense that all of my tiers would skew a little more towards the positive.
It's fair. It's fair.
Fair.
All right. Well, we need some more deaths.
We do need some more deaths.
Hopefully, come on, game. We need to move this along. Teru gets Kazuichi to snuggle with him. Kyoko starts to fire. Taka and Mukuro huddle for warmth.
Toko, please kill Hiro.
Toko does not, but she does talk about the other tributes still alive with him. Shuichi makes a fire. Nekamaru goes to bed. Junko falls into a frozen lake and dies!
Oh!
How despairful. She couldn't even get murdered.
Well, now everyone's gonna despair from my death. It'll be amazing.
Yeah.
Nah.
Hifumi sets up camp planning. Oh, I just remembered another question I wanted to ask you that I forgot to write down, so I'll be taking the next one.
You'll be taking the next one, okay.
Saika treats her own infection. Mahiru and Rantaro talk about the people still alive. Mikan thinks about winning. Akane gets fucking lost. Hajime defeats Ryoma in a fight but spares his life.
You can't mess with Izuru.
Yeah. So, question time. So, for me, the interesting thing about this is that me, in terms of recording, we just recently had our Planet Comic-Con convention, and also in terms of when this video is going to go up, within the last couple of months, the next convention will have happened. So that's kind of fun for me. While I was there at the last convention, because like Danganronpa was very much in my mind, I took notes of how many Danganronpa cosplayers I would see around the convention.
You did.
By far, there were more Ibukis than anything else. I found 11 different Ibukis. I don't have the numbers currently in front of me, but I believe Junko was number 2 most often. Number 3, I think, was Chiaki. I think. There are a lot of characters who I didn't see anything of. Yes, you have the numbers?
I have the Sunday tally, it looks like.
You
so
should
it's
have
on
the full list. I sent you the full
total,
list.
yes.
There it is.
Ibuki was 11, Junko was 7, Chiaki was 6, and then the highest guy is Kokichi at 4, but there's a couple, the Mikon also ties at that.
And one of the Kokichis was a lady.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, because it was like long purple hair down to her back. It's like, oh, okay. So my question for you is, if you were to cosplay as the character from Danganronpa, who would you cosplay as?
Oh my gosh. So...
And why is it Monami?
It's not Monami. Oh my gosh. I think... Ooh. Okay, this is gonna be fun, because here's the deal. I think I would... I don't want to mention it, because then it's gonna be that person, I think.
Do it!
I want to be Samugi.
Ooh,
okay. I would
I
do
only saw one Samugi. She was actually the first one I saw.
I would do full drag. I'd have fun with it. I'd be doing the voice the whole time. I'd have little trinkets that could resemble other people. Oh my god.
Little chibi plushie dolls.
Chibi plushies of like the Mana kids. Well, maybe not the Mana kids.
What are in the Mana Cubs room? They're in their announcements. Those kinds of little dolls.
That's so true. I think I would. Yeah. The more I think of it, I'd be tempted to do a drag one, because I've always been driven more towards the female characters. I mean, I'm just gonna say this now. Like my top 10 of the characters that are here, 8 of them are women. Only 2 of them are guys.
Looking at mine, that's my top 10 is 3 guys.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But like, I'm drawn to the women. I think being Samugi would be a lot of fun. Like, there's other ones I would like, but like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to be Sonya. Samugi seems like she'd be a lot of fun to be, and like, you could just be, if you were cosplaying as her, you could just be so excited as her running around.
Yeah.
At a con.
Also, you mentioned the whole bit about spoilers. Like, all the Junkos I saw had the 2 bears in her hair, and some of them were carrying around Monokuma plushies. So if we had still been in the middle of the first game when the convention happened, I would have been spoiled.
That's a good point.
And I would have been upset. But I mean, come on.
Well, it's harder to spoil Samugi, because it's not like I'd be shifting into other characters the whole time.
Right. And you could say like, oh yeah, I just have all my friends with me.
Right. If I had to cosplay as a guy, this is a real cop out, but I'd probably be Fuyuhiko.
Okay. I mean, you're not that short, but all right.
And that was the big bummer, because like with him being like gang and leader stuff, like I thought he would have been, if I got him, I would have done like the Boston accent or something like that, a big tough city guy. But I got to do that with Monosuke anyway, so it works out.
Yeah. So as for me, like, first of all, there's the was like, man, this character is gonna be really easy. Like Makoto and Hajime and Rantaro, each of them would be so easy to do. It's just like, all right, get a shirt, get some pants. There you go, you're done. But who do I want to do? Who would be fun? Who would be like a great outfit and that you could just like kind of go wild with?
I think I know who
Zombie is. It's Gundam.
Oh, God! Why didn't I think of Gundam? Oh,
thought I was gonna say?
I thought you were gonna say Kokichi.
I mean, that's fair, but Gundam just like that whole get-up.
Okay.
Get to be just like this whole bombastic character. God, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Some of them I was like, there's some things that I like. I think could be kind of cool to do. Like, I'm trying to look at the list here. Like, I think Byakuya would be all right to do. Actually, maybe not. Maybe that.
I feel so bad for forgetting Gundam.
Yeah.
Dang, I would so do Gundam. Like, I would have hamster plushies.
I don't think I would want to do one of the girls just because, like, when I play games, I always pick the guy characters. Just what I do.
Right.
But, like, if I was to dress up as for one of the girl characters,
what if you could always gender bend? That's a thing.
I mean, maybe Hina, gender bend Hina, could do that. Or the ultimate prince, Sonya. That could be fun.
That'd be fun. I like that.
Thinking about this, yeah, that could be fun, kind of fun. Or Pekko.
No.
Wait, but Pekko would just be you, not Rikabi.
Exactly. No, you. Well, here's the deal. And how wild would this be? Because you could have so much fun with this and still be bombastic. How about you gender bend Ibuki?
I don't think I could pull off Ibuki.
You don't think so?
And no, I don't think I would be able to do that.
Oh.
Because Gundam is like the theatrical. Ibuki is just
manic.
Yes. I was gonna say like it's like you took a 16 different energy drinks and you just combine them together and then you put it in a syringe.
This hour is reserved for Monster. The next one I'm getting a rock star.
And then after that, it's 16 of them combined.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have the energy to be Ibuki.
Okay. I think I do. So now Samugi's up there, but I'm like Gundam and Ibuki are in consideration for me.
Also, male Kyoko, I think is a possibility.
Ooh, that. Of all the ones you said, that's the one I see you doing. I don't know why that one.
Or Ryoma. Hey,
accurate.
Hey, I mean variants.
Mm-hmm.
A male variants now.
A male Kurumi would probably look really cool.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
A male Kurumi would probably look really cool.
But would you be a male or a maid or a butler? A maid.
A what?
But if you are male Kurumi, are you a butler or are you a maid? Because the outfit would be utterly different. If it's a butler.
I'd be like my master, so request that I be called a maid, and that is and I fulfill that request. I don't know. That sounds weird.
Your master requested that their butler dresses as a maid. Hey man, they all have kinks.
It's all the Danganronpa characters, but they're all dressed in the maid outfits, like in the alternate persona outfits.
Don't tempt the internet.
It's there probably already.
I mean, I know, but please don't tempt the internet even further. Alright, let's get on. See some more deaths. Day 10 has begun. Mukuro Ikusaba catches Kyoko Kirigiri off guard and kills her.
Oh
Sad,
my god, what?
Yeah. Rintaro tries to spear Fish with the trident.
It's like, for us I hate it, but it makes sense for Mukuro.
Yeah. Shuichi, Hifumi, Kazuichi, and Taka all raid Sayaka's camp. Toko springs her ankle while running from Ryoma. Mikan travels to higher ground. Hajime looks for water. Teru gets pricked by thorns. Nekomaru scares off Akane.
Sure.
Interesting. Mahiro gets pricked. Hiro dies of dysentery.
Why does that fit so well?
Oregon Trail, man.
Yes.
What a game.
Okay, we lost 2 major players, and then we lost Hiro, and it made up for it a little bit.
So let's jump to that tier list.
Mm-hmm.
First up, Junko Enoshima. Where do you think I put her?
I think you have her as an A.
Wow.
Oh, she's a B.
A low B. Reason being, like, I think Junko is very entertaining when we get to her mastermind reveal, but as I kind of mentioned earlier, there's really no emotional connection to Junko. Like, I don't largely care. Like, she's entertaining in her mastermind mode, but I also, like, no reason to care about her being mastermind. Like, I don't feel betrayed. Like, I feel betrayed with Samugi.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's, like, so she's pretty much just there because, yeah, she's very entertaining, but beyond that, kind of who cares?
Yeah.
You?
So, I actually have her as an A. She's just outside of the top 10 for me. Because I love her character at the end of the game. Yes, I agree, like, we didn't get much time with her, but, like, it's a different kind of thing. It makes sense that it's someone that you forgot about kind of situation. And technically people forgot about Samugi. We forgot her. You forgot about her a lot. Did you hear something? So...
But that was all fun.
I think I love... What I like about the anime is that it did give her more depth on it. Like, the idea of her actually being the ultimate analyst and being able to use that to position herself as the fashionista and think out so many scenarios like that made it like, okay, there's more to her than just looking crazy. Like, she's somehow the blend of Kokichi's genius and Nagito's crazy. Like, she's somewhere smack dab in the middle, and it, like, I feel like it fits really well for her. I think she represents the fan, like, not the fandom. She represents the series pretty well.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm honestly pretty good with her. And, like, I have her pretty high up. I have Samugi a little higher than her in terms of mastermind level and character and stuff, because obviously we have more connection and we felt more betrayed. But I still think Junko's pretty good.
I mean, I don't dislike her. Like, again, she's in the B, which is, generally, like, fairly neutral characters. It's only around Kaito and Naito that it starts to turn negative.
So it turned a little for her.
Yeah. She's on the negative half. But, it's not that I dislike her. Like, again, the anime did show us more of her, but also, she's a fucking psychopath.
She is.
She's like, oh, hey, look, let's do a test of things. See if people would actually murder each other. Hey, student council. Here's some secrets. Go kill each other over them. And then they fucking do. Or it's like, hey, Chiaki, you're gonna be my sacrificial pawn. Here's a hallway. Run. Bitch.
God, that's
Next.
true. You would not forgive Junko for that.
No,
that's true.
never.
I kind of am the same.
There are some killers in these games that I would forgive. Like, I feel like I would forgive Mondo. I feel like I would forgive Gonto. Oh, yeah, of course I would forgive Gonto.
You'd forgive Gundam.
Yes, I would forgive Gundam. I would. Now, here's an interesting one. We haven't gotten to this character yet. I've kind of been looking forward to it, but I'll give a brief tease. In Danganronpa 2, I was pissed off at Mikon. And I was like, nah, fuck you. You were crazy even before all this happened. And then going through the anime, I was like, oh, I feel bad for Mikon now.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Mikon, I forgive now. Anime made me forgive Mikon. We'll get more into her later. Next up, though, is Kyoko.
Okay, let's not bullshit. I know exactly where Kyoko is.
Where is she?
She's number one. She's next to Chiaki.
Yeah. It was the only question of who would be number one between these two.
Exactly.
That was always going to be the question. I don't feel like I need to say anything about Kyoko because I feel like enough has been said about her. She is the best character in the series. Fucking fight me.
Yeah. I will not be fighting you because I have Kyoko as number one.
Fuck yeah. Kyoko is one of the main reasons why I want them to push forward the storyline. I want to see what happens next. It's like, what happens with her story next? I need to do this. I also really want to know what happens with the entire DR2 cast. Like, what are they going to do on the island? Like, the fuck?
Exactly.
Yasuhiro Hagakure.
Okay, he's a D. He's absolutely a D.
He's a dingus.
Yep.
He's
such a dingus.
He's
you have him as 45. It looks like.
Yes, I do. Number 45. God, no, this is the character that we have shown and us to talk about this too, because after he watched our Let's Play the first game. Hero, if he had died like first, second, maybe third chapter, he would be much more fondly remembered. But he lasted way too long and he never got intelligent, so I can't stand him. What about you?
You have him as 45. I have him as 44. So yeah, I still have him as pretty low too. So that's he wore real thin on me. And I know we're supposed to have someone that is the true distress character. I kind of mentioned this. I think Himiko captures that better in the final trial than it, because you're already worn thin on it with Hiro.
Right.
And what happens with Himiko, it feels like the world's really collapsing, with her freaking out in the end like that.
Yeah.
So I do want to make a comment real quick before we move on to the next ones, because your whole top 10 is dead and has been revealed.
Yeah.
So we could reveal that kind of in a way, like of our top 10s, we have 7 that both of us have in the top 10.
Where do we differ?
Okay, where we differ. You have Fuyuhiko.
Who do I have and you don't have? I mean, not placement.
Yeah, the ones that you have that I don't have in there are Fuyuhiko, Celeste, and Ibuki. I had them ranked a little lower.
I thought Fuyuhiko and Ibuki would be top 10s for you.
Going through the list, it surprised me too.
Who do you have instead of the three of them?
One is Kaede, which I'm still doubting, so Kaede might bump one of them up. One is Samugi.
Okay.
And the other has not yet been revealed.
Okay, interesting. Well, again, before we move forward, if my math is correct, I believe we have 15 characters left Yasuhiro made it to the top 16. If we were making the final, like a whole new cast of the 16 survivors, he would have made the cut. Barely.
Mm-hmm.
But now we have 15 more to go.
We do. Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Right. Yeah, because I think Fuyuhiko might. If I redid this, Fuyuhiko might replace Kaede in the top 10.
That would be a good choice.
Ah!
Taka cooks his soup before putting his fire out. Hajime Hanada sets Hifumi Yamada on fire with a Molotov.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kazuichi passes out. Shuichi cooks his food on Hifumi.
Why does this taste like weeb?
Mikon thinks about home. Mukuro severely injures Toko and puts her out of her misery.
Whoa!
Ripped Genocide Jack.
Wow. God.
Ryoma, Rentaro, and Akane sleep in shifts.
Mm-hmm.
Mahiru sets up camp for the night. Teru attempts to start a fire but fails.
How?
All his matches were stolen for Hifumi.
Oh, all the matches set one Molotov.
Saki stays awake all night. And that means it's question time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's the thing, and I think I might know the answer from a previous conversation we had, but here's one question I had. Because I know that we've talked about it, and there's a lot of ranking lists. I'd be curious to see your full list. I don't think we should have the time for it now. But in terms of trials, do you have a favorite trial and a least favorite trial of the entire series?
I mean, least favorite trial is Nagito's.
Which is wild,
it's
but
fucking
yes.
bullshit. I hate that trial so much. It's so stupid. Favorite? I mean, I can't really pick a favorite off the top of my head, so I'll just go through and see, think of any highlights. I think the very first trial with Saki was interesting because Makoto was having to learn that he was betrayed, and we were also the suspect, so that was kind of cool. Let's see here. The third trial with Celeste's plot was kind of fun, and also it's really the first and I guess maybe only time I was completely stumped if you don't count the Kaede bullshit. Let's see, fourth trial. I like the fourth trial because I was smarter than Kyoko. Kyoko said that it's a locked room mystery. It's like, oh, there's 4 different kinds of ways I can be. And it's like, or she committed suicide. And I was right.
Well, technically that's one of the locked rooms.
No. She said, I mean, I guess you would have said, the killer was still in there. Sure, that's one of them, I guess. But that's not what Kyoko was thinking with her when she was talking about the different types of locked room mysteries.
The whole reason that she did was because Makoto asked. It wasn't her differing between them. It was an explanation sort of thing.
Yeah, and none of them said suicide. And I did.
Well, she's
technically a fifth way to have a locked room mystery is the person kills themselves.
Okay.
I'm sticking to that.
Okay.
Second game.
I think it's the third.
No. Second game, not that one. Second one, no, not really. Fuck the third trial. Fourth trial, no. Fifth trial. Did I like any of the trials in the second game?
Maybe you didn't.
We discussed this actually. The one that I liked the most was the first one, and that was even not taking into account the difficulty nonsense.
That's a good point.
They all bothered me in some way because Peko got screwed, and then Ibuki died, and then the Funhouse craziness,
and then Chiaki got screwed.
Yeah.
So I forgot if I mentioned this or not. Did we talk about the bullshit of the third trial because of the potential plot hole of Mikon having to move at super speed at one point?
What are you talking about?
So here's what happens. Imagine in the very beginning, when Hajime is running out of the hospital. Mikon's already in the hospital, filming the fake video.
Yeah.
She comes out and runs into Fuyuhiko right away, and sends Fuyuhiko around the other side of the island. So she has to be able to run to the music venue without being seen, wait for Hajime to leave, jump in, break a drumstick, break a camera, and glue an entire door. And tear down the wall. And what?
And place Ibuki.
No, Ibuki's already placed. Ibuki's already been hanging at the point. So what she does is she has to rip out the wallpaper to reveal Hiyoko. That's a lot. And even if she's
I feel like in the moment we mentioned something like that, but not the specifics. I don't think.
Yeah, someone who does the rankings of them and has that one as the worst is because, like, even if it was someone with superhuman, like, speed and strength, it's like, is that even possible? What Mikon... True. But it's wild, because it's like, all these different things that had to happen. And especially that she managed to run into Fuyuhiko leaving. She couldn't have timed that.
Right. That's
But,
fair.
like, okay, you jump in, you pull down a wallpaper, you stow it away, you break a drumstick, you break a camera, and you glue an entire door.
I mean, that's kind of why, like, I think the second game has the best cast overall, but I still think the first game overall has the best story.
Okay. Do you... then I think I'm going to make an argument then. Do you think first one, best story, second one, best characters, third one, best trials?
Well, let me get back to think about the trials, like
Sorry.
I was about to do. First trial, interesting because of the fact of the whole Kaede thing, but I also take issue with that. Second trial, yeah...
You didn't like the ropeway?
The ropeway was very loose. Very loose. Like, I figured that out. But I was like, the way they were showing Kurumi riding the little rubber tube was like, she would tumble so easily. No, that was a little bit of nonsense. The third one was interesting. I thought that one was kind of cool. The Necronomicon is down there for worse motives because it was just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
The fourth trial I thought was a really fun trial. I thought that was a fun trial. Fifth trial was also very fun. It was the first time I enjoyed a fifth trial. And then sixth was alright. I mean, I feel like the sixth trial is just a harder judge for all of the games because they're less about a murder, they're more about solved mystery. So I guess, yeah, probably overall the third game probably had the better trials, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I could definitely see that. So, which one do you think pulls at you more if you had to, like, make a gut thing? Or, like, a top couple of them if
For
you can't
trial,
decide between...
I guess maybe I would probably say Trial 5 of the third game, I think.
Okay.
I think that's probably a really good one, because, like, first of all, I finally didn't hate a fifth trial. And the mystery of, is it Kokichi, is it Kaito? Like, I was pretty sure it was Kaito as they were going through it. But having to go through all that, figuring out the exact circumstance was really well done. And it was also the first time where Monokuma was just like, don't know what happened. Shuichi, figure it out for me.
Yeah.
What about you?
So, least favorite, Trial 5 first game.
Okay, that's
Monokuma's rule breaking, yeah. Oh my god. In terms of the whole mystery, because, like, okay, best trial from a character perspective, I think the fourth trial of the first game is the best because everyone got their chance to shine. For even the victim Sakura, I think that was such a great one where it felt like everyone had the spotlight on them and you got to really see them and appreciate them. And I thought that was really well done. And that's not something quite as reflected in other games. The mystery itself, in terms of it, this is a tough one. Of like because I'm thinking of the crime and the trial itself for the unraveling the mystery kind of situation.
Yep.
The fifth one is really bullshit. I like a lot of it, but it's not like it's not the least favorite, but it's not my favorite. God, character perspective is definitely the Sakura one. Story perspective, what Gontas did was a wild one. I mean, I said it. That's the one that messed me up.
Yep.
And it's like it felt like you were helpless because like you know what's happening and you have to go along with it. It's that kind of thing. Like you've figured out the mystery, and for that one, it's like I don't know if I wanted to figure this one out because of how dark it got.
Right.
Of the crime itself, of how it was organized, and all the thought of it. I mean, oh, this is tough. I don't have an answer right off the bat. I don't really know. Because a lot of the ones that were really well thought out still had some glaring holes, like Celeste's, Kurumi's. I really appreciated Kurumi's, and I thought like hers was airtight. But then, like when you and I were talking about it, it's like, you're a maid. You can make your own gloves. Why did you have to use your own? Or you're a maid. Why didn't you think to put away the tennis cable?
Yeah.
Then Kyo's was stupid. I mean,
you know, you think since it was your quest, you would have had an answer.
I know, right? You think I would have, because I like a lot of them. If I have to go with a gut, and you're going to be surprised by this one, I think. A favorite trial, I'm going to go with Kaede's.
I'm not surprised with this, considering you have her as one of your top tier characters.
Right. I think the mystery's there. It pulls the rug out from under you. Just a lot of great customer. A lot of great character moments. Like, it hits a lot of the good story beats. It hits the good mystery beats, even though, obviously, we think it's a little shaky in terms of the shot put ball, and then you find out it isn't. Like, it kept coming back, and, like, it had different punches in different places. Like, I think so. I think that's the one that I'm going to call for my favorite.
I do want to say I was vindicated a little bit with that one. I was saying, like, the shot put ball being able to fall just like that, that's some hinky bullshit. And, hey, guess what?
It didn't.
It didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fine.
The feast! Ooh, we have an event. So, here we go. The cornucopia is replenished with food, supplies, weapons, and memoirs from the tribute's families.
Ooh.
Mahiru, Rantaro, Sayaka, and Hajime all team up to find food, supplies, weapons, and memoirs for themselves. Kazuichi sobs while gripping a photo of Ms. Sonia.
Oh,
It's not his friend's family, it's just Sonia.
Mm-hmm.
Mukuro decides not to go. Smart.
Fair enough.
Akane and Nekomaru get into a fight over raw meat, but Akane gives up and runs away.
Honestly, yeah. Has there been a more on-character event, like, occurrence in this so far? I don't know.
Oh, that's so good. It's
a good one. It's a very good one.
Taka throws a knife into Ryoma's chest.
Ryoma's dead. Shit.
Shuichi and Mikan get into a fight over raw meat, but Mikan gives up and runs away.
That part, I believe.
Teru decides not to go. He doesn't trust it.
None of the food that they prepared is going to be better than mine.
It's true. What if it was his food? Now we're at day 11. Taka shoots a poisonous blow dart into Mukuro's neck, slowly killing her. Rantaro begs for Mahiru to kill him. She obliges.
Wow, it finally happened. Wow, there goes my pick.
Shuichi hunts for tributes. Kazuichi finds a river. Nekomaru hunts for tributes. Akane gets medical supplies. Sayaka tries to sleep through the entire day. Teru gets fresh food. Mika gets medical supplies. Hajime Hinata dies from an infection.
Holy crap!
We got some cannonballs.
We got a decent amount of deaths this time.
Let's fucking go, man.
6 cannons, wow.
First off, Hifumi Yamada.
You have him as a D, for sure.
Yeah. Second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom, damn.
Fuck Hifumi. Fuck him up. I don't give a shit about him. He's just creepy. And sure, there's other perverted characters in the series, namely Mew and Teru. We'll get to Teru when he dies.
And Tenko.
I wouldn't call Tenko in the perverted category. Not like those three, at least.
Okay.
But Hifumi, just like, I find nothing about him interesting to me. There's not a single thing about him that is compelling or makes me feel bad for him. That's just fucking. I don't like him.
Yeah, so you have him as 47. I have him as 48.
Your
He
least
is my
favorite.
He is my bottom of the barrel.
Fair enough.
If
If it wasn't for Angie, he would be for me.
Yeah,
Fucking crazy.
we can move on.
Moving on, yes, let's do that. Toko Fukawa.
You have her as an A.
Well, I don't have Toko as an A, but if you factor in Genocide Jack, then she's an A. And that's really all the argument I had to present. Without Genocide Jack, I don't give a fuck about Toko. Also, I'm taking into account here Ultra Despair Girl, so that also helps out Toko a lot. And again, Genocide Jack. Actually, a really fascinating character. Without Jack, Toko would have been extremely uninteresting in the first game. And like, cool, they're just Byakuya's stalker girl who wishes that he would step on her. But Jack adds a lot to it, and I like that a lot.
So, Toko is the missing person from my top 10.
Oh, okay.
And I have her as number 6 in the S tier.
For me, Toko hit 18.
Damn. So, I think Toko is a foil to Hina in the sense where, like, Hina's a lot more positivity in the heart. Like, there has to be an ebb and flow to it, and I think Toko represents that well in the second game, even in her negative side. I love Jack. I love voicing Jack, obviously, so I think that might be part of it. But I think factoring in Toko from that game too, we got to see a lot more of her, and it almost seems like we get to see more of where that negativity comes from, and it just isn't so ingrained with her.
Right.
And it's kind of like, yeah, I don't think I'd hang around with you, but like all the time and stuff. But it's kind of like, yeah, I see what you bring to the table, and I think that's the kind of thing. I think the big thing with the big difference with the S and the A's is like, A is like, okay, I really like you and I really appreciate you. S is like, oh my god, I really like you and appreciate you, and this game would not be the same without you.
Yeah.
And I think Toko fits that really well.
Kokichi needs to be in V3, but if I was there in that setting, like, part of me thinks to myself, like, would I approach him? Or would I just be like, dude, just stay away from me and I won't expose you.
Who's my highest? Because I think a lot of mine are done. So my top 10 is gone at this point too now.
My highest is number 12.
My highest is number 13.
Wow.
My highest is number 13. So let's keep moving.
Ryoma Hoshi. Where is he?
I think you have him as a B.
He's a C.
I don't. Yeah, he was a weird one.
Now he is a high C, so it's not like I fully dislike Ryoma, but at the same time, I'm just like, dude, you don't give me anything. Your storyline doesn't interest me at all. You give up right away. I wish they did something better with this character, because as he is, just like, he feels like a waste. He feels like a Leon. He's just there to die, and that's it. Like, at least, Rintaro, who died early, and Imposter, who died early, they still have some kind of importance, some relevance. There's still mystery revolving with them. Ryoma is just like, dead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I have him a little bit lower as a C. So he's kind of like high, like middle high C for me. It sucks because I feel like there could be more to him, but it's kind of like, eh. Because, like, I think we brought this up, like, during his Harmonious Heart event, where it's kind of like, why couldn't his video be of his cat? Like, if Toko's most valuable can be a bug, and Celeste is a cat.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, you're almost that hopeless. Something about that bugged me. I'm like, the cat matters. For some people, like, some people prefer animals to humans a lot.
Yep.
I mean, Gundam.
Yep.
So it's kind of, I don't know, something didn't fully mesh with it, and I want it better for him, of course.
Yeah. Like we were saying earlier, like, I think he could have been a very interesting survivor. The guy who doesn't think he should make it, but gets to the end, and we'd see that kind of growth. That could have been really cool. But next up is Ms. Plot Device herself, Mukuro Ikusaba.
She's gonna be an interesting one. I think you have her as a C. Yeah, I didn't think you were never gonna get over her being just plot device. I felt.
No, I mean, I do think a little bit more positively on her now through Danganronpa, which again is really an alternate take. So should I take that into account? Maybe not. But also the anime, I got to see who Mukuro was, but who Mukuro was just, again, her sister's abuse meat. I guess is how I'll describe that. Like how Toko wishes Byakuya would step on her, Mukuro wants Junko to step on her.
That's a good point.
Okay. A little odd. Like, I don't fully hate her, but I don't really find anything to like about her beyond just feeling bad for her being mentally screwed with. Like, she definitely has some issues.
Yeah, I also have her as a low C. I might bump her up to middle C, but she's still C.
Yeah.
Like, because I was thinking, like, on the same lines, like, maybe she did have more in the anime, considering that, like, someone beat Peko at a sword fight.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild. But, like, and it shows that she has stuff. Like, she's not just mindless. She has capabilities of, like, being able to block all of Junko's knives and what she does. Oh my god, what she does to Chisa.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I see that you're not just a bit player. You actually did things, but you're still kind of small.
But and also, I guess, in also fairness to her, with her free time, you kind of see, like, she doesn't necessarily want to do all the fighting anymore. But she talks about how she wants more in life.
Right.
And like I mentioned, I read stories, I read fan fiction because they're really good to like use at the time. And what other writers have done with Mikuro, I've really enjoyed what they've done with her and being able to see her grow with those. But I can't take those into account, unfortunately. So moving on to our next one, we have Rantaro. Where is Rantaro, do we think?
I'm gonna say C. Oh wow, middle B.
Rantaro is in the true neutral category because I have nothing to really think about him for. Like I could possibly put him, say, like he's more positive-ish, maybe, with the whole, he's really looking for his family. But at the same time, I think I also just don't feel like I care about Rantaro. I don't feel like his talent needs to be hidden. Just call him the ultimate adventurer. You don't need to call him the ultimate survivor. Just call him the adventurer. Let him be a little bit more of himself. Just meh.
It's very meh.
Very meh.
True. I think I share the same meh. Considering how we discussed it, like, my true neutrals are more into the low B's, high C's. So, and he is a high C for me. I just had, like, mine's more skewed positively, so, like, tier-wise it's different, but feeling-wise it's about the same, if that makes sense.
So, next up, the final... Well, actually, no, that's not true. That's not the final protagonist. Because Shuichi's still here around.
Shuichi is still alive.
Hajime Hinata.
Ooh. I think if you were going to have a true protagonist in the A tier, it would be Hajime. Yep.
That finishes off my A ranks.
That finishes off your A ranks?
Hajime my highest ranked protagonist.
Dang.
Let's be honest, Hajime was a really good protagonist, where Makoto was just a potato at times. Hajime actually felt intelligent. He felt like he was actually connecting with people, besides just being, kind of like standard protagonist boy. And I liked seeing his the way that he actually investigated things and wasn't just being handed things by Kyoko sometimes. And also, he would get help from people, like he would get Mahiru to draw a map, or Mikon to do the autopsies. But he was still in there actually doing things. He was a smart kid.
I think so too, and I think like him having more of the stakes of trying to figure out who he is, watching his own kind of despair, both from realizing he's just nobody, and then also like in the final part too, it's just kind of like, this is a protagonist that if any protagonist took it by the horns, it was Hajime, and then kind of also Kaede a little bit, but that I don't know if that really counts as much either. Right.
We also got to see him in the anime before he became Izuru. And kind of see like what his mental state was like.
That's
also,
so true.
Fuck Juzu Sakakura, because he's part of the reason why Hajime went through with it.
That's a good point.
Fuck that piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's a D rank.
I'd have him as C probably, because D is reserved for Veruca.
Oh, I mean, Veruca's also in D. Munakata would be lucky to get into C. I don't think I hate anybody else in the Future Foundation besides those three. Oh, Sanosuke would be in the C because he's just kind of... He has no character.
Exactly.
He's just Veruca's guard dog. Which is a shame, because you could have made an Ultimate Blacksmith really fucking cool!
But you didn't.
Anywho, it's time for some more murder. I believe we have
Well,
9
actually...
What?
You didn't ask me where I had Hajime.
Oh, where do you have Hajime?
So, it turns out both of our highest that was still alive was Hajime. So, yours was 12. I had Hajime as 13.
My new highest is number 23.
My new highest is 18 and is still an A.
23 is one spot above the middle. Doesn't look good for me. It doesn't look good.
So I have one more A. I think the rest of my A's are dead. So I have one more A, and that's still at 18. So considering
we're really feeling the despair.
Yeah, we're starting to.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if one of ours is, you have one D. If that D, open D is the winner. Oh boy.
I mean, they would be the best D to win, I guess. But 9 people are left, I do believe. So let's see who will be killed.
Damn, 9.
Next.
We're really getting close.
So, night 11 now. Oh, well, Sayaka bashes Kazuichi's head in with a mace. Akane is a murderous bitch.
Sayaka is
tracks.
really, this is wild.
This is the part where I get to put like, man, you're doing really good. I kind of root for you to win, and that person never ends up winning.
Sayaka's screwed.
Yep. Akane cooks her own food. Teru climbs a tree. Nekomaru screams for help. Shuichi begs Mahiru to kill him, but this time she's like, nah, you can live.
You were better than Rentaro.
Yeah, you're not a degenerate. Wait, no, wrong character.
You're more reliable.
Lets Taka into her shelter. I thought she was going to kill him for a second there. So just confirming here, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 alive now. Yep. All right,
Dang.
which means it's question time.
It is. Okay, so this is kind of
too.
What?
We're running low on questions too.
Well, we're running low on people.
Yeah.
So this is something that was at the end of the first and second game and stuff, and I know that there were some really good ones where you just called it. There were moments where it's like you knew it was going to happen. So what was your favorite, like, yes, I knew it moment?
So I don't think my interest really going to change because I don't really think I had many of these in the third game. Now, yes, there's the flashback lights thing, but that was more me following clues and just being suspicious. Whereas for me, like the fun ones where I just like said something and that happened, like, oh, Makoto's secret's going to be him wetting the bed. Makoto's secret was him wetting the bed until the 5th grade. It's like, oh shit, there's going to be a fun house. There's a fun house. Oh my god. Robo Nekomaru. Fucking Christ.
When you called that one, I was so mad. I was so freaking mad. That one, I'm like, god damn it.
Yeah, it's like when you and Whale Trail figured out a certain other character's secret in Persona.
At different times, too.
Which we won't say because that's a spoiler.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, it just felt very similar to that. I think my favorite one was... I think it might have just been the Funhouse, because I pulled that one, like, completely out of my ass.
Mm-hmm. Like, the Makoto one makes so much sense with wetting the bed.
And, like, the protagonist isn't going to have, like, a deep, dark secret, unless he's a potato.
Unless he's like, Hajime, apparently.
Well, but Hajime wasn't a potato.
Also true.
Yeah, I just...
No, he was a potato and they overcooked him, and then they turned him into Izuru that way.
Well, man, that's a maybe.
That's a maybe.
Mm-hmm. But it's like, just like, I say random bullshit that it happens, like, that's great. I didn't really have any of those random moments in V3, I don't really think. I might have said, like, a few things, but I knew, like, that's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Let's proceed to day 12. We got Teru camouflaging himself in the bushes. Shuichi hears Mahiru and Akane talk in the distance. Mikon, Nekomaru, and Sayaka go hunting. Taka looks for firewood.
So before we switch over real quick, because we're down to the top 8 here.
Yeah.
And both of ours have died already.
Yep.
So, no, yours, Teru's still alive. That's who you said.
Yeah, he is.
Damn it. Okay. So, I was about to say, who do you hope to win? But yours is technically still in there. But do you hope for him to win?
No. At this point, I want Sayaka to win.
I kind of want Sayaka to win, too.
It's always fun when the murderers really go out there and they win.
Right. I mean, I think there's some definitely interesting ones, especially because, like, Mahiru has a kill out of nowhere. Who killed...
From a meta perspective, I think Mikon or Taka would be interesting winners.
Mm-hmm. Akane and Nekomaru are both still in it, so that's a wild one. Yeah. As of right... Well, we have 5 from Goodbye Despair. We have 2 from the first game. Shuichi's the last V3 standing.
That makes sense, though.
I can see it, yeah. Okay,
well, now we got one cannonball, so Kazuichi Soda.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think he is?
I think he's a C for you.
You think Kazuichi is a C?
I don't think he's D.
To that I say, get fucked, Kazuichi.
Get fucked, Kazuichi!
He's my last D rank. He's my last D rank.
Wow, okay.
Like, I like him better than the other D ranks, obviously. And he has redeeming qualities. But there's just kind of like with Tengo, there's just too much of Miss Sonia. And I just can't fucking deal with him.
There are 2 people that I'm going to have questions on for you, but yeah.
I mean, fair enough, you can ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure who those will be about, but I'm sure you'll enlighten me. Oh, I think I know who one of them is, and I have an answer for them. I mean, it's going to be like, I know Kia was like one for you, which is like, why is he above other people? Like,
right.
It's fair. If I re-examine things, you know, a lot of people could change places, but I had at a certain point, I had to stop myself from making too many changes so that I could make this entire setup for the reveal.
Right.
Because this took a lot to be able to do individually every character. It was painful. So, well, I guess we're back to it.
Well,
Oh no, I forgot to do. You thought about Kazuichi. Oh no. Let's cover that.
it's okay. I actually have him as a high C.
Okay.
I think his level of distress and panic needed to be there still, because some of the people weren't panicking. I think that's my thing. I think certain elements need to always be in there, because there's no way everyone is logically thinking, of course.
Fair.
So, like, his level of that is there. I hate the Sonya stuff, obviously, for sure, but I kind of, like, appreciate him being there because it makes Sonya better.
Yeah. And like, I can understand that you need certain archetypes of characters, but I can still dislike those characters.
Yeah, I don't dislike Kazuichi that much. He has that kind of thing where, kind of like Mikon, it's like, ooh, where you came from, I get it, holy crap. Like, he dyes his hair specifically look cool, and that's really funny considering before we started this, I showed my dyed hair. Well, now I seem funny. But
I will also say Kazuichi's hair without the hood and the hat, like, dear God, yes, please keep the hat off.
oh, agreed.
It looks
yes.
so much better like that.
It really does. Yeah, yeah. I don't really like him as much either, even though he's kind of more neutral for me. I get it, but like, I don't know. He's very meh.
Fair.
Take it or leave it situation.
All right, let's get back to night 12. We had a little bit of a peek of this already, but here we go. Mikon tending to her wounds. Teruteru and Taka are snuggling. Akane tends to Mahiru's wounds. Nekomaru cooks his food. Shuichi climbs in a tree. Sayaka treats her own infection, and that's all that happens there. Do we have a question?
Yes, we do. So this is a weird one because I know we've delved into it a lot, like off stream and stuff, and it's hard to say narrow it down to one because like we're talking about like all these ones, and there's certain ultimates that seem really cool, or certain ones we just really don't get.
Yes.
Yeah, like obviously, I think it's hard to like nail it down to one. Is there a certain ultimate or kind of thing you would really like to see?
I can't narrow it down to one, but I do think there's infinite potential for ultimate talents, especially when you have things like Princess and what the fuck. But I think like you can have some fun with things like you can do ultimate wedding planner. That could be pretty interesting. Cowboy, multitasker. Ooh, that's free form. Do anything with that. An astrologer that kind of looks like the stars and trying to say not like clairvoyant prediction, but more like they try to read the stars for things. And somebody that's not quite like a fucking entire fraud like Yasuhiro is. Not that I'm saying it's relative to that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Like get like an ultimate DJ in. I think that could be pretty funny. You could do a thief, a linguist, a thespian. Like get the real theater kid on the stage. There's so much that you can do. It is infinite potential. That's where like I want more of these games, not just because of the murder mystery, which is great, but I want to see like what else they're able to come up with.
Oh, totally. I think that there's a lot of those definite kind of things. Because like there's one that I really kind of like, I don't know why it struck me, but it's like I would love to see something like this. And I think from some of your write-up, you had something that was very close to similar, but I wanted something that was like along the lines of office work. Because even though you're an ultimate, you had a receptionist or like a secretary or something. I was thinking of that kind of thing, like even like as an ultimate accountant or something like that. It's something that still seems so basic, but it's like you're definitely the ultimate, and you can see the ultimate. But like seeing something like that would make a good protagonist. I think we discussed that like a secretary or a receptionist would make a good protagonist as an ultimate. Yeah, like someone who's truly an ultimate and moving forward with it. And it's like that's kind of a cool idea. Because I remember that when we were writing up different things for it, because I think you really had an ultimate astronaut at one point before you started playing V3.
Yeah, I called them the ultimate cosmonaut because they were going to be Russian.
Right. There is there is a fan game with a Russian astronaut.
God damn it!
I'm sorry to spoil you, but now you know.
It doesn't change my plans though. Like,
exactly.
I can still do my idea.
I mean, you absolutely could, because I mean, considering because this fan game I'm talking about also had an ultimate artist, and this was before V3 came out.
True.
So those kind of things happen.
Also, just to point out there, like I thought before, like you could have something like the ultimate student. They're just like the straight A's kind of kid. But I was calling them the ultimate academician.
That's a good one.
It's a great name. So let's keep it going. Day 13 begins with Mahiru picking some flowers. Teru scares off Nekomaru. Okay. I guess, sometimes he says weird shit.
Yeah.
Mikon.
He tried to rub him down with suntan oil again.
Again. Oh, dear. Mikon attacks Akane, but Sayaka protects her and kills Mikon.
Ooh.
Alright. Taka gets medical supplies. Shuichi constructs a shack.
So we have one more death.
Yep. One more bullet, or cannonball, rather. Mikon is gone. Where do you think I have Mikon?
I think she's B.
You think I have Mikon as a B?
I think so.
Interesting. Very interesting. Mikon is, in truth, in the middle.
Yeah, I could see that because I remember
number
you not.
24.
I remember you not liking her leaving the second game as much, but I'm like, I feel like the anime definitely contributed more and had more sympathy.
The anime definitely brought a lot of sympathy to Mikon. I got to see like how she actually got fucked up, and the truth, like, because I thought, oh, these are your memories before you left here. You were a fucking psychopath. Oh my god, fuck you. Then we see, oh, well, yes, but it's because she got her memories back of her being despair. Oh, I feel bad for Mikon now.
Mm-hmm.
You still killed Ibuki, but I feel bad for you. I think she's still, I don't know if she's in the true neutral category. She might be like, just getting the plus part of it, the positive side of it, I think, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But that's, yeah, the anime saved Mikon for me, for sure.
Gotcha. That's honestly fair. I also have her as like a mid to low B. Also considering though that my neutrals are kind of like into the C's. Like it's same kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like the feeling's definitely the same about it. Like she grew on me a little bit afterwards because she was definitely annoying a little bit.
Yeah, it also didn't help that she had the whole forgive me and just pay attention to me. It's like, dude, girl, listen. This is not how you get people to love you.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck. You were definitely abused as a kid. 100%. That's part of why I feel bad for her.
It's kind of like Miyu is half Teru and half Mikon.
Yeah, I'll believe that. Yeah. Okay.
That's our one death. We're down to 7, I think?
Yeah, we are. So, let us see what occurs. Night 13. Taka and Sayaka huddle for warmth. Nekomaru can't start a fire, so he sleeps without warmth. Mahiru screams for help. Akane accidentally detonates a landmine while trying to arm it.
Damn, Akane.
She would. Shuichi thinks about winning. Teru thinks about home. I mean, it's the same thing.
On brand. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mama.
Another question. So, this is one you had for me regarding fan games.
Ah, yes.
Because you were curious about like a lot of that stuff.
Yes. So you've talked before about like fan games, and I've talked to you about like a couple ideas I've had for what could be a fan game or fan story of some kind, and maybe down the line if I figure out how. But I wanted to ask you, because you're more knowledgeable on these, like if you were to recommend a fan game, not strictly for me to play, but just for like in general a Danganronpa fan to play, what would be the one fan game you would recommend?
Okay. There's one far and away from me that I think is it, and it's called Super Danganronpa Another 2. Because like there's a series, it's pretty much called Super Danganronpa Another. And it was made, I believe, by a fan in Korea, and it was done in RPG Maker, but it has a lot of the same kind of art style with it and stuff like that. The first one never got quite as much for it. And the thing about it is that it mirrors a lot. Like, the first one is another class also inside Hope Speak Academy. It's supposed to be... They frame it like it's supposed to be the one that would have gone in after Makoto's class.
79.
Yeah. And then the second one is another group that finds themselves on an island. So it's kind of like, yeah, that's a lot. But the second game, I think, is a lot more streamlined. They do a lot more about it. There's some great mysteries. They have a fun mini game in there that I liked too, because they still kind of like had some of the same stuff, like a rebuttal where you're slicing stuff. They had another one that I don't remember exactly what it was called, but it's kind of like the opposite of a rebuttal. Like you go one-on-one with someone, and it's them in the trial trying to help you get to the answer. So it's kind of like the opposite of you trying to shoot them down. You're trying to pick the words from that one person trying to speak to you.
So it's a logic dive, but with another person.
Kind of, because they also have Logic Dive in there, like Logic Dive too.
Okay, so it's the Hangman's Gambit.
They also have that there too. That's a memory game in there, actually. Like, it's a little confusing. Like, it's them talking to it, and you grab certain phrases from there, trying to piece it together. Like, it's a little weird. It's interesting. And the cool thing about it, though, is even though it's Korean, it's been fully translated, and there's a full group that is working to voice act it. I know that they have. I know they have the full first trial already.
I can do
What?
voices.
Yeah. The full first trial I know is already. I watched the girl, because this one is a female protagonist, and I watched the girl who voices her go through it and get to, like, kind of play through it and do it on a stream, kind of.
Right.
And I've been watching someone go through the whole thing on his channel, just like looking at him reading through it, and he has fun with his voices. Some of the mysteries are good. The bad guys in there have an interesting, different take on them too, which I really appreciate. And there's one trial in there. Oh my god, it is so good. Like, it's one of the trials in there is like, I want to show this to people. Holy crap. So, and they have some very fun ones. Obviously, this was made before, like, the anime and stuff, because this is the one that has an artist in there and a cosmonaut.
Right.
And it was made before V3 kind of thing.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, because they also have a boxer in there, so it was made before the anime. But, like, I think they thought out their ultimates as well. There's none in there that seem to be really, why the hell are you here? There's one that kind of fits, but, it's all very interesting. And I think it's compelling enough where it's kind of like, yeah, I would like to see people watch another two.
Okay.
There's a runner-up one that reads more like a fan fiction. Like, it's presented in the style of the game, but they started voice acting it and like it is, but it's not actually playable. It's more so like an actual fan fiction story, but like with a YouTube thing with voices, and it's displayed like it looks like a game. But
so it's more visual novel.
Yes, it's very visual novel, and it's also pretty good. I forgot what it's called, and I'm gonna look it up real quick because I'm very confused and I want to know.
So fan games, there haven't been any fan games that have been done on this channel at this point. Like, there's no rule or anything against it. So it's the possibility we could do one of those on here at some point, or I might just be like, I want to play it.
Right,
because
exactly.
the problem with doing games is like, oh god, I have so many games I want to do on the channel.
There's a lot.
That said, at the same time, I feel like, fan games probably don't have a whole lot of spotlight. So.
Right. Oh, so that one's the one I'm thinking of is called Danganronpa F Shattered Hope. Mm-hmm. There's also another one for a fan game called Danganronpa Dead End that has a full demo that they've released that is super cool with voices too. I remember seeing that one. That one's cool. But and then there's
maybe someday the two of us will put something together.
It might be pretty dang cool.
I know a few people that might be interested. I know an artist that might be interested. Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's have fun finding someone for me to voice. Two people to voice, maybe.
I mean, you can voice some people. We'll just get, like, Gundam Jr.
I mean, that surprised me what I could do with some of it. Genocide Jack the Second.
Oh, boy.
Imagine that. Oh, my God. What if there was a killing game of, like, everyone's offspring or something?
Well, I mean, that would be hard to do because, you pair people up, but...
Exactly. And that implies that some of them are going to have kids.
Something I do think that, like, if you push forward the storyline, I feel like at least some of the Class 77 people, I feel like some of them would eventually lead on and become teachers at the school. And, like, between Kyoko, Byakuya, and Makoto, they'd be able to cover it up, like, who they really are. That they were to spare. Because, time can pass, people can look different, whatnot.
Exactly.
I think Gundam could be one of those teachers.
I think Mahiru could be one of them.
Mahiru could be. Sonya could be. Kazuichi could do workshop.
Peko could be.
Peko, yeah. I don't know about Fuyuhiko.
I don't know about Akane. Nekomaru
Nekomaru has to be. Nekomaru has to be there.
Yeah, he could do it.
Hajime is the ultimate counselor.
Oh my god, because we made him that.
Yeah,
so
I mean, and Mia is dead. So,
So, quick double check.
Yes.
Oh wait, no, because your highest is 23.
Or
was
yes.
Right. My highest is 18. My 18 is still in too.
Oh, let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Day 14. Shuichi gets medical supplies. Nekomaru, Sayaka, and Taka start fighting, but Sayaka runs away as Nekomaru kills Kiyotaka.
Wow.
Teru finds a cave. Mahu constructs a shack.
We're down to the top 5.
2 cannons are made. Akane. Where is Akane?
Oof. I think you have her as a C.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Akane's just not interesting.
What number is that?
That Akane is at number 36.
Oh, okay.
It's like, again, like the dumb characters. Like, yeah, you gotta have people who aren't. You can't have everybody be super fucking intelligent. Yes, but Akane was just super annoying to me. It's like, oh dear God, you shut the fuck up and stop drooling a river.
Yeah.
Also, I had a hell of a time cropping her picture.
Yeah.
Because her skirt was showing stuff. And I was like,
and
I can't show that.
I can't show it, and it still looks weird. Akane, you're the worst.
Her and Sakura, like lifting their legs. It's like, Sakura, what are you doing?
God. But we know it's kicking. It's just other people are going to be like, oh, it's the internet. Rule 34. Woohoo. Stop it!
Only 2 people
Put the mouse
I
down.
actually had the real problem. Like, Akane and,
Ryoma.
No.
Angie?
Angie. Akane and Angie were the only 2 where I had to specifically crop out a section of them.
Uh-huh.
Sakura still had it covered.
True.
So, what did you have for Akane?
I have Akane as 39.
Okay.
Lower C for me. I kind of felt the same.
So she's in your top or your bottom 10 then.
Akane is in my bottom 10. Yes, that is very true.
Next up, Kiyotaka Ishimaru. Where is he?
He's a C for you.
Well, I mean, yeah, he is my last C. There's still some 2 Cs that haven't been shown up, but that means my lowest rank at this point is 37.
My lowest. Oops, that's my work phone. Sorry. Okay, my lowest is 47. There's someone I still don't like in here.
I bet I know who it is. Taka is just too loud for me. He's too. I'm the ultimate moral compass. Like, fuck off. Shut the fuck up and trim your goddamn eyebrows.
Right, you hated those eyebrows. Yeah.
They are assaulting.
They really are. Oh boy. So Taka's your lowest C. He's my highest D.
Okay, that's fair.
So yeah, he's number 43 for me.
All right.
Damn.
And 43 is Soda. So.
Yep. Damn.
Okay.
So we're down to 5. Holy crap.
Yeah, we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, so what's my breakdown? I have one that's still an A. I have one that's still a D. One that's an A, one that's a D, and I think all the other 3, you are the other. I have 1 A, 3 Bs, and 1 D.
All right. Well, let's find out who dies next. Night 14. Shuichi, Sayaka, Mahiro, and Nekomaru all tell each other ghost stories, while Teru just gets medical supplies. That's it. That's night 14.
That's it.
Give me a question.
If you were to add a character from Danganronpa into Super Smash Brothers, who would it be?
Okay, so I've actually been working on. Well, actually, in time of recording, I have ideas. I'm working on this. In time of this being uploaded, it should be up. Obviously, Monokuma. So another friend of mine who's also kind of the series, he's actually made a moveset for Makoto, which has alternate costumes for Hajime, Kaede, and Shuichi, and he kind of works more off of mechanics. So like he has a truth bullet attack, he can do perjury. I think the truth blades are in there as well, possibly. But for me, I'm basing Monokuma off of more so like the different ways that he kills. So we have his self-destruct explosion that I'm working on. I have him doing the Spheres of Gungnir for a standard special. I was considering the one-woman army, but instead of to make it the Wild West insecticide, so he can shoot out robot wasps. I think he'd be like he is the face of the franchise. It makes sense. It would either be him or Makoto in a real-world scenario, and since Kelly Jelly has already made Makoto, I'm gonna make Monokuma, and I'm making his home stage is Jabberwock Island, which will travel between the different islands And maybe there'll be some hazards involved with a Mana Beast appearing. Who knows? At the time of this recording, you'll be able to find that on the Smashtopia Wiki. You can just Google that Smashtopia Wiki and just go for Monokuma. He'll be there. I might put the link to it in the video if I remember to do that. But yeah, he better be done by the time this goes up. He better be. He's one of the very next characters I plan to work on, so there's that. Alright, so day 15. Shuichi looks for water. Nekomaru accidentally steps on a landmine.
Nekomaru!
Teru gets pricked by thorns. Sayaka travels to higher ground. Mahiru discovers the cave.
Time to our top 4.
One cannon. Nekomaru Nidai. Where is he?
I think you have him as a C. That is my guess.
Nekomaru.
He's a B.
It's a B.
Never mind.
Nekomaru. I think he's a good character. I think he's a very positive force. But I also just am so annoyed at his loudness, the shitting comments, and he's like, "Oh look, I'm a robot now. I can dispense soda from my eyes." Like, why? Nah. You.
I have him as a low B as well. What number do you have him as?
Number 32.
I have him as 31.
We have a lot that are like really close on that.
It's wild. Some of them are close, some of them are all over the place. Kibo, Kaede, Angie. I need to lower Angie. I need to lower Angie. I need to lower Angie, lower Kaede a little, raise Imposter. We're down to our top 4. This is gonna be wild.
Night 15. This is also where it starts to get weird sometimes. Like, it might go several days of no deaths, or it might be like, everybody dies accidentally. This happens constantly.
Okay.
Like, a lot of times in the top 3, it'll be like, one person killed another. The other person just dies. It's like, oh, well, you wouldn't die to I guess. Shuichi cries himself to sleep. Mahiru tends to her wounds. Sayaka and Teru talk about Shuichi still alive. Do we have any questions left?
I do have one.
Okay.
So this is playing off of kind of the spin-off of Ultra Despair Girls and how it's a different kind of game style.
Yeah.
If there was a spin-off and they did something like that, what would you like to see?
Man, give me a fighting game. I love my fighting games. I'm a big fan of fighting games, especially crossover ones. And sure, it's just Danganronpa, but it's still technically Danganronpa crossover, I guess. Like, I'm a big Smash Bros. Guy. I love Marvel vs. Capcom. I love Dissidia Final Fantasy. Those are fucking awesome games. And I would probably do it like a more traditional 2D fighter, go like the Marvel vs. Capcom style with things. But like, you have a lot of characters that would be like, they make a lot of sense to be there. Sakura, Mukuro, Maki, Tinko, Pekka. All these characters make sense. But then you can also, not every fighter in a game has to be a traditional fighter. Like, we've had Phoenix Wright in the Marvel vs. Capcom games. We've had Roll. Smash Brothers has the villager from Animal Crossing and has a Wii Fit trainer. Like, come the fuck on. So you can have Gundam as a fighter. You can have Mew as a fighter with her inventions. Gundam also using his animals. I'm trying to think of somebody else from the first game that's not typical that could work. Oh, Leon, with his baseball bat and just chucking baseballs. He'd easily. You could have Celeste throwing darts and cards out, poker chips. There's a lot of fun that you could do, and also you got Monokuma as the boss character. Because, come on.
Yep.
What about you?
See, because you sucked me into that hole about the fighting game, because I know we had the discussion, and we both had that. I lost my paper for it, because I remember we were really talking it out, and I was so much about it, like, who's our fighters? Who's our, like, gimmick characters? Who's the technical ones, or whatever like that? I was really thinking of it. So that's kind of a cool one.
Even Hifumi can be a fighter. He can summon his anime characters.
Right. I think we could absolutely do another kind of Despair Girls thing. Here's one that I would like to bring up, because we know that there's other mangas that you could do things with. Like, there's a whole manga about Leon's cousin trying to track down and kill Hiro, but then they have to work together. But I think what I would...
about?
Something like that, yeah.
I knew there was, like, I think it was called, like, Ultra Despair Hero or Hagakure or some shit.
Yeah. Ultra Despair...
all I knew was that it involved him and it involved Canon, which is Leon's cousin.
Right, exactly. That's exactly something about that. So, trying to figure those things out. Because I think that was one that, like, those kind of things. It's like there's Danganronpa like Ultimate Despair Hagakure, Danganronpa
There's
Kirigiri.
There's one
right.
for Togami.
Right, and
Toko doesn't have a story. She just has Despair Girls. And then there's also Danganronpa Zero, which is
an interesting one. Right. I'm trying to find the canon one real quick. I can't find it right away. What the heck? There's some wild ones here. I just looked at it. There's a character named Kyoka Kirigiri.
There's also more Togamis that are found in the Byakuya one. Apparently, a Togami was a student before him.
That's wild.
One of his siblings is an ultimate. But I don't think it said what they were.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
I might be forgetting what it was.
Mm-hmm.
There's one that's got to piss him off.
There's one that's called Killer Killer, which is interesting too.
Yeah.
But I think because I like the concept of like they could have something of them having to deal in the despair world, and like kind of what Komaru had to do. Mm-hmm. What I'd like to see could be a branch off of like pretty much the Togami one. Imagine Togami starting with things with his him having to use the same kind of gun and him battling through. I think that'd be interesting to see his struggles, him having to deal with stuff. And then the enemies could be the ultimate despairs. So like from the Danganronpa Togami one, like he has to go against Sonya back when she was still a despair. And she's like a decent antagonist for it. So okay, here it is. After learning of Leon's death, Canon, his cousin, comes to blame the Future Foundation. She plots to kill Yasuhiro when she encounters him in Toa City, but changes her mind after he actually saves her from Kotoko. That's a story. So there you go.
All right.
Well, 4 people left still.
Day 16. Sayaka starts to sleep for the day. Mahiru climbs a tree but falls to her death.
Mahiru, no!
This is very common when we get to the end of the game. Teru collects some fruit. Shuichi explores the arena. We got a new canon. Mahiru. Where do you think she is?
I think you have her... Of the people left, I'm trying to guess, because you got Shuichi, we got Sayaka, we got Teru, and we've got Mahiru. So here's the thing. I'm pretty sure you have Shuichi as a B, and Teru as a C. So, Sayaka and Mahiru, where would you put them? I think you're gonna have Mahiru as C.
Jeez!
Oh
my god, Mahiru. Just another character that the writing just did not do a very good job with. It's like, I don't give a fuck about her. She annoys... She's Tenko light. Mm-hmm. But, and also she lasts a little bit less than Tenko, and she's less obnoxious than Tenko.
Yeah, and like believable levels of it, where it's like it's not an extreme, and it's like I could see that.
Yeah. Also, Hiyoko did not deserve Mahiru as a friend.
Yes, absolutely. I think Mahiru would be an interesting one if she had lived longer, but I think because she was such a rock for the group of girls like that, like you kind of had to lose her.
Yeah, and you also can't keep her around unless you change the Twilight Syndrome motive. So as long as that is in play, she's dead.
It's absolutely true.
All right, you ready to keep going?
Yeah, we have 3 left. You have
Top
2 Bs.
3.
You have 2 Bs and a C.
I do.
I have.
Night 6.
I have. Sorry, go ahead.
They all sleep in shifts.
What?
Yeah.
The.
I'm telling you, man, this shit happens.
Well, I'm out of questions, so.
You're out of questions. Then we'll just speed on through. Day 17. Shuichi pushes Teru Hanamura off a cliff during a knife fight, and then, as I told you, this could happen. Sayaka falls into a pit and dies.
Wow, Sayaka, Rob Goddess.
Which means Shuichi is by default
our winner.
Of course, we got some canon shots to go through first. So, we might as well push on to this part. He's the winner. So let's go ahead and get back to Shuichi and finish this off.
We're gonna finish this off.
Teru, where is he?
He's your C. He's your last C.
Boy, you really hope he is, don't you? He's the one that you're just like, how's he not been lower yet?
Exactly, he's C.
Right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
So here's why he's not any lower. First of all, he dies in chapter 1. So we don't see him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't last very long. He's not like Hifumi where he lasted for 3 chapters.
Mm-hmm.
And I also feel really bad for him in the whole mama thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel for him in that respect. I understand why he killed. Because he also wasn't strictly killing to get out. I mean, he was. But he was also being like, Nagito's going to try and kill someone. I want to stop Nagito. He fucks up, but it's not his fault in the fuck up itself. He was... If Byakuya hadn't tackled Nagito out of the way, then Teruteru would have killed Nagito, effectively saving everyone, more or less. Because Nagito was going to kill someone. So I feel really bad for Teruteru. Like, his perverseness is why he's in C. But I do feel pretty bad for the character.
Yeah. He was my D. I still had him at 47.
I mean, that's fair.
All things considered, I probably should have raised him a little bit because he is more sympathetic. I was thinking of the anime, I'm like, he's just as bad. And it's like, there's a moment where he almost corners Hiyoko. I'm like, I don't like Hiyoko, but that rubbed me the wrong way.
I mean, Hiyoko, like, and also, he had an aphrodisiac, and then Hiyoko stole it and spiked all their food.
Yeah.
So they're both pretty awful with that.
They're both pretty awful, and just, I don't know, it didn't really do him any favors either. It just, I don't know, like, he still bugs me a bit. He has more sympathy, so I could probably see him higher, but I'd still have him as, like, a high D. But no, I have him lower still.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Sayaka died by accident.
Sayaka's
which one of these two do you think is... No shit.
Duh.
But which one do you think is Sayaka?
I think the one after Mikon is
After
Sayaka.
Mikon, so you think she's right here?
I think she's right there, yes.
Do you think that she's the other one that sided with Mikon for true neutral? Or not true neutral, but like middle of the pack?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, damn it!
Nope.
So Sayaka was your highest last person left remaining.
Yep, she was.
Damn.
Sayaka gets the positive side because you really see what caused her to go down that route. And even then, she still couldn't bring herself to do it. And when she was dying, she still tried her best to save Makoto. Like, she is, not nice. I can't call her nice. But I understand, and I also, like, you can see the struggle that she went through.
Right. I agree wholeheartedly.
And then we have, tied with Mikon for the most middle of the pack at number 25, Shuichi Saihara.
Shuichi.
Who... True Neutral definitely contains Rintaro and Chihiro. I think it kind of contains Shuichi as well. As a protagonist, I'm just not invested in him. He's kind of a wet blanket. He's just not super interesting for me. He's okay, but I don't care about him. I was not emotionally invested in Shuichi.
Okay.
What about you?
So, I have Sayaka and Shuichi left. And if Teruteru was in the D rank, one of these two is my A, and one of these two is my B that was remaining.
I feel like Sayaka's your A.
Shuichi's my A.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's a low A. Like, I don't know. I feel like I like what they try to do with him, and, like, how he battled the despair in the end, I appreciated with it. I like it with it, too, because with him dealing with all of this stuff, there was a lot of sympathy. I think one big selling point for me for Shuichi was how he talked to Gonta trying to convince him in the end of his trial. Like, it was very much like, sometimes you can have a lot of it, it's like, this is why you're the bad guy and stuff, and it's all, like, pointing and stuff. Like, there was a little delicacy there.
Gonta legit didn't know.
Right. And Shuichi was, like, trying to talk through it. It's that part where he shut down Kokichi, and he's like, Gonta, I'm gonna go through all the details. When you're ready, you let me know, okay? And I'm like, oh my, wow. That's a wow one for Shuichi to deal with for it. I thought that was an interesting character point for him. And I get it. And it's interesting, too, considering, like, he's written by her and everything. Written by Tsumugi and everything. But also, it's like, his way of seeing how the game was going and, like, between hope and despair and, like, having to find a different way. It was an interesting kind of sacrifice kind of way to keep other people from suffering after him. And I kind of appreciated that kind of self-sacrifice part, too. Whereas for both Hajime and Makoto, it's like, we can all do this together, guys! And it's all hope and everything. And it's like, it's an interesting kind of thing, because it's all about what the next steps are for them. And that's almost not what Shuichi was going for. And I thought that was a real interesting thing for him to suggest. I'm like, I'm kind of feeling this. And, like, I love his dynamic with Maki, I think, from them having to help each other. But Kaito's just kind of there, of course. I mean, I don't know. I'm a little more favorable to Shuichi, I would say.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead
Holy
and
crap.
jump back so we can look at some stats.
Some stats.
So, they show here the winner, their replacement district, how many kills they got. So that's always kind of a cool thing. Like, how
That
they
is
got
kinda
the
cool.
highest without making any kills.
That's pretty wild, yeah.
And the first killer to die
Was Kirumi.
Makoto.
No, it was Makoto. I forgot Makoto killed someone, yeah.
he was the
Damn.
first one. Well, not the first
Who
one
had-
to kill, but the first killer.
Who
to
was the
die.
highest? Was it Sayaka?
The highest what? Oh, well, we'll get there.
Oh, okay.
Not this is a summary, blah blah.
Let's not do that
Here,
one.
most kills, Saika and Mukuro at 4.
Oh, that fits.
Yeah.
So District 5 had the highest placement.
Yep. Because Shuichi was District 5.
Right. So 10 was the first one to be wiped out, is what that means, right?
Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
And District 10 was, if you give me a quick moment, the scientific method. Kaito, Gonta, Korekyo, and Himiko.
Oh. Yeah, it's true. That's wild.
Alright, well, that is the end of our Hunger Games and tier list for the Danganronpa franchise. If they ever make another game, we'll play it. That's
Yeah.
Well, another real Danganronpa game.
Mm-hmm. We'll play it.
Yeah. But until then, that is the end of the huge Danganronpa project that we have been going through for over a year now.
Yeah.
Granted, Persona was also in the middle of that, which means, oh, man, I don't think I really did my usual talk about V3 a whole lot, but I mean, I feel like we've gone over it enough. So all that's left at this point is for me to tease what the next game is going to be on the channel. But if you remember, I'm recording this like way fucking in advance, so I don't know. I have ideas of what I might be doing, and if it's what I wanted the most, it might be the game that kills me. But we'll see, because if I'm going to do that game, I have to change my recording setup heavily. So I don't know if it'll happen. I'm also planning to do a move in between now and then. So I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. After all that, though.
Oh, man.
See you all another time. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye.